Ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of Dr. Pubadi Govindasamy, Under Secretary, Environmental Management of Division NRES, accompanied by His Excellency Tetsuya Watanabe, President of ERIA, His Excellency Olivier Sigaud, Charge d'Affaires of the French Embassy in Malaysia, His Excellency Noriyuki Shikata, Ambassador of Japan to Malaysia, Dr. Wong Sok, Head of Environment Division of the ASEAN Secretariat, and Dr. Wan Izzatul Asma Wan, Head of Center for Ocean Governance, INOS University, Malaysia, Terengganu. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our productive discussions, please rise for the Malaysian National Anthem, Negaraku. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now to bless our gathering today, let us begin with the prayer, which will be led by Ustaz Bisri Ibrahim, the founder of Mahat Tahfiz Darul Hidayah. And for those of other faiths, you are invited to take this time for silent reflection.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma anzili rahmata wassalamata wan ni'mata wassihhata wal afiyah والسعادة والمودة علينا يا الله يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم افتح علينا أبواب الخير وأبواب الرحمة وأبواب النعمة وأبواب البركة وأبواب السلامة وأبواب الصحة والعافية وأبواب التوبة وأبواب الرزق وأبواب الجنة يا أرحم الراحمين. Allahumma ya Allah yang maha mulia, lagi maha pencipta, Engkau ciptakan bumi ini terhampar luas tanpa gantungan. Engkau jadikan langit menjulang tinggi sebagai atap tanpa tiang. Engkau turunkan air hujan yang dengannya hidup segala tumbuhan dan seluruh makhluk penghuni alam. Allahumma ya Allah, kami merafakkan kesyukuran kehadrat-Mu di atas keizinan dan limpah kurnia-Mu, maka dapatlah kami berkumpul dan menjayakan majlis ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution 2025 ini. Semoga majlis yang mulia ini dianugerahkan keberkatan, kesejahteraan, kekuatan, hidayah dan kesihatan yang berkekalan, agar kami dapat meneruskan menghirup udara di muka bumi-Mu yang nyaman lagi damai ini, ya Allah. Allahumma ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, tanamkanlah ke dalam jiwa kami dan anak-anak generasi kami sifat menghargai alam sekitar. Berikanlah kami kekuatan untuk mendidik dan memberi kesedaran kepada mereka supaya anugerah-Mu yang tidak ternilai ini sentiasa terjaga dan terpelihara. Kurniakanlah kami ilham dan pemikiran yang bernas agar masalah-masalah alam sekitar yang dihadapi dapat diatasi dengan cara yang terbaik, ya Allah. Allahumma rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina adzaban nar. Wassallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wasallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Amin, 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 ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you. May today's conference be filled with insightful and meaningful exchanges. All right. Dr. Pubadi Govindasamy, Under-Secretary, Environmental Management Division, NRES. His Excellency Tatsuya Watanabe, President of ERIA. His Excellency Olivier Sigurd, Charge d'Affaires of the French Embassy in Malaysia. His Excellency Noriyuki Shikata, Ambassador of Japan to Malaysia. Dr. Wan Izzatul Asma Wan, Head of Center for Ocean Governance, INOS, University Malaysia Terengganu. All our esteemed panelists and partners. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to each and every one. And today we gather in this ballroom to engage in inspiring discussions and explore solutions to one of the biggest issues that plague our environment, plastic pollution. We extend our most sincere gratitude for your participation. This conference would not have been possible without your support. And for that, I would like to welcome all of you to ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution 2025. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, we honor to have with us a truly diverse audience this morning. Government leaders, business innovators, academics, and members of the public who have shared a commitment to bring all hands on deck, uniting forces for a sustainable plastic future. This conference is held under the patronage of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability of the Government of Malaysia. This event is proudly co-hosted by ERIA, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, and supported by Agence Française de Développement, AFD, and Global Plastic Action Partnership of the World Economic Forum, in collaboration with the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies and Institute of Oceanography and Environment of University Malaysia Terengganu. And for that, let's give ourselves another big round of applause for coming together today and committing to constructive dialogue. Together we can leave this room with hope and a handful of powerful recommendations, inshallah. My name is Nur Alice Kiki, and I'm incredibly honored to be guiding this important conference throughout the day. Ladies and gentlemen, plastic pollution has quickly emerged as one of the most significant threats to the world's oceans, posing negative environmental, economic, and social impacts to our home, the Southeast Asian region. Recognizing the importance of actions, countries across the region have come up with strategies to tackle plastic pollution collectively. ASEAN as a region has also adopted the Regional Action Plan for Combating Marine Debris that is set to reach its end of implementation period this year. Nevertheless, continued actions remain critical, and collaborative efforts with all hands on deck are crucial to effectively prevent plastic pollution from its source, especially as the world is working together to finalize an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution. The ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution, ACCPP, has been continuously held since 2023 under the patronage of the incumbent ASEAN chairmanship, starting with Indonesia in 2023 and Laos PDR in 2024. The torch of hosting the ACCPP has now been passed to the government of Malaysia. This year's conference has gathered over 500 participants joining in person and online from across the region and beyond to exchange knowledge, strengthen strategies, and concerting ASEAN regional voices towards a circular plastics economy. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, to officially kick off our conference this morning, it is my honor to invite Mr. Odomsak Pilavong, Director General of Department of Water Resources, Ministry of Agriculture and Environment of Laos People's Democratic Republic, who is representing the government of Laos PDR as the previous chair of ACCPP. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Pilavong.
His Excellency Datuk Seri Johari Abdul Ghani, Minister of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability of Malaysia, Professor Tessia Watanabe, President of ERIA, Mr. Oscar Lecuyer from IFD, Ms. Clemens Schmidt, Director of GPAP, representative of ASEAN member states, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Odomsak Pilavong, Director General of Department of Water Resources, Ministry of Agriculture and Environment, at the ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution. It is my great honor to speak on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture and Environment, and as the previous co-chair of the ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution in 2024 with UNDP and ERIA. The Ministry of Agriculture and Environment of Laos PDR really appreciate that the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability of Malaysia answer our call to continue this new tradition of hosting ACCPP after Indonesia and Laos PDR. Last year's edition, the event gathered over 100 participants in person and over 150 participants registered online. This shows the massive interest of people from ASEAN in having a platform to discuss and collaborate and learn about actions, innovations, and partnerships that will help us make our region free from plastic pollutions. Distinguished guests, as you gather today to unite forces for sustainable plastic future, I encourage you to demonstrate ASEAN's leadership and commitment to fight plastic pollution and leverage existing regional frameworks. The Bangkok Declaration on Combating Marine Debris, the ASEAN Regional Action Plan for Combating Marine Debris, and the ASEAN Declaration on Plastic Circularity adopted in Vientiane last year. In Laos PDR, the government has undertaken significant effort to address plastic pollution issues. Our commitment is reflected in our national policies and development strategies via National Green Growth Strategy 2030 and the National Plastic Action Plan to address these challenges through better waste management practice, improve resources use, and low carbon society based on the principle of circular economy. Last but not least, in 2024, Laos PDR has joined the Global Plastic Action Partnership with hope that within this network, we can accelerate our plastic pollution reduction objective. Distinguished guests, government alone cannot solve plastic pollution. So we truly need to own hands-on deck approach with every citizen, company, city, organization also playing their part. Plastic pollution is not just an environmental issue. It is a socio-economic and health crisis that affects every corner of our region, from the bustling cities to the Syrian coastline. The impact of plastic waste is visible and profound. Our journey towards a plastic pollution-free ASEAN will not be easy, but it is achievable. I would like to reiterate that LAOPR is dedicated to contributing to regional and global effort in addressing plastic pollution. With that, distinguished guests, ASEAN member states, speakers, and participants joining in person and online, I wish you a fruitful and productive conference. More importantly, good health, happiness, and success in your works and personal life. ขอบใจหลายๆ Terimasi. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pilavong, for that very insightful remark and passing the torch of ACCPP to the government of Malaysia. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to kindly invite His Excellency Tetsuya Watanabe, President of ERIA, up on stage to deliver his welcome remarks. Please welcome.
Dato Pubadi, Director General from Ministry of Natural Resource and Environment Sustainability of Malaysia, Dr. On Sok from ASEAN Secretariat, Mr. Oscar Luque from AFD, Ms. Clemence Schubert, Global Plastic Action Partnership of World Economic Forum, ambassadors, excellencies, distinguished representative of diplomatic corps in Kuala Lumpur from ASEAN member states, partners, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning and warm welcome to all of you. It's a great honor to join you today at the ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution, ACCPP 2025, here in Kuala Lumpur. Allow me to first express my deepest appreciation to the government of Malaysia as ASEAN chair for its strong leadership in tackling one of the most pressing environmental challenge of our time. It's also a great privilege to welcome the many representatives from ASEAN member states and partners joining us both in person and online for this important occasion. Conference is co-hosted by Ministry of Natural Resource and Environmental Sustainability of Malaysia, ERIA, in partnership with AFD and the Global Plastic Action Partnership of the World Economic Forum. Over the past few decades, plastic pollution has emerged as one of the most serious threats to our oceans and ecosystem. This conference offers an invaluable opportunity to reaffirm our shared commitment and strengthen collective action across the region. Since its inception, the ACCPP has served as a platform for ASEAN stakeholders to exchange knowledge, share best practices, and explore innovative strategies. In 2023 in Indonesia and 2024 in LAOPDR, the conference produced key policy recommendations that paved the way for the ASEAN Declaration on Plastic Circularity. Building on that foundation, ACCPP 2025 marks another important milestone in deepening ASEAN's collective action and fostering collaboration among governments, private sector, academia, civil society, and development partners. From the first conference in 2023, one key message stood out: the importance of a holistic and inclusive approach. Collaboration among all sectors is vital to strengthen both national and regional efforts. Last year's conference further underscored the role of innovation in enhancing efficiency across the plastic value chain. Guided by these insights, this year's ACCPP is framed around the theme, all hands on deck, uniting forces for a sustainable plastic future. This theme captures the essence of what ASEAN stands for: collective action, shared responsibility, and partnership. From today's discussion, we look forward to outcomes that not only strengthen understanding, but also reinforce the spirit of cooperation in ASEAN. Our conference report will consolidate the discussion today and represent a recommendation to guide our next steps. I sincerely hope it will serve as a roadmap for ASEAN to chart a more sustainable and circular future. ERIA remains committed to support this journey through evidence-based policy recommendations, capacity building initiatives, and providing platforms for multi-stakeholder dialogue. With a shared vision and strong regional cooperation, I am confident that together we can set another milestone in ASEAN efforts to combat plastic pollution. I wish you all fruitful discussion and meaningful collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Mr. Watanabe for reminding us about the importance of reinforcing the spirit of partnership in ASEAN, especially as the region enhances its contribution to tackling global plastic pollution. All right, to continue the opening, we are privileged to hear from the representative of the French Development Agency, AFD, Mr. Oscar Lecuyer, economist and sustainability specialist. Let's welcome him on the stage.
Distinguished ambassadors, honorable ministers and representatives, esteemed colleagues, and all participants of the ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution, it is a great privilege for me to address you today on behalf of the Agence Française de Développement. This conference arrives at a critical moment. Plastic pollution has become a pressing threat that permeates our food chains and ecosystems. Microplastics are now found everywhere, and the diversity of polymers and additives creates risks that we cannot afford to ignore. Across Southeast Asia, we have already seen a variety of responses: bans on single-use items, EPR schemes, and pilot projects that demonstrate the feasibility of higher collection rates and the viability of recycled plastic markets. The market for recycled plastics is projected to grow at double-digit rates through 2030. Yet it remains fragmented. Collection rates are still low, and the entire value chain, from collection to processing and product design, needs to be strengthened to capture the full economic and environmental benefits. The success of any solution depends on the active participation of all stakeholders: governments, regulators, financial sector, industry, civil society, the innovation ecosystem, and academia. Each have a vital role. ASEAN, with its convening power and capacity to disseminate best practices, can provide the regional framework that enables each country to create inclusive policies for broader participation of all. The Agence Française de Développement is fully committed to supporting those efforts. Our commitment is grounded on 3 pillars: financing, expertise, and partnership. First, we bring a deep commitment to tackling plastic pollution, demonstrated by concrete actions in several countries. In Indonesia, we co-financed a policy-based loan to implement a national action plan on marine plastic debris. This program targets a 70% reduction in marine debris by 2025 and combines reforms in waste management, reduction of problematic plastics, and strengthening of data and monitoring systems, complemented by technical assistance. Second, we leverage a diversified set of financial tools that range from policy-based loans to private sector participation and innovation fostering instruments. Through Proparco, we support a fund manager in Southeast Asia that is expanding beyond plastic recycling and strengthening its responsible supply chain framework, thereby improving environmental and social performance across the circular economy sector. And third, we act as a bridge between governments, academia, civil society, and the private sector. In the Philippines, through Expertise France, we support the creation and growth of eco-enterprises that promote gender equity and social justice. We provide capacity building, financial assistance to incubators and accelerators, and facilitate public-private partnerships that delegate waste management services to the private sector while integrating SMEs and local entrepreneurs. In Laos, we collaborate with WWF through the French Global Environmental Facility to promote upstream innovation for plastic reduction. And at a regional level, AFD contributes to ASEAN-wide initiatives such as the Sustainable Ship Waste Management Program, which seeks a common strategy for harmonized and efficient ship waste handling across member states. These efforts exemplify the importance of regional cooperation, a theme that will be highlighted in today's session number 3, so please bear with us for the whole day. In summary, the challenges we face are formidable, but the tools and partnerships we have cultivated are robust. And AFD stands ready to continue financing, sharing expertise, and fostering collaboration that will scale successful pilots, improve collection rates, build resilient, inclusive circular economy system throughout Southeast Asia. So I thank the government of Malaysia and the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability, and I thank ERIA and the Regional Knowledge Center on Marine Plastic Debris team for making this discussion possible today. So I look forward to constructive dialogues and to jointly shaping recommendations that will advance a sustainable plastics economy for our region. Thank you.
Thank you very much for very constructive words and a lot of suggestions as well, I might say, to Mr. Lecuyer. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us direct our eyes to the big screen right now as we invite with great pleasure the Director of Global Plastic Action Partnership of the World Economic Forum, Ms. Clemence Schmidt, to deliver her welcome remarks.
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It's my honor to welcome you to the ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution 2025, which the Global Plastic Action Partnership is proud to co-host with our partners, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, ERIA, and the Agence Française de Développement, AFD. I would like to extend our deep gratitude to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability of Malaysia for hosting this year's conference. Malaysia's leadership, through its progress towards a more circular economy for plastics and its openness to innovators and investors, sets the pace for the region. A circular plastics economy can unlock growth opportunities, new businesses, better jobs, and a stronger supply chain. This conference itself is proof of ASEAN's momentum. Over 3 consecutive years, Indonesia, Laos PDR, and now Malaysia, ASEAN has shown commitment to transforming the plastics challenge into an opportunity for development and sustainable growth for its 650 million citizens. GPAP is proud to work alongside governments, businesses, and communities across Southeast Asia to turn ambition into action. Today, 5 ASEAN countries, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos PDR, the Philippines, and Vietnam, are hosting national plastic action partnerships, each building locally owned roadmap to tackle plastic pollution. The ambition is promising. Indonesia has set a target to reduce plastic leakage to the ocean by 70% and aims for near zero plastic pollution by 2040. Vietnam has mapped a pathway to cut ocean plastic litter by 3/4 by 2030. The Philippines is advancing a full value chain approach, including new collaborations on flexible plastics recycling. These efforts demonstrate ASEAN's potential to lead globally. According to recent analysis, with the right mix of policies and investment, the region could reduce mismanaged plastic waste by 97% by 2050, turning waste into an opportunity through innovation, recycling, and new circular businesses and creating resilient supply chains. But plastic pollution is not just a waste issue. It is an accelerator of the triple planetary crisis. It affects climate and biodiversity and livelihoods. GPAP has been at the forefront of this interconnectedness, looking at the nexus of plastic pollution and biodiversity. And I am happy to share that we will be launching the first of its kind national reports in Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam, assessing the impact of plastic pollution on biodiversity from coral reef to fisheries and to quantify the economic and social consequences. These insights will help leaders channel investment where they deliver the greatest benefit for people, businesses, and ecosystems. Looking ahead, GPAP's agenda rests on 3 pillars. Local ownership and impact, led by and driven by countries' priorities. Evidence-based action with roadmaps grounded in data and scenario modeling. An inclusive, whole-of-society approach engaging youth, women, and informal workers while placing people and nature at the center. Next year, under the Philippines ASEAN chairmanship, we hope to connect these national roadmaps into a region-wide portfolio, aligning policies, investment opportunities, and transparent reporting. We know a system change is only possible with the strong collaboration of all stakeholders. So we hope to see many of you from the ASEAN community, governments, businesses, civil society, academia, to join this national partnership and amplify them through regional cooperation. By strengthening multi-stakeholder collaboration, not only at national but also regional level, we can deliver measurable outcomes for communities, ecosystems, and supply chains. Together, Southeast Asia can demonstrate to the world that it is at the forefront of solving plastic pollution, turning it into a pathway for sustainable development, competitive industries, and thriving natural ecosystems. I would like to thank again Malaysia for sustaining and reinforcing ASEAN momentum on combating plastic pollution, and I wish you all fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Ms. Smith. Very energetic, very fiery, and very inspiring indeed. Finally, we are delighted to hear the opening remarks from the host country, Dr. Pubadi Govindasamy, Under-Secretary of the Environmental Management Division, who is representing the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability of Malaysia. Please give him a big round of applause and invite him on the stage. Dr. Pubadi.
Good morning. How are you? Okay. Good morning, His Excellency Oliver Sigurd, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of France, Malaysia, Mr. Odomsa Pila Wong, Director General of Department of Water Resources, Minister of Agriculture and Environment, Laos PDR, Democratic Republic, as a former co-host of this conference. His Excellency Mr. Tetsuya Watanabe, President of Economic Research Institute of ASEAN and East Asia, ERIA. Mr. Oscar Leshua, Sustainability Economist of AFD. Ms. Clement Schmidt, Director, Global Plastic Action Partnership, World Economic Forum. Of course, my dear friend Dr. Wong, Head of Environment, ASEAN Secretariat. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and Salam Malaysia, Madani. First of all, before I read the text of my minister, I would like to send congratulations and regards from Honorable Datuk Sri Johari Abdul Ghani, Minister of Plantation and Commodities, and also Minister of Environmental, Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability. The Minister unable to do the opening remark here. I think he's actually simultaneously in another event just nearby in KLCC, officiating the Kuala Lumpur Sustainability Summit starting from today. Hope all the participants can join the KL Sustainability Summit, and tomorrow also continue by IJAM. Two big events under this ministry and Government of Malaysia. Indirectly, I'm promoting both events here. Okay, now I'm reading the minister text. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to Kuala Lumpur for the ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution 2025, ACCPP. Okay. I'm deeply honored to host such a distinguished gathering of policymakers, experts, researchers, development partners, and civil society leaders, all united by our shared mission to foster collective action to innovative solutions against plastic pollution, a challenge that threatens both our environment and our future generation. On behalf of the Government of Malaysia, I extend our warmest greeting to all of you and express our sincere appreciation for your presence here today. Over the last few decades, plastic pollution has become a major issue for our ocean. The ASEAN region, home of some of the richest marine biodiversity on the planet, faces a particular urgency in addressing this issue. Study shows that Southeast Asia is a major source of ocean plastic. I'm not very sure, but the text said based on study. Okay? So with 5 ASEAN countries alone responsible for over half of the waste entering marine ecosystem. Plastic pollution is not merely an environmental concern. It has profound economic and social consequences. For millions of people across ASEAN, marine resources are essential for food security and national prosperity. Malaysia is addressing this challenge through Plastic Sustainability Roadmap 2021-2030 and the National Action Plan for Marine Litter 2021-2030, which aim to cut single-use plastic, promote a circular economy, and improve waste management. While progress has been made, we acknowledge that continued effort are essential to achieving our shared goal. Just for the record, both this plan actually is in the midst of midterm review. We are actually undergoing midterm review to look at the success of this plan for the last 5 years, and also we will revamp and revise the whole plan to face the global challenge, especially in the midst of negotiating the global plastic treaty. This national effort, together with those of our ASEAN member states, as mentioned just now, show that while much has been done, only by strengthening and sustaining our cooperation can we truly protect our shared seas and ensure a sustainable future for generations to come. Against this backdrop, the ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution was first convened in 2023 in Jakarta, Indonesia, under ASEAN Chairmanship, followed by a second conference in 2024 by Lao PDR in Vientiane. Today, we gather in Kuala Lumpur for ACCPP 2025 under Malaysian ASEAN Chairmanship. And Malaysia is deeply honored to serve as the third host country of this important platform. This year's theme for this conference, All Hands on Deck, Uniting Forces for a Sustainable Plastic Future, underscores the critical role of all stakeholders in addressing the plastic crisis. The convening of ACCPP complement ASEAN broader regional efforts, including the progress in developing post-2025 ASEAN Strategic Plan on Environment and ASEAN Climate Change Strategic Action Plan. In line with the ASEAN vision for a sustainable and resilient community by 2045 and global goals, the ACCPP shows our shared commitment to action while highlighting Malaysia's leadership as a chair and our readiness to work with partners on collaborative solution. Of course, today, throughout the day, we will reflect on the region's collective progress and lesson learned, while also considering ASEAN's role in shaping a fair and effective global plastic treaty. Just now, I had a good discussion with Ambassador France and also with Dr. Wong about the present status of global plastic treaty. I think some of my colleagues, I think Sipeng's here, and unfortunately, latest announcement, even the chair going to resign. So I share my concern with Ambassador. This is a challenge actually, but we want or not, we need to find a solution for this. And as soon as possible, we need to conclude the global plastic treaty in order to address this plastic pollution. Our discussion will cover key challenges such as waste from ships and highlight successful initiatives like Plastic Action Partnership that show a power of collaboration. We will also launch the ASEAN Behavior Lab to strengthen knowledge and action and explore new approaches such as the reuse and refill system. Even during the ministry's engagement with stakeholders, especially by the government initiative to ban single-use plastic in all government premises, this is the main thing actually, the behavioral change. It's not easy actually for us to change the behavior of human beings. So in order for us to tackle the plastic pollution, I think the source is how actually we're going to change our behavior. Even in Malaysia, the implementation of banning the single-use plastic is actually in stages. We just can get some kind of analysis. We can see the urban state, they are quite advanced. Mr. Peng, they are advanced. Like state of Kuala Lumpur, where we are here today, Selangor, even for the matter, Penang, very advanced. But the state, like from the East Coast state, like Kelantan, Terengganu, Pahang, they are still at the awareness stage. And some other states in between. So this way, actually, we really can see the behavior pattern need to be changed slowly. That's why we, Malaysia, also take a bit longer time. So we target by 2030, actually, we can totally ban the single-use plastic throughout the country. Together, this discussion will reinforce ASEAN shared commitment and demonstrate how, through solidarity and partnership, our region can contribute meaningfully to global efforts to a sustainable and plastic-free future. Ladies and gentlemen, through this conference, Malaysia reaffirmed ASEAN leadership and collective commitment to addressing plastic pollution. It is our intention to reflect the outcome of today's conference, ACCPP 2025, very important, to be included in ASEAN Chairman Statement, which ASEAN Summit going to happen this month. So we from the ministry, of course with support from ERIA, so we will insert the outcome of today's conference in ASEAN Chairman Statement 2025. Underscoring the significance of this conference as a regional platform for dialogue, innovation, and cooperation. In doing so, we aim to strengthen ASEAN's unified voice on the global stage while ensuring our regional initiative remains sustained, inclusive, and impactful. I wish all participants fruitful deliberation and meaningful exchanges in the day ahead. Together, let us put all hands on deck to shape a sustainable plastic future for ASEAN and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Pubadi. I would like to seek your cooperation to just remain on stage because we have for our next agenda. Nevertheless, I would like to say your message truly highlights the spirit of cooperation that brings us together here and will surely guide our discussion throughout the day. At the same time, we'd like to invite all the 5 opening session speakers on their representatives to come back on stage to take the group photos together. Let's welcome Mr. Tatsukone Chonla-Mountri, the representative from the Department of Water Resources of the Ministry of Agriculture and Environment of Lao PDR, together with His Excellency Tetsuya Watanabe, President of ERIA, Mr. Oscar Likuye, already up on stage, thank you very much, and Mr. Jeet Kar, Policy and Trade Sustainability Lead, Global Plastic Action Partnership, World Economic Forum. So, yeah. Okay, let's stand together first. Get closer. Yeah. Are they centered? All right, nice. Yeah. Okay, now we do the cross hand. Right. And we do the cross, the ASEAN way. The ASEAN way hand, yeah. One more, yeah. Don't forget that one. It's a must. All right. Closer, yeah. Nice one. All right, thank you. Thank you very much to all our VVIPs on the stage. Dr. Pubadi. May return to the seats right now. All right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we officially open the ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution 2025. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to move forward to the first session of the conference. Reflections on ASEAN Regional Action Plan and Way Forward. This session takes a bird's eye view on regional initiatives addressing plastic pollution in ASEAN. We will reflect on the implementation progress of the ASEAN Regional Action Plan for combating marine debris, along with its achievements and challenges. As it approaches its conclusion, key regional stakeholders will also discuss the way forward for the next phase of plastic pollution countermeasures. And without further ado, let us welcome the moderator of the session, Dr. Prema Kumara Jagatdikela Gamara Lalagae from IGES, to conduct the first session. Let's welcome. Give a big round of applause.
Okay, good morning, His Excellencies, distinguished delegates, panelists and colleagues. My name is Kumara. Thank you, MC, for pronouncing my name correctly. It's a very long name. I'm from Institute for Global Environmental Strategies, IGS, in Japan. It's my great honor to chair this high-level policy session on the reflection on ASEAN Regional Action Plan for combating plastic debris and the way forward. Before going to the sessions, how many of you know this Regional Action Plan? Oh, still a lot of people don't know. And how many of you read this Regional Action Plan? Okay. So how many of you take action on this Regional Action Plan? Okay, I think this is very important because still I feel some are still not much aware of this action plan. And we are in the last year of the action plan period. So this action plan actually outlined 14 regional action and strategies covering 4 key framework, policy support, research innovation, public awareness, education, and private sector engagement. It's very comprehensive ASEAN collaborative efforts to address marine plastic pollution in more inclusive manner. A wide range of development partners here. Today also we heard a lot of good message. Also are supporting ASEAN Secretariat to implement and this action plan. So as we approach the final year, according to the action plan timetable, it's from 2021 to 2025. I think this session and discussions today is very timely opportunity for ASEAN members and everybody in here as a ASEAN community to look back and see how far we are achieved this regional action plan and what is the gaps and what should be we go from here on. So I think this session is going to address some of these questions based on the time limitations. But we have very distinguished speakers and panelists who are actively involved in this the designing of this action plan and also the implementation of this action plan with us. So without not taking much time, let me invite our panel today to come to the stand. So first, Mr. Pong Gayang, he is advisor to ASEAN Regional Project AMUSE and 3R Pro from GIZ. Thank you. And then we have Mr. Daniel Mira Salama. He's a lead environmental specialist, Global Department of the Environment, the World Bank. So we also have Dr. Arisman, Executive Director of the Center for Southeast Asian Studies. Not last but not least, we have a very important person for this discussion, Dr. Won Sok, Head of Environment Division, Assistant Director for Sustainable Development, the ASEAN Secretariat. So, taking the time, what I'm thinking as a moderator, to each of these panelists have a very small time, 5 to 8 minutes, to give a brief presentation, what they had done so far. And after that, I'm going to have a small first round of moderating session to ask them to learn what they learned from these 5 years working on the action plan. And then I will a little bit open the question and answer from you, from the audience, before going to the second time based on the time. So first, without not taking time, I will ask Mr. Bong to share 3R Proma project lessons learned.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. I would like to thank the government of Malaysia, ERIA, and implementation partners of ACCPP for giving me this opportunity to present the work of GIZ in the area of marine litter prevention and contribution to the Regional Action Plan implementation. Our recent work in this area is happening basically through the project 3R Proma, which stands for Reduce, Reuse, Recycle to Protect the Marine Environment. This project has basically ended in June this year, but we are preparing a next phase, so we are waiting for the commissioning by the government from Germany, and to start in January or the end of this year with the next phase of the project. This will happen then again in close cooperation with the ASEAN Secretariat, more specifically with the Environment Division, and it will integrate the results from the previous phase of 3R Proma, as well as results from the ongoing project MUSE, ASEAN Municipal Solid Waste Management Enhancement. But now I would like to look back a little bit on the achievements of the previous phase. So 3R Proma is a regional project which operates at different levels. We engage with selected counties, with municipalities, and also with the private sector. At the regional level, we cooperate closely with the Environment Division in the area of capacity development. And one core pillar of this engagement is the partnership that we have established with the Asian Institute of Technology, with Economic Research Institute for ASEAN, ERIA, and with the Norwegian Institute for Water Research, NIVA. So each of the partner brings very specific expertise and knowledge in the area of marine litter prevention. And so together we were able to work on this area. We have developed then also complementary with other partners on some knowledge products as contribution to the Regional Action Plan, including, for example, the baseline study on microplastics, which we developed together with NIVA. We supported ERIA in the development of the EPR webpage. And also with other partners, we developed studies on just transition and the behavior change toolbox, which is also addressing what the specific actions of the Regional Action Plan. Towards the end of the project, we conducted a survey to assess the knowledge level of our partners. So this survey includes a questionnaire as well as interviews where we involved partners from the working group we have been working with, including the working group on coastal marine environment, environmentally sustainable cities, and chemicals and waste. I don't want to go too much into the details here. I would like just to highlight some results. So on the right side of the screen, you see the topics which we have identified as relevant because they were named as relevant by the participants, but also because they are self-assessed with a rather low score of knowledge. So these topics include, for example, the estimation and monitoring of leakage, design of waste collection fee, EPR, engagement with informal sector, and also what we received as feedback was that not all representatives from AMS are aware of the implementation status of the Regional Action Plan. On the left side, you see some conclusions from the interviews, so qualitative statements. Our partners basically confirmed that the platform at ASEAN level for exchange and knowledge transfer is very valuable. But when it came to the question on the effectiveness, so the questions were rather diverging. So this, we can interpret it in a way that there is still space for improvement of such exchange formats. Useful platforms were named as ERIA, the ERIA knowledge platform, as well as GPML. And in terms of topics, basically the topics named already in the questionnaire was also again then confirmed. So EPR, behavior change are quite important for our partners. So from this we can draw some conclusions and also recommendations. So the results gave us a clear understanding on the topics which we need to address in the following. We also understand that the way we convey the capacity development or implement the capacity development might be improved. So there is a need for more practical guidance material, and also the exchange via peer-to-peer learning was demanded and valued as important. During the implementation of 3R Proma, we also face high fluctuation of staff in our partner institutions, which then likely leads to the decline of knowledge or loss of knowledge. So one aspect that we have concluded from the survey is that we need a more find a better way to institutionalize the knowledge and maintain the knowledge in the institutions. And one means to do this is to develop a centralized digital knowledge platform where good practices and implementation experiences are gathered and available for any partners, any staff. Also towards the end of the project, so this year we implemented a small scale study to review the implementation of the regional action plan. So you have heard that the timeline is 2025, and so the objective of this review was to take stock of the implementation status, to inform the AMS about the status and the gaps. Also to review, because the plan was adopted in 2021, and since then other initiatives like the Blue Economy Framework, the Circular Economy Framework, the INC initiative came up. And so the objective was also to review how well this regional action plan is aligned to those new initiatives. And basically the third objective is to prepare recommendations to inform ASEAN member states and also to inform further engagement and project design. Just few highlights from the results. So in terms of implementation, most of the activities are ongoing and to be concluded in 2026. There are still few action areas which are not covered, including the sea-based litter management, green public procurement, and consumer labeling. In terms of institutional arrangements, so the regional action plan suggested structures like the project management unit, cross-sectoral task force, but also ASEAN Center for Marine Debris, which are, as our understanding, not fully implemented. Regarding the thematic coverage, so there are some aspects which are not fully addressed by the regional action plan, including, for example, hazardous substance. So it must be hazardous substance, not waste, sorry for this. Life cycle approach and also trade. And regarding framework alignment, so I have mentioned the newer initiatives coming up, including the ASEAN Blue Economy Framework, ASEAN Circular Economy Framework, but also discussion for the Global Plastic Treaty. And there we find that the regional action plan could be stronger aligned to those frameworks in the future. For example, the aspect of conservation, resource conservation, aquaculture to be aligned with the Blue Economy Framework. There are also from the 1 minute, please. There are also some aspects from the Global Plastic Treaty which are missing, including, for example, just transition, solid waste management, and as I mentioned, hazardous substances. yeah, with that, then I think I should stop here and happy to answer the questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pong. I know you need more time because 3-hour Pro project they done a lot of work to explain. So thank you very much summarizing them in the short time. So next, I would like to invite Daniel to share the progress of CMAP program. I know you need more time because CMAP covered 12, maybe 14 actions implementation. So Daniel.
Thank you so much, moderator. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I want to thank the government of Malaysia, ASEAN, ERIA, and all the partners, distinguished guests. It's a pleasure to be here today to present a little bit on the CMAP project, the Southeast Asia Regional Program to Combat Marine Plastics. But just briefly, at the World Bank, we work with many ASEAN member states and with many other countries around the world in implementing circular economy principles and projects. We basically do two main buckets of things. We generate knowledge to bridge gaps that is useful for decision making. And we also then work with our partners to implement the projects, to provide financing and implementation support on these projects. So today I'm going to talk specifically about the Southeast Asia Regional Program to Combat Marine Plastics, which is a project that is prepared and implemented by ASEAN through the ASEAN Secretariat. And the owner, so to speak, is the Environment Division. So we have here Dr. Wong. So any question about my presentation, you can ask him. He knows very well these projects as they are the main implementers. But the CMAP project is a 5-year project. It started in 2022 and it will close in 2027. And it's a $20 million grant to the ASEAN community implemented by the ASEAN Secretariat. And there is a technical support by UNOPS that has a regional implementation support unit. And the project management unit is located at the ASEAN Secretariat. The main objective of this project is to strengthen plastic policies and regulatory frameworks and to promote innovative solutions to help reduce plastic pollution in Southeast Asia. You have there the QR code. It's a very rich page with information. And the main purpose of this project is to implement some of the actions in the regional action plan. And as I saw that not many people raised their hands when the moderator asked the question, I think the next slide is quite relevant and I'll spend a minute on it. This is the architecture of the regional action plan on combating marine debris in ASEAN. It has 4 main buckets, and this regional action plan was put together by the ASEAN member states as the response of ASEAN to the marine pollution crisis. So it has 4 main buckets, one around policy, support and planning, another one about research, innovation and capacity building, another one on public awareness and outreach, and a 4th one on the private sector. So these are the 4 buckets where ASEAN, through the ASEAN Secretariat, could play an important role in supporting ASEAN member states as they tackle this crisis. And it was a little bit divided between different parts of the cycle of the solid waste management, from reducing inputs to enhancing collection and creating value from the waste. So out of this broad framework, there are 14 very clear actions. They are all mentioned here. And this CMAP project that I'm presenting today, supported by the World Bank, implemented by the ASEAN Secretariat, is covering 10 of those 14 actions. It's also supporting some of the enabling conditions to make the regional action plan work, such as a baseline study and a financing strategy. Some of these actions are around, for example, guidelines on how to implement a single-use plastic ban or phase down, or guidelines on extended producer responsibility, or how to create a toolkit on how to do outreach on behavioral change of ASEAN member states, and many others. So support to date, as I mentioned, it started in 2022. Like many projects, the onset sometimes takes a little bit of time, but the project right now is in full steam. The large majority of these actions that I highlighted before are under implementation. It has already concluded a very important milestone, which is the recommendations for a plastic pollution indicator framework for ASEAN, where there was a regional baseline analysis conducted of existing plastic pollution data and proposed indicators that all member states could use to better report on plastic pollution. There have been many multiple networking sessions, capacity building, knowledge exchange, and dissemination. And on those actions that I presented before, the majority are already under implementation. We have solid drafts for most of them. Most recently, there were consultations with ASEAN member states on deliverables such as the best practice manual for developing standards and technical requirements for plastic packaging and labeling, the EPR handbook and toolkit, behavioral change communication strategy playbook, a guidebook for common methodologies for assessment and monitoring on plastic pollution. So these are all important deliverables that you can find them in the project's webpage, that are expected to help and guide the member states as they go along their own domestic challenges with plastic reduction. In addition, there are two very important deliverables of this project as well. One of them is a regional platform for innovation and investment. And just during this week, they will be organizing some events at the convention center. And this regional platform for innovation and investment is expected to put together investors together with entrepreneurs, small and medium-sized enterprises that are looking for financing, that are looking to scale up, and they can receive support in terms of like training, capacity building, bringing their products closer to market and to receiving funding. So this is a critical piece of the work of this project. Another such important platform is a knowledge and partnership platform. And I was glad to see that you mentioned that was one of the key gaps. So this platform is expected to cover that gap. It will be an online platform where different types of stakeholders can exchange information and knowledge. The project is also, as we speak, designing a resource mobilization strategy and a project sustainability strategy. So stay tuned, because the large majority of these products will be available in the next months. The project is also very active in promoting communication. So there are updates that are published very regularly. You can see them in many media, like in LinkedIn, but also in others. There is a project e-newsletter. There are updates on project activities on the CMAP website. And there are also information on what individual member states are doing to combat massive plastic pollution. So I was asked to also reflect a little bit on challenges and opportunities. Some of the main challenges that were encountered when this project was being implemented is, first, these are complex topics. The issue is relatively new, and for some of the challenges, there wasn't a clear global knowledge that it was available. That also led to sometimes it's difficult to secure good providers of knowledge. How can you engage the right type of partners and providers that can help you develop some of these products that have an ASEAN-level scope? It takes time to build consensus. This is a consensus-building project, and it takes time to discuss, to talk, etc. And you also have some of the expected complexities of implementing a regional project where you have 10 ASEAN member states at different levels of interest, institutions, policies, realities on the ground. So it always takes that time to build consensus, to find the minimum common denominator and push forward. But this also gives a lot of opportunities. There is a vast wealth of information, knowledge, and capacity that is being promoted through this program, and there is an opportunity to bank on this knowledge, to flesh it out even further, to disseminate it and make it sustainable. There is an opportunity to continue supporting the agenda. This is far from over. The plastic crisis is still there. So there are large opportunities to provide continued support along the whole value chain. And finally, there is also a huge opportunity to collaborate. And I think we can see it here today, given the variety of stakeholders, the variety of topics, and the wealth of information that we have in this room. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for sharing CMAP program and its progress and future perspectives. So let's Dr. Arisman. So he will share with us ASEANO project overview and its contribution to the RAP implementation.
Yeah, good morning to all of you. Okay. Our institution, together with Norwegian Institute for Water Research, is an implementing partner for ASEAN-Norwegian Cooperation Project on Local Capacity Building for Reducing Plastic Pollution, or called ASEANO. This project is in the stage of phase 2, 2023 until 2027. I would like to share our journey. We start our ASEANO project in 2019 until 2022. We start with the case study in 2 ASEAN countries, which is Indonesia and Philippines, and then follow up by 2 ASEAN countries, Cambodia and Vietnam. Of course, the project outcome will support the implementation of regional action plan for combating marine debris in ASEAN member states. The objective of our project, of course, to develop targeted, cost-efficient, preventive, mitigative measures for plastic pollution relevant for all ASEAN member states through multidisciplinary, cross-sectoral, and holistic approach. Our main goals, of course, to provide science-based knowledge on source, release, refill, and transport for plastic of marine environment. This is important because we work in the river as a source from the going to the ocean. Also, the same like GIZ and World Bank project, we share experience, best practice, not only for the monitoring, but also for the best practice from the industry who have initiative how to reduce plastic waste or plastic pollution. This is our main goals. This is our case study site. The first one in Vietnam, in Hải Phòng. We work in the river in Hải Phòng before going to the ocean. And then we also work in the river, at the river in Siem Reap in Cambodia. This is still ongoing project. Like I mentioned, this is until 2027. So we still have like 1 year, another 1 year. When we come to the ASEAN Regional Action Plan, I believe, like mentioned by the moderator, I guess this morning, everyone already read the Regional Action Plan. So for our project, we also refer to this framework, policy support and planning, research innovation and capacity building, public awareness, education, and outreach. Of course, the last one is private sector engagement, also important. If we look at, this is our outcome, we have 5 outcomes. The first one is local river monitoring capacity build and increase. The second outcome is effect of measure and mechanism for the plastic value chain, explore and assess. The third outcome, awareness increase and knowledge enable to reduce pollution from plastic in the local community. And then, of course, for the outcome 4, policy implementation, improve under different cultural and socio-economic setting. And then the last one, integrated knowledge-based mitigation planning develop. This is all the ASEANO outcome, 5 outcome, of course, connect to directly to the regional action plan. This is the same with Daniel. So we also refer to this table. Just for your information, among these 3 projects, GIZ, World Bank, and us, we have an informal meeting every 2 months for coordination among projects to make sure our project can complement each other. And then this is a very more detail about how the ASEAN project output relevant to the ASEAN Region Action Plan. So yeah, I think you can read later. I would like to close my presentation by how we strengthening the ASEAN regional coordination, since there's a lot of action plan framework, also mentioned by Daniel. Last month, I was in the panel in the ASEAN Blue Economy Forum in Sabah. There's also ASEAN Blue Economy Framework, ASEAN Circular Economy Framework, so a lot of framework, so how we work together. And of course, in ASEAN, maybe some of you are also familiar with this kind of working group. There's ASEAN Working Group on Coastal and Marine Environment, this working group is very important for our project. We work with the focal point, especially for these 4 countries, Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, and Cambodia. And of course, this is also related to other working group. Again, marine plastic pollution or marine debris is a cross-sectoral issues, so this is need more coordination. There's also initiative like regional platform by ERIA, by ECAP, NIFA, as well as GIZ. So I think the integrated approach needed between the sectoral body, including, of course, the private sector, and also this is be how the regional action plan can be more effective and impact to reduce the plastic pollution in ASEAN. So I think this is my highlight because I believe a lot of initiative in the region, because one of our output also now still ongoing. We have several studies on mapping the initiative by food and beverage industry to reduce plastic packaging waste in ASEAN, as well as how the tourism industry reduce the plastic packaging as well. So I think these 2 studies will come out at the end of this year. Hopefully, can be contribute also for the regional action plan. I think that's all my presentation. Thank you so much. I look forward for more discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arisman. The highlighting importance of the data-driven policy making and coordination. So now we have Dr. Wonsok. He will make us some reflection looking back of the implementation of GPAP.
Thank you very much. I think it's you see already the presentation from the key important partner implement the regional action plan. So ASEAN Secretariat also very happy to join with you all today. It's a great honor and also a privilege that I present here at the 3rd conference in Malaysia. With that, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Malaysia. It's always champion inclusivity and also sustainability. Plastic pollution, one of the major issue, and also Malaysia as a chair of the working group also for this matter. So with that, I think this is the way we can work together more toward the end of the plastic in the region. So this is my presentation. You see the similar sort of presentation presented by the partner, because the guiding document to implement to address the plastic pollution is through the regional action plan, that as the key document. So you can see this regional action plan everywhere, but when it happened, I don't want to describe all the story behind, but that is under the ASEAN Chairmanship 2019 Thailand. At that time, we have this sort of Bangkok Declaration on Combating Marine Debris and the Framework of Action before release of this regional action plan. You see what? The successful story of ASEAN Chairmanship each year provide important, well-thought, and well-addressed the issue in the region. So plastic pollution, marine debris have been well identified at that time by Thailand as ASEAN chair. And this is the outcome of ASEAN Chair 2019 under Thailand chairmanship. With that, I think we have a lot of effort to develop this sort of regional action plan with the support of many partners. One of those important is World Bank as well. And with that, not only World Bank developed this sort of regional action plan, but World Bank also invests. By meaning invest that, it means working with us to address this issue by implement this regional action plan. The CMAP program have been awarded for the region. It means that the presentation by Daniel. And also other partners, including the Sri Proma and also the ASEAN Phase 2, and many other partners, including Japan, and also other partners that contribute to the addressing the plastic pollution. But I mean, look from that, all of you just question right now, 2025, where we are at. Have we complete 100%? You see the highlight, the green highlight from the screen, which is some of the action that highlight by the implementing partner, particularly World Bank CMAP program. So what's that? It means that develop some of the guidelines. Basically, we say paper, mostly. Where's the action? Where's the plastic pollution have been addressed? That happened at the high level. Where's the ground level? But that is the way we, ASEAN level, provide this sort of guiding document. And this not mean stop there. This guiding document has spread all over the places, from the regional, national, to the local level, from various sectors as well. So these have been well acknowledged by many players, many actors in the region. So we on good progress in multiple sort of areas. It's not mean that we have to do action at the region. Action region here is the guiding action. Provide strategic direction, mobilize partner support, mobilize the resource to build the capacity, to build the information-based management, to provide sound information for any decision making and planning and investment in the country, and provide different opportunity for the country. But we make a lot of effort, but never enough. That you hear a lot, the challenge presented by all the three partners. I would like to highlight at the last what is the key challenge they highlight. So, but here's all the related initiatives that have been presented. I not really repeat that, but that is not only that. We have many other partners working with ASEAN, working with ASEAN Secretariat, working with environment sector, working with other sector. Not only within environment sector, working outside environment sector a lot, which is contribute to the plastic pollution upstream, downstream, or midstream. On top of that, I think at the country level, a lot of initiative. The UN agency, also international organization, CSO, and also the community-based organization address plastic pollution also. Why they have to do that? Because the shared vision and mission of plastic pollution, that the regional sort of take lead and share this sort of perspective that we must address this plastic pollution to make our healthy environment and reserve our natural productivity and increase our value for future economic. So this just provide you example that the way we work at the regional level to promote this sort of engagement and mobilize the support to the partner and to the country and to the community. You may recall why ASEAN chairmanship each year have different things. That I'm talking about 2019, that the regional action plan on combating marine debris. Now, 2024, during Laos chairmanship, Laos also issue ASEAN Declaration on Plastic Circularity, Why come up with that another declaration? Why? There must be something as an added value. Otherwise, member states not endorse that. Because of the question of circularity, the RAP more looking toward downstream approach. This is the way we try to capture whatever the global plastic treaty issue, looking upstream, midstream sort of level. And this is the way Laos try to promote this sort of circularity issue. Is it enough, the plastic circularity? With number of key documents along, I think with the framework of circular economy and so on and so forth, I think not enough. ASEAN worked with multiple fronts. And then we also, you may recall the 2023 during Indonesian Championship as well. We have the Blue Economy Declaration as well. Is it totally separate from the plastic pollution? No, it's still very relevant. So this signifies that each year ASEAN Championship significantly contribute to environment, sustainability, and so on. Not to highlight just Malaysia this year, because you receive many messages about Malaysian Championship, inclusivity and sustainability. A lot of things have been discussed. So even this event is part of Malaysian support. This is the way we organize this conference. So ASEAN Championships made significant way forward for our great success. So that the way plastic pollution will be with the leadership of the ASEAN Championship each year will play important role. Now, during ASEAN Championship this year, Malaysia come up with this Kuala Lumpur Declaration on ASEAN 2045, Our Shared Future. This is a master document of ASEAN that consists of a number of key documents, key strategic goal, objective, key result area, total strategic measure, and also related to the matter of social, cultural, and the cross-pillar issue. One of the things that I would like to highlight for this Share Vision 2045 here, a lot of activity have been identified as cross-cutting issue. The different from the old version of the AACC Blueprint 2025. This new Share Vision identify a lot of cross-cutting issue activity. Then come to the point that all of the speakers point out about cooperation, collaboration, coordination. But who going to do that? Point you already point out is about ASEAN Secretariat, sectoral body, about working group. But who going to do that? In which role? Who provide their role? And so on and so forth. So I would like to stop here. This is maybe the question for our conversation for the whole day. Thank you very much. I stop here.
So thank you very much, Dr. Wong, starting our conversation and giving some questions to the panelists to think about. I like your presentation that look at this action plan as an end result, because it's a start of the journey of addressing marine pollution in ASEAN community. So then let me start the first round of panel discussion. First go to Mr. Pong. I start from what Dr. Wong stopped. So he highlighted the importance of this coordination, cooperation. I know you have mentioned about the 3 Pro March program. So you are partnering with many partners to implement these activities, especially building capacities at the national and local government. So can you a little bit elaborate some lessons from these aspects?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think latest by now, the guests here understand the regional action plan much better now. And so you saw from the 14 actions, and I think there are still some actions which we could add on, how complex the topic is. So this requires integrated approach. This requires a wide scope of different expertise. And so when we established this partnership, we aimed of this to offer a wide package of expertise with AIT, ERIA, and NIVA, and this was even then complemented with additional partners. So we also had joint events with the World Bank, and so this partnership was a direct contribution to the regional action plan. I think activity action 8 is enhancing knowledge network. And through this network, we were also able to produce different knowledge products. So I mentioned the Just Transition study. This was or is still not part of the action plan, but it is a topic which was very much discussed in the context of the Global Plastic Treaty. And this topic was also named then by the AMS as very important. So this could serve as a baseline to define and develop an action for updating, amending the regional action plan. Then we had also the microplastic study. I think this study proves that microplastic is prevalent here in the ASEAN region, and also this study could serve as a basis for further engagement. For example, by developing more specific policy recommendations. This would be also then a more specific contribution to the regional action plan. So I think the implementation of this partnership confirmed that this wide range of activities, wide range of expertise is required. We also learned that at the beginning it was quite, it was not easy to establish this partnership and coordinating the different work plans. But once it was established, I think we were able to provide this capacity development program very flexibly and timely in terms of topics. We received feedback from other partners that we are very, they were wondering how flexible we are just to organize a webinar at short notice. And I think this format was very well confirmed by AMS.
Thank you very much. So highlighting importance and also challenges in building partnership and with the key players. So thank you very much.
So I want to go to Daniel. So this is very interesting because you mentioned the complexity. So I think that's the issue of regional programs, because even the ASEAN, we developed this ASEAN regional roadmap, but the ASEAN countries have different level of status. So, and how you feel and consider this complexity matter in implementing your projects activities?
Thanks. This makes me think of a proverb. When I lived in Africa, people used to say a lot, and I think applies everywhere, which is something like, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together, right? So, when you work with multiple partners, definitely you don't go fast, which is something that sometimes you want to see. But the good part of that is that you can go far as long as you bring everybody along, right? So, one complexity in working in any regional situation is that the different members have different idiosyncrasies, completely different political, economic, social. They come from different backgrounds, from different histories. So bringing everybody along has complexity. And there is no silver bullet for this. I think it's a lot about discussion, collaboration, good attitude, bringing everybody on the table, finding the minimum common denominator that everybody can buy into, trying to understand each other, empathy. What I've heard Dr. Wong say many times is the ASEAN way to bring everybody along, not to leave anybody behind, and to find that commonality that everybody can agree on. And that is not always evident. So you have to also be creative. You have to promote dialogue. You have to promote capacity, training, discussion, a lot of outreach. And these are things that sometimes when we design projects, we don't think too much. We go straight into what is the output, what is the outcome, what is the product that we want to see. But to get there, especially in a regional context, you really have to think that the whole discussion that brings you there is as valuable as the product itself. And that's what we are learning in the implementation of this program, and that we're hoping to get better and better with time. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So highlighting the issues and the importance. So I want to ask Dr. Arisman. So you mentioned the data-driven policy making and also the challenge in coordination, because I know collection data and coordination is very challenging. So how you overcome or how you address this in your program?
Yeah. When it comes to the coordination, of course, this is one of the challenges of based on our experience in the ASEAN 01, we work with Indonesia and Philippines. The simple one, because one of our project component, it should be related to the working group, one in the economic pillar and the other in the socio-cultural pillar under Dr. Fong. So I think this is one of about the structure of the ASEAN. They have 3 pillars, and then this is my personal perspective maybe, between economic and socio-cultural pillar is not easy because it's a cross-cutting. But maybe under the same pillar, based on our experience with ASEAN Secretariat, especially under Dr. Fong, very support, like let's say if we have a workshop, we invite all several working group together, chemical waste, sustainable city. So this is more easier. And then in the national level, I think like the case of Indonesia, when we are talking about marine pollution, we have to deal with 2 ministries, the Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries, and then the Ministry of Environment. And they also have a unit or a director for marine pollution. And then when it comes to the waste management, like Indonesia, again, I give an example Indonesia, there's a 3 ministry involved: Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Public Works, and Ministry of Environment. Yeah, like our project, because we work in the river, so this is the domain of public works. So we have to consult and discussion with public work. But the focal point in ASEAN is Ministry of Environment. So I think this is one of our lesson learned in the ASEAN 01, how we deal with several ministry in Indonesia. And then the last one, I agree with Daniel, because each of member state have different capacity and different priority. Because some countries focusing on the downstream or upstream, so we try to refer to the action plan, like for industry, the simple one. We have to talk directly to the industry association, like packaging industry, recycling industry, how the best practice they already done. So we try to capture and then make this as a lesson learned for other ASEAN member states. And then the last one about data, of course, this is maybe one of our output. Also, we would like to share our data in this 4 case study as a reference in the ASEAN member states. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, this is one of the main issues here, coordination, even within national. So I have a very crazy question for the Dr. Wan. I know you also, ASEAN, we also have climate ASEAN Regional Action Plan, Biodiversity Regional Action Plan. When looking at these action plans, how your evaluation about the implementation of the Marine Litter Action Plan, and how the government's interest about this subject when compared to these other top subject happening in ASEAN context?
Yeah, I think now I'm talking to the point that all the speaker point out about this sort of challenge and also opportunity. The fundamental word that have been used to implement it successfully is coordination, collaboration, and cooperation. But if we not turn the right thing, it becomes competition. And some other thing can be competition. We may not see this as a real competition as a direct, but it's competition among other. So how to turn all this fancy word, coordination, cooperation, and collaboration, work well to address on particular issue, such as marine debris or plastic pollution. Then it's not easy. Then come to the point of start to say complexity. When asked to do the job, there's a lot of complexity issue. It's about mindset to me. It's a mindset complexity. Of course, complexity because of it's not falling within existing jurisdiction where spelled out clearly you are responsible from A to Z for that subject matter. Because this cross-cutting issue come from multiple sources, impact multiple receptors, and also involve many players. Therefore, this is not an easy task. And then when it comes to regional action plan implementation, who's going to coordinate? How to coordinate that? What to coordinate? You have heard already from the project, just implement project activity alone, see a lot of challenge in terms of coordination. What about ASEAN that coordinate? Multiple partners, multiple projects from the full sort of geographic extent from the region up to the local level to get that sort of impact. It's a huge challenge. And how many manpower resource that we have in order to achieve that? Almost bare. So what can we do? We stretch our arm, our leg to do whatever the best possible way to support member states, to coordinate and to support partner. Now, I'm just a student because since we study, since we work on that, we also learn how to improve our performance. We keep continuous improving our performance and our learning journey every day. At least from ASEAN Secretariat side, my side, I do that. Now, just simple question. What is the meaning of coordination? Do you know that? Everyone use that word. But very easy. But how you can define this coordination? Coordination means a lot. In what way? But one other simple thing that I will say is about managing the dependency. So, in order to coordinate, you have to create the clear dependency, but a lot of things, independency. For example, in between projects, I'm just saying here, not a point of finger, but the real thing, independency, we just have to coordinate. Who have meant that to coordinate? Unless we create this sort of real connection, dependency that work with each other. The independent level is a good thing, but that comes to the question of how to coordinate. So it means managing the dependency. So we have to create the dependency. How to create that? What is that the dependency? That is about relationship building, have to be built proper. And we have no proper mechanism to make that happen. Now, I'm highlighting what ASEAN tried to do. ASEAN Secretariat continues to improve our performance and adaptive learning. One thing that I would like to highlight, during the ASEAN Working Group on Coastal Marine Environment meeting, we have coordination meeting that we allow all partners to join together to learn from each other and also to connect and talk to each other in order to harmonize action and also to support each other, to complement effort. This is one thing. And we also, ASEAN Secretariat, open opportunity for the partner to talk to each other, to explore, to work together, and to, to create sort of any synergistic effect to the region. This is the way we create. But that's not enough. During the working group meeting, we also invite them to participate. During the particular event, we also invite all the partners to join and share here and there in order to optimize the result. But never enough. Still, ASEAN sectors still have limited in terms of mandate, because of the question of dependency and independency. So I'm just raised this question for us to study and continue to improve the level of independency, and the dependency here raised a big question from theoretical standpoint, how we can coordinate that. Unless we set up clear mandate, because we have a lot of categorization of what? Coordination, look from the theoretical standpoint. Prioritization, sequencing, first come, first serve, many areas that need to do. With that, I just leave this question for further discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wong, highlighting the importance of this coordination and synergy. So I know time is very limited, but I want to open maybe one or two any comments or remarks or the question from the audience or our online. I know online participants are also there. You have one? Yes, please. I hope organizers give us a few more minutes.
Thank you. Sure, I'll relay one question from online, from our online viewers. So one is from Indonesia. Really appreciate today's insightful discussion on collaboration and innovation to tackle plastic pollution. In this digital and content democracy era, young people have become powerful agents of change through online platforms and creative movements. Does ASEAN have any plan to strengthen youth participation, for example, through digital collaboration, leadership programs, or capacity building initiatives to ensure their long-term involvement in combating plastic pollution? So perhaps any future regional action plan that involves youth participation? Thank you.
So who want to, maybe Dr. Wong will...
Yeah, it's a general question for the panelists.
Could you repeat the question, maybe shorter, because it's echo sound I could not capture well.
Yes, so the question is on youth participation, specifically on digital, initiatives, collaboration with the youth. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think youth have been identified and well recognized by ASEAN leader and as an important player and future of ASEAN. That very clearly, you look from the ASEAN leader statement and summary, all the time youth is really in the highlight. And with that, I think the youth have been also recognized, not only recognized, but also involved actively in a number of activities from environment sector, from marine debris, and so on and so forth. I think all partners have been identified youth as a part of champion, as part of different event, knowledge event, capacity building, and also innovative of thinking of youth in the way how to promote the shared solution and innovative solution to the region. With that, I think I also highlight many other opportunities that in youth forum, I say that youth, you identify opportunity that is really work for you, but this is not enough. I think you can also communicate to us, to ASEAN Secretariat, if you want to participate in any other opportunity. We create opportunity, we create platform. However, we still acknowledge that some area we need to improve. Therefore, please reach out to us. Thank you very much.
So I think we are very in the end of the time, but I want to give one last chance for all panelists to say only one statement from here on, how you feel we should go beyond 2025 regional action plan.
Thank you. I think, it was developed in 2021, so it's based on the good practices and experiences from there. Since then, of course, new initiatives have came up, but I think that we have still a very high momentum. I mean, many activities are ongoing and will be concluded soon. So there is a high momentum on this we can build on. There are some aspects which are missing. I have mentioned. So I think it would be the most practical way somehow to build on this regional action plan, to focus on the aspects which are missing. For the future, I think I see two priority areas. So I have mentioned that the implementation arrangements suggested in the current REP are not fully implemented. We from GIZ, but maybe I can also speak for the knowledge partners, we should explore how we can take one or the other role in this. Then, of course, the missing aspects I have mentioned, we should add on, and I think this is the most practical way, and also from the economic perspective, to develop further this regional action plan and to make it a long-living guiding document for the ASEAN region.
How about Daniel?
Yeah, for me,
one last.
Yes, very quick. The regional action plan, it's a fantastic document that has highlighted some of the big picture items that can help ASEAN member states. The action happens at the ASEAN member states, right? So I think we need to focus so much more in implementation, in bringing all this knowledge, all these guidelines, all these methodologies, all this support, all this capacity building into action. That's what we would want to see in the next few years.
Yeah, I agree with Daniel. We need more implementation, because regional action plan, more action. And maybe from our side, we hope that more synchronized of policy implementation among ASEAN member states. The case like EPR, they should be like standard of is a mandatory or voluntary, that kind of things. And then also the data, like our project, we're focusing on river monitoring. So the monitoring data and data mentioned earlier also is important to be standard in ASEAN. I think that's all from me.
How about Dr. Wong?
I think for me, we learn a lot about the ongoing sort of effort. So the most important, we have to do two things. One, manage the ongoing thing. Manage well. How to manage? I think the one thing that we think that is about the information-based management. Where those information, it's scattered around. That from the regional perspective, I say. This is one of the things that had to coordinate and had to manage. Second thing, knowledge management. Where to manage those knowledge. How to optimize use those knowledge. This is all big question. Therefore, this is the most important to inform the review of the RAP later on. They should be well informed, the RAP, how RAP, next RAP can do. Because this RAP may not be reflect the future. So the second point I highlight is about the future RAP. Whether enough or we should do something. I think we need to consider also something that happened around a lot from ASEAN leader sort of decision like Blue Economy Declaration, plastic circularity, many other things related to that, to the plastic pollution. Even the threat also affect on that, and also the aspect of the strategic vision 2045. All of this really need to reflect how the RAP should be developed, and in consideration of the Global Plastic Treaty, where we are at, whether we prepare ourselves to be in line with that or we just ignore it. So this really need to inform about the next phase of RAP result. So with that, we hope all of you will contribute and share our future together. Thank you.
So thank you very much, all our panelists. Give a big hand, and also participants for your contributions and reflections. So I think a few things I learned for the discussions. One is it's very important, this regional actions plan, but it's not the end, it is a process. That's what I learned. So we need to have critical reflections among us as members, how the current action plan going on, and to see how we need to plan for the next phase. This is very critical, like Dr. Won mentioned, not for ASEAN, for the global treaty also. I think we can continue these discussions at different levels, regional, national, and local, and academic level, and the civil societies, and make some common understanding and make our future regional action plan for ASEAN. So thank you very much for all your contribution. So give a big hands to our Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. Excellent.
All right, that's the end of our first session this morning. Thank you so much to our moderator, Dr. Prema Kumara Jagadikela Gamara Lalage from my Agence. Can we have the photo session? May I hold all the speakers and the moderator on the stage for a bit? Let's invite the speakers on the stage again for a short photo session. At the same time, the strong keywords that we heard from our speakers this morning: implementation, synchronization, action, and management. So let's try to impose that. Again, thank you very much to all our speakers this morning. We have Dr. Wong Sok, Mr. Daniel, Mr. Pong Jiang, and Dr. Arisman. All right, let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. All right, second session, the title, Understanding Incorporated 5.2 Takeaways Through an ASEAN Lens, focuses on the development progress of the upcoming international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution. We will hear from ASEAN member states and experts on their takeaways from the latest discussions for the Global Plastics Treaty in Geneva. And up next, join me in welcoming the moderator of Session 2, Ms. Aulia Salsabella Suwarno from ERIA.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kiki, for the kind introduction. So I hope everyone is now refreshed after the coffee break, because for this session, we're going to transcend borders and discuss a topic that has gathered countries not just across ASEAN, but across the world to discuss the very instrument that is expected to alleviate the global plastic pollution. So I'm going to do the same as Komara-san. How many of you here know about the Global Plastics Treaty? Okay, like 20%, I would say, which highlights the importance of this session, actually. So to give you a little bit of backstory about this Global Plastics Treaty, for the past 3 years, a series of negotiations have been initiated by the United Nations to address plastic pollution. The negotiations for the Global Plastics Treaty have reached its sixth session, with the latest session held in Geneva last August. These meetings, which we call the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee meetings, or INC meetings, was last held for the 5.2 session, or which we call the INC 5.2. This meeting was expected to be the final round to achieve the international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution. However, as we learned, consensus has not been reached and key issues remain unsolved. These include upstream measures such as caps on plastic production or phase-outs for hazardous chemicals. Moreover, countries have not also agreed upon the mechanisms to ensure fair financial implementation for countries with differing developmental stages. Against this backdrop, to provide us with the clarity on the outstanding issues from the INC and how it impacts our region, we're going to discuss the negotiating process and learn the factors that contributed to this lack of agreement. We will also learn how this global initiative can link to national actions. Therefore, we are going to first understand the development process and the involvement of ASEAN member states in the past INC meetings by hearing from Mr. Fusanori Iwasaki, Research Fellow from ERIA. He will set the scene by elaborating the perceived challenges faced by parties and the relevance of the instrument to ASEAN. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause for Iwasaki-san.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Again, my name is Fusanori Iwasaki. I'm a research fellow in the Research Department, Economics Unit at the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia area in Jakarta. So good morning, everyone. Distinguished delegates and colleagues, it is an honor to come back again, the ACCPP 2025, to present the way forward for the INC from the ASEAN lens. Next slide, please. Oh, may I? I will call it. Plastic pollution is no longer a downstream waste issue only. It spans the entire life cycle from polymer production to design, use, and disposal. Since the UN Resolution 514/2022 mandated a legally binding instrument, 6 INC sessions have unfolded, yet the treaty remains unfinished. Why? Because we are still facing 2 persistent questions. Scope: should the treaty cover upstream production or focus on waste? And depths: should obligation be binding or nationally determined? These tensions shape every round from the zero draft at the INC3 to the most updated Chair's revised text proposal at INC 5.2 in August this year. Today, I will also share how ASEAN's pragmatic approach, grounded in waste management, EPR, and capacity building, can help bridge divides and turn ambition into implementation. And I will argue that ASEAN's diversity, leaning toward upstream ambition, prioritizing circular economy, advocating chemical controls, so on and so forth, can be a strength, not a weakness. Let me briefly frame the milestone. INC 1, surface core areas of dispute. INC 2, introduced an options paper and mandated a zero draft. INC 3, debated the zero draft, moving the process to mid-course. However, the document becomes from 31 pages to over 100 pages. INC 4 worked off a revised draft, streamlined text, and identifying intersessional work. INC 5.1 last year tried to conclude and adjourned with a chair's text as the basis for continued negotiation in 2025. And the latest one, INC 5.2, this August, closed without consensus again, unfortunately, with parties expressing intent to continue in a future region session. These milestones shape the continued challenge before us, how to build the global consensus on scope, obligation, chemicals of concern, production controls, and finance, while keeping implementation central. So this is the latest list of the articles proposed by INC 5.2. So recalling the resolution 514, UNEA 514, UNEA resolution 514 calls for a treaty addressing the full life cycle of plastic. Yet, the interpretation differ. The high ambition coalition we call HSC, over 80 countries, pushed for upstream controls, chemical restriction, and global standards. In contrast, the like-minded groups, LMG, mainly oil-producing countries, prefers a bottom-up approach focusing on waste and voluntary measures. These positions reflect deeper trade-off, ambition versus participation, equity versus efficiency. In relation to the Article 4 of plastic products, HSC argued that without upstreaming measures, caps and virgin polymer production, phase out and problematic plastics, and binding global list of chemicals, the treaty cannot protect health and ecosystems. While the LMZ counters that such measures threaten economic resilience and exceed UNEA's mandate, and also insists on flexibility and exemption. INC 5.2 revealed the four lines. HSC insists on production cap and chemical list, while LMG declines mentioning polymers or additives. Supply and sustainable production, we discussed a lot during the INC. While this term is absent from the latest version, draft, upstream controls remains the most contentious issue. HSC proposed a 40% cut in virgin plastic by 2040, while LMG rejects any production caps. In relation to the Article 10 finance issue, this is also a very, very controversial. Developing countries demand a new dedicated fund modeled on the Montreal Protocol, while most developed countries favor using the Global Environment Facility, GEF, supplemented by voluntary contribution and private finance. Even compromised draft, removing production and chemical provisions, were rejected as lacking ambition. This deadlock signals, that the next phase must combine global clarity with regional flexibility. These disputes are not only technical, they are somehow political. They reflect competing visions of global governance, centralizing standards versus national sovereignty. Again, regarding the two recent INC, in Busan, delegates adjourned with the commitment to use the chair's text as a basis for resume talk. In Geneva, negotiation again ended without agreement, with many calling for stronger binding elements on the plastic production controls, chemicals of concern, and a predictable financial scheme. Others insisted the treaty remains voluntary and focus on the waste management. Therefore, this issue highlights four unsolved challenges. One, caps on phase down of the primary plastic production or not. Two, management of additives, chemicals not covered by other treaties. Three, fair financing for implementation. And four, scopes and nature of obligation, both global or national, mandatory or voluntary. So I do not touch upon in detail, but ASEAN has already achieved through the several documents since 2019. And also that let me look back on the previous ACCPP achievement. Multi-stakeholder dialogues in ASEAN have focused on technical standards for design and traceability, fit-for-market EPR implementation details, reuse refill innovation, digital measurement reporting and verification, and social safeguard for informal workers. These priorities reflect the ASEAN's reality, diverse market structure, emerging EPR regime, and the need to align incentive across the value chain. Practical next step includes codifying minimum design standard and data requirements, piloting EPR scheme to drive recyclability, deploying financial scheme that de-risk municipal project, and embedding just transition principle, training safety, formalization pathways for waste pickers and SMEs. These are precisely the building blocks that can make global treaty obligation implementable and measurable in ASEAN. So the time has come. I don't repeat again so much, but let me also say thank you for your attention. And the INC process is complex, but ASEAN can help bridge divided by demonstrating practical pathway, combining global ambition with regional implementation. Together, we can ensure that when the treaty is agreed, ASEAN is already delivering results for health, jobs, and cleaner environments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Iwasaki-san. Translating global ambition to regional implementation. I love that. That provides us with a great segue to our next panel discussion. So the presentation has provided us with the solid foundation for the following panel. Now we're going to invite negotiators and also observers who have been involved in the past negotiations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the panelists on stage who are undoubtedly well-versed on the development process of the treaty. Together, we're going to pick their brain and learn so much about the impact or the effects of INC and what it means to ASEAN. Let us all welcome Dr. Pubadi Govindasamy, Undersecretary of the Environmental Management Division from NRES. Happy to have you here, Dr. Pubadi. Along with him, let us welcome Ms. Wasana Jangprajak, environmentalist at the senior professional level from the Pollution Control Department of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment from Thailand. Next up, we have Mr. Daryl Gomez, Deputy Director of the International Affairs Department, Policy Division of the National Environment Agency from Singapore. Yes, along with our speakers, we have Mr. Jeet Kar, Policy and Trade Sustainability Lead, Global Plastic Action Partnership of the World Economic Forum. And last but not least, we have Mr. Michikazu Kojima, Senior Research Fellow on Environmental Issues from ERIA. Yes, panelists, thank you very much for coming on stage. And please feel free to take your seat. Before we start, I'm going to point out, ladies and gentlemen, that this panel is going to be very interactive. So I'm not going to be the only one interviewing yours truly, our speakers, but I want to welcome each and every single one of you to be curious in getting knowledge by also proposing questions to our dear speakers during the Q&A session. Okay, so without further ado, I will start with Dr. Pubadi. I know that you participated in the last INC in Geneva. How would you describe the overall atmosphere and dynamics of the negotiations?
Thank you, moderator, Ms. Olia. Okay, basically, okay, I'm the head of delegation for Malaysia. Even though 5 rounds of negotiation went through previously, so I just joined this latest round, 5.2. First, you want to know about the atmosphere. Not so comfortable. Because why? The environment, what we can notice there, actually, every country try to be, I don't want to say champion, but try to maintain and protect their own interests. Basically, for ASEAN, even ASEAN be 10 plus 1 country, 11 country also, we don't have a common position. That's the first challenge I can feel. Second, of course, we prepared this round 5.2 from the APG ASEAN Asia Pacific Group. Okay, present about 60 countries in Bangkok in June. After that, we went to head of delegation meeting in Nairobi, almost like 160, 70 countries. Then after that, the same team, actually we met in Geneva. So I can see first, ASEAN, we don't have a common position. If I really can share the experience of how actually we negotiated the FTA, RCEP, RCEP plus 4, I think some of us involved, there we have our ASEAN position first. Then only we talk to our trade partners. Here, ASEAN, we don't have our position. Even second, for the matter of APG, also, we really not really achieve a consensus. Even though we have some working group, some of our rep actually leading some working group, So the same thing also happened during the actual negotiation. This I can see one of the weakness in this INC negotiation. Okay. And second, as just now our colleague, Mr. Iwasaki mentioned about the big picture of INC, I can see the issue there, the informal group, formation of informal group. Ultimately, one, of course, the HAC, High Ambitious Coalition, and another one is LMC, like-minded country. And in last negotiation, Malaysia, we declare ourselves as a part of our LMC. So far, for the last 5 rounds, we didn't declare any our position. But this time, with the mandate from the government, we declare ourselves as a like-minded country. So there by right, if let's say we have a 2 informal group, by right, we can negotiate between the HAC and LMC. But still, the negotiation go by countries. I can give credit to certain region like Africa, one voice. EU, of course, for that matter, one voice only, one spokesperson. But other than that, all other country, individual country, try to protect their interests and put their position. This is where actually prolong the whole thing. So I think I stop there. So give other panelists to give their view. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Pubadi. I think that paints a picture of how challenging it was to come together with differing national interests, right? And it would be difficult to accommodate everyone. And Daryl, how was your assessment on that? Was that the same impression that you get, or what was that like?
Thank you for the question. And just to introduce myself briefly, I'm Daryl from Singapore's National Environment Agency, and I cover both policy and international within my agency. And I also want to thank the organizers and especially Malaysia as host for convening this meeting, which has been very valuable for the past 3 years for us to exchange views on where we are on plastics and where we want to go. So regarding your question on how the INC process has unfolded so far, I think everyone was a bit quite disappointed, if not unsurprised, that we couldn't land a treaty at the negotiations in Geneva. But to some extent, the signs were already there. I think at the very beginning, I really liked the summary that was presented earlier. From the very beginning, there were signs of major divergences, and all this was already evident back in December 2022. At the first INC. So I was a delegate to the first INC. There was optimism, but it was quite clear that there were certain fissures, there were certain concerns being articulated at the early stages, which would have given everyone some sense of how the negotiations will be playing out. And in that respect, I don't think anyone was surprised by how the divergences deepened, although the conversations were taking place in order to try to to articulate solutions that could be amenable to both sides. But ultimately, I have to echo Dr. Pubadi that delegations ultimately remain entrenched, that positions remain too far apart. And this was already apparent at INC 5. Looking back, you could ask the question of whether more work could have been done between INC 5 and INC 5.2 to bridge those differences. I think as early as INC 3, there were already calls by delegations to have more intersessional sessions because clearly we can't bridge all differences at each of the conferences, so perhaps more conversations needed to be had between the major conferences. We didn't have many of those. We had some, just a month or two before INC 5.2, for example. Maybe we could have had more. Was it a question of not having enough time? We've had 3 years. And there were many events, actually. I think there were many groups that had declarations on the treaty, so on and so forth. But these were mainly groups of like-minded parties which already had common views. And then they would have an event, a declaration, and basically what we call hand-waving, which is all fine and good. But I think there needed to be more conversations between delegations that did not agree on certain issues. And on that point about divergences, I would also like to highlight that even within the HAC, for example, perhaps even within the LMG, there were differences on particular articles. So there were a lot of divergent views, a lot of different concerns and opinions that needed to be addressed in order for us to have a legally binding treaty. I think all of us agree on the starting points that plastic pollution is an issue, that we need a treaty to be as universal as possible, given how ubiquitous the material is, and given how it affects all our lives. And for that reasons, actually more effort needed to be taken to bridge those differences, because it is very difficult to have a consensus-based approach. So ASEAN is often said to be slower than other blocs because we take a consensus-based approach, but that's because we recognize that it affects all of us, and in order to move things forward, we need to have those difficult conversations, however long it takes, but at least we go forward. I think, unfortunately, 3 years wasn't enough, and we need more work, perhaps, to bridge those differences. We need more leadership to at least agree on the key principles of each article, because even on those principles, we are seeing many different voices. So it's been a challenging process, and I think I have to say that the heads of delegations showed remarkable stamina throughout INC 5.2. So I'll pause there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Daryl. So, we want a treaty that's universal, that can bridge the differences between, not just between groups, but also between different countries, yeah? Now, I would like to move to Ms. Wasana. How would you assess the current trajectory of the negotiations? Is it still moving toward life cycle-based comprehensive treaty, or do you think the process is beginning to move towards more downstream-focused measures?
Thank you very much. As we listened from the speaker in the morning, so we recognize that the plastic treaty should be along with the full life cycle of plastic, because of as we know, we do about the downstream management just for a long time, but it's not a success anymore because we have some problem, and plastic pollution is not only for after consumption. It's not only for the waste management. We need to manage in the upstream management. You know that in Thailand, we have the petroleum industry in our country, so it's really difficult to talk with the stakeholder to join the upstream management in the plastic, reduce the plastic pollution. In Thailand opinion, we have the position that we need to manage in the whole life cycle of plastic. And when we talk about the upstream management, it will be linked to the management in the upstream with the producer to apply the EPR scheme to reduce the plastic pollution. And the EPR scheme actually is not only for the producer, we need to encourage all stakeholders, such as for the consumer and the retailer and all stakeholders in the value chain to reduce the plastic pollution also. Thank you very much.
Yes, I really like that you point out we have so far focused on downstream measures, but turns out it hasn't really been successful to address this issue. Yes, related to this, Kojima-san, considering ASEAN context, which scenario do you think would be more suitable for us, like more downstream or comprehensive life cycle?
Thank you very much. I think, how to say, there are so many kind of plastic products, and it is very difficult to identify the, how to say, the good kind of the, how to say, alternative materials. So we should think about this such kind of a situation, and we should, how to say, for example, regarding the biodegradable plastics, in Japan, how to say, we use the kind of a capsule for slow release fertilizer, using the kind of the biodegradable plastics. So it's a kind of specific kind of the how to say, the not we don't have any regulation, but how to say, association of the farmers made a kind of a consent to use the biodegradable plastic to the slow release fertilizer. So I think depending on the materials or products, we should utilize biodegradable plastics, but some other kind of the materials, it might be difficult to use the biodegradable plastics. So we should think about the kind of the different kind of the usage and also the management. Like we have a lot of the waste, I'll say, the waste. Waste collection services is limited in ASEAN countries, so we should expand kind of waste collection services to the rural area also. I think we should have good ideas to reduce the plastic pollution through various kind of the usage and countermeasures.
Okay, so waste collection is very important to reducing the leakage, right? But at the same time, we have to also strengthen the interventions at the upstream. Okay, well, related to that, Jit, how do you see observers such as the World Economic Forum can support negotiators or the policymakers to negotiate in the INC?
Thanks a lot. Also, to quickly introduce myself, I coordinate the World Economic Forum's presence within the INC negotiations, as well as sustainable trade as it leads to plastics, more on the substance and content. And I would agree wholeheartedly with Daryl and Pubadi. I'm very glad that we're observers, because I don't think we had the tenacity to last through the long hours of INC 5.2. That said, there are two main buckets through which observers have and could further support the process. One is through specific content leadership and stewardship, and the second is curated convenings of public and private stakeholders, making sure that information flows. Us particularly, we have been very active in the global to local and local to global insights exchange. We have 25 country partnerships, all in developing countries, many of whom are represented here in the room. What has been really useful is for us to surface insights from what's happening at the pollution control level of these countries to global discussions, because this connect is not always there, but also after every INC round, translating some of the discussions to the country level and making sure there is a sync. The second great value addition that we have had is in terms of connecting the global private sector across the plastic value chain. which we've been able to do thanks to our rich network of private sector partners. And I'm not just talking about big firms, but more importantly, small and medium enterprises who are not very well represented in these discussions, to try and see what kind of solutions they're proposing, and to make sure that negotiators are aware of what technological solutions already exist, so that they're not negotiating in the void. A third thing that we tried this year was a site visit for ministers when the teams were negotiating in Geneva. We got about 50 ministers to a reuse industrial site in Switzerland to make them experience in person what it feels like to be in a site when circular economy policies and investments have borne fruit. Because many times these ministers would like to see the results of investments, but it's not readily available, which is why we partnered with the Swiss government, who also then volunteered to answer questions that ministers had over how to make sure that investment flows not just into downstream practices, but also upstream facilities like reuse and refill. So that was quite useful. And finally, we've been able to do some content leadership across sectors such as finance and EPR, generating with our partners at the World Bank, OECD, and UNEP, fresh insights on what financing solutions are available, and also surfacing some best case scenarios so that, again, negotiators are aware of what's already happening, and it also helps raise the realm of possibilities for the negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jit. It's very interesting to learn that GPAP is supporting all sectors, not just the government, but also the private sector, scientific also, because in the end, it's a treaty for everyone, right? Yeah, now I want to hear from Kojima-san. How has ERIA supported not just governments, but also other sectors in this process?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think, we should approach the kind of various kind of some kind of association of private companies, which is, some of which use the kind of the plastic packaging or some other kind of plastic products. So maybe we should, have a kind of the information sharing kind of the event to the private sectors. That might be the one of the kind of the trigger to understand alternative materials or some other kind of the recycling program and so on. So probably we should have such kind of activities focusing on the private sectors.
Yes, thank you for echoing, Jit, on the importance of involving the private sector. Now I want to move to Dr. Pubadi. Your country represents many different interests and voices, including the private sector. How do you bring those perspectives together before coming to the negotiation table?
This is a very difficult question to answer. Crystal, my colleague Crystal from Malaysian Plastic Manufacturers Association, and so Sifang from the C4, civil society. I just give you a simple example, When I took over this portfolio in last February, about 8 months ago, so I really sat down and studied with my team. This is the first time actually we try to bring in not only from the private sector industry and the civil society, but also actually the conflict of two main sectors, environment and economy. Because the resolution, I think for some of you who are not really involved in this INC and the Global Plastic Treaty, this is my analysis, Because the resolution to end the plastic pollution, to protect the environment. But just now, our colleague, when been explained, he said need to look from the upstream itself, which is the production. So Malaysia, as one of the biggest plastic producer, I was just briefed by my industry, it's almost like 60 to 70 billion kind of industry. And then at the same time, of course, Malaysian civil society also, they are very good to taking care of the environment. And government, as a middle, as a regulatory body, and also we need to strike the balance. See? So this is the first challenge actually we face domestically in the country. consensus. But I think we manage. Of course, there's some argument, but not to the extent of I don't want to see your face, things like that. No. So I think for that matter, I should thank my industry, my civil society, even the academician, for that matter. So I managed to bring in them together in same voice. But my next challenge is, because I used to involve in FTA negotiation. Basically, any international negotiation, you must decide. I think my colleagues also can agree, hopefully will agree with me, is the modality. What actually our modality? This is the first type of a negotiation, a treaty under United Nations, which my experience I saw, not only negotiation by country, the name is Intergovernmental Negotiation Committee. But there, when I went to Geneva, Sipeng, I shocked the observers, beside the government representative, the delegates, the head of delegation delegate, but the observers, I can see the numbers are bigger than the INC members. And they can participate. Not like in the breakup group, they can participate in the plenary, they also can raise, and they can follow throughout, word by word, during the negotiation process. So everything is open. So normally in negotiation, the government, they need to have some kind of, I don't want to say it's like a secret position, but we must have some kind of upper hand, But there you can't do anything. So that's the second question, is about the modality. Consensus, modality, because of this situation, it's not only a struggle between country and country, but the third player, which is the industry, the civil society, the academician, So there also, the industry want to meet us, civil society want to meet us, So this is the challenge I can see, how actually we can close the gap in the country and also during the negotiation. So if you ask me, the future, the 5.3, we don't know when. Just now, as I mentioned, even the chair also going to resign. You see? So we need to come to a proper position. First, we need to decide what is the modality, especially in terms of tax. Now, we keep on issuing a new chair tax. Under United Nations, we have a lot of global treaty. We just can make that as our sample and sit down and negotiate. Come to a consensus. Second, the negotiation cannot go by country anymore. It need to go by region, by groups. Like ASEAN or APG, one voice. African country, one voice. SIDS, small island development states, one voice. EU, one voice. For that matter. Then only, at least, you are not really talking to many people. Let's say you talk most to the 20 people, the core people. Then only we can achieve something. If not, if you ask me, I don't know. I don't really see the light at the end of the tunnel. That's my comment at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. That could be kind of an alternative, right? Negotiating by groups instead of countries. I want to learn about Thailand's experience. We heard that Dr. Pubadi has been successful in gathering the industry, academia, civil society to come as one voice from Malaysia. For Thai government, once you have gathered all these different voices, how do you ensure that they remain aligned and consistently represented throughout the negotiations?
Yeah, thank you. In Thailand, before we go to negotiate in the INC, we have the consultation workshop with the stakeholder. In the INC 1 to INC 3, we have the 1 or 2 consultation workshop with the stakeholder. We invite both on-site and online, but we have in the whole stakeholder in the meeting. But we get some ideas and we found that some comments, some group is not share the ideas because maybe it's have some conflict in the meeting. So for the INC 4 and 5 and 5.2, we separate the consultation workshop, and we talk with private sector, just only for private sector, for the petrochemical industry and the production and retailer for the private sector, only one group, and we have consultation with the academic and NGO, CSO, and sometimes we got some information is difficult to do just only one position for Thailand. So we asked them about the what red line they should to do in the INC. If the INC said that they need to cap the production, what is red line for the private sector? And what do you think about the cap production for the NGO? You can guess that if we talk about the cap production with the NGO, they will, okay, it's okay for them to cut the production. But when we talk with the private sector, we need to consider about the, not only for the environment aspect, we need to do the, consider for the economic as well. Because if we do to reduce the plastic pollution, we can conserve with the environment, but the country is not moved for the economic aspect. It cannot, we cannot drive in our country. So we try to put the position of the country and we share with stakeholder what can they accept for the country position or not. If they cannot accept, they need to write the written submission to the government and send the red line to us, and we will like facing for the position to the negotiate. Because in the INC they always change the position all the time, and when we discuss in the informal group, maybe if we prepare only for one way for negotiate, it cannot use in negotiate in the small group or even in the plenary session. So we need to like facing for the hard, the concrete position, and if we don't get for the concrete position, we can reduce it, but it is still in the scope of the all position we have.
Yes, so that highlights the challenge that we still need to tackle in order to achieve to an agreeable instrument. But suppose that despite all these differences, we come to an agreeable instrument for everyone. Daryl, how does Singapore plan to bridge global frameworks such as this probable global plastics treaty with national and regional policies in ASEAN?
So, what the region and countries in ASEAN can do to bridge the gap left by the open draft treaty, I actually think that we have done quite a lot already. Many of our existing projects and initiatives that was covered so eloquently in session 1 represent, I think, the broad categories in which we can feasibly work. Reason being that there are certain elements of the treaty which need to be global in nature, because they need to be universal, because you cannot implement them you need to implement them without leakages, without free riders or countries in which certain policies or measures are not in place. And a lot of that resides upstream. So I think there are real limitations as to what countries in this region can do in the absence of a global treaty, hence the importance of the global treaty in the first place. But in terms of many of the downstream measures, for example, harmonizing regional standards, labels, and rules to facilitate trade in clean recyclables, in ensuring that there is predictable feedstock, consistent policy that can lower the costs business, for those involved in the green economy, in the recycling space, those involved in communicating what are the practical measures that communities and local governments can do in relation to plastics in a way which fits their context and needs. A lot of this is already being done, and I think should only be intensified in ASEAN. And that's just speaking at the regional level. I think at the national level, just a few months ago, I attended a similar conference on plastics and circular economy. And I was not speaking, I was just attending. And one of the, a common theme that ran through many of the presentations was the need for more investment in infrastructure. Because we can do so much with policy, we can do so much with systems, and these are very necessary because recycling tends to add costs. The only way we can make sustainable plastic consumption viable is to ensure that there is infrastructure in place, that we are able to guarantee certain volumes, that there is clarity and consistency. Now, all of this requires significant investment. And I would say that before we speak about more ambitious measures in the region, we do need to work on basic things: solid waste management, collection, sorting. Do we have enough material recovery facilities? Are we able to facilitate the trade in clean, legitimate plastics well, so that we can push out illegitimate actors and at the same time bring value to the global economy? There's already, I think, an uptick in demand for recycled plastic feedstock because of policy changes elsewhere. I think earlier on we spoke of ASEAN convening power, but then in the EU they have a norm-setting power, and because of their new rules on minimum recycled content, for example, we are beginning to see an uptick in such demand. And I'm sure that there are actors in the region who are already able to meet that demand. Can we do more? Is there more untapped potential? I think certainly. So I would say that the bridge now is to intensify our solid waste management, to ensure that we have the regional policies as well as the national policy and investment in place to support the viability of a sustainable plastics future. And then, of course, to make sure that we can, in the process of implementing, identify where we can go forward as a region. And actually, all of this has a useful feedback loop for governments who are going for the next INC negotiation. Where should we place our efforts? What should we prioritize? I think there's actually a good case, but the world has not, we have not tweaked our systems, and the hardest thing to change is system change, especially global system change. But it starts with incremental steps, and I think the region is in the right direction in that regard.
That's very great. I like how you point out that countries need to consider again their priorities for the next negotiation. Perhaps the investment for infrastructure could be one of them. So moving to JIT, from the perspective of GPAP, which oversees national plastic action partnerships, you mentioned that there are 25 in the world. How can those commitments in this global plastics treaty be turned into practical actions on the ground, for example, in product design or EPR, as Ms. Wasana mentioned, or waste management, perhaps?
Thanks a lot. Maybe I'll start with the last one on waste management, because I couldn't agree more with what Daryl was saying. And we have heard a lot from experts on the plastic treaty, but there's another multilateral environmental agreement called the Basel Convention, which has already been agreed in 1991, and it is to stem the movement of transboundary movement, so that's movement between countries, of hazardous waste. And since 2021, this includes several kinds of plastic waste. And there's context to that. This is in place because for several years in the 2000s and the 2010s, circularity in several developed countries meant exporting plastic waste to developing countries with lower levels of compliance or lower levels of technology to detect that waste as hazardous. Now, since 2021, that has become a lot more difficult to do. And this is a trade that is highly financially rewarding, which is why you've seen a lot of unscrupulous actors taking part in this trade. And we have seen in this region, Thailand and more recently Malaysia has taken important steps to stop this illegitimate trade. The problem is this kind of trade undermines real circular trade facilitation, which could be of a lot of value. And I think from our partnerships, we've seen that Basel Convention, understanding how it works, capacity building around Basel Convention can be a really good starting block to then whatever form the treaty takes. And this can be twofold. One is all ASEAN countries in the region coming together to create, to set norms on illegitimate plastic waste trade, because it requires a massive coordination effort. As a country, you could be legislating certain kinds of plastic out, but if your trade partner doesn't have similar kinds of norms and you're trading with them, then all those plastics that you do not want come in as unwanted packaging to your country. So you need to be constantly talking to your trading partners. And at the same time, given the rise in global demand for good quality feedstock, this region could be a supply generator for that. And for that, you need trusted trade corridors. And I think the growing economic integration in this region is a very good blueprint for setting up that kind of trade facilitation, where you set up, if possible, maybe green trade corridors, where you award certificates to certain kind of compliant traders, and then you create this safe trading mechanism which allows recycling and even reuse to happen in plastics. Because at the end of the day, if it is not a market-based mechanism, it's very difficult for it to create profits and then make it sustainable. And finally, on the treaty itself, I think speakers have mentioned EPR and also the S-word standards. I think that's very important to have a common language on design requirements. And the third thing I would mention is it's really important to speak in terms of creating market access within the region. There are tons of good startups that are working on alternative feedstock, that are working on recycling technologies. So my request to rule setters in the region would be to talk to them and give them market access already within the region, so you create regional champions that can compete globally.
That's very great. Thank you very much, Jeet. Now we have some time left. I want to open the floor to the audience. Whoa, we have 2 questions. I would like to, 3. I would like to invite the gentleman in the middle. Could the team please hand him a mic to address the question directly to the panelists? Please introduce yourself, and if you want to ask the question directly to one of the panelists or open to all.
Thank you. My name is Hino Samuel Jose from GYCC Lab from Indonesia. But I'm also part of the Children and Youth Major Group to UNEP. But I'm asking this question in my personal capacity to the panelists, especially the government panelists from Malaysia, Thailand, and Singapore. I have noted their interventions. And first, I would like to emphasize that I think, of course, we are not going to negotiate a waste management treaty. So the upstream elements of the treaty must be strengthened. And but I also concur with Malaysia that it's about balancing industry and civil society needs. But again, it's time for us to consider the pathways to the alternative industries that could thrive while we are phasing out the plastics itself. I just want to ask the government speakers whether ASEAN should take any initiative, especially we know that UNEA 7 is happening this December in Nairobi, Kenya, the 7th UNEA, and as of now, according to my observation, there is not yet any resolution tabled in regards of plastics treaty, whether they want to continue the mandate of the 5th/14 resolution or not. But I think ASEAN should come up and sit down together to prepare for UNEA 7, because we might expect some sideline works during UNEA 7. I don't know, I haven't seen the complete agenda, but according to what I discussed with my colleagues and some other actors, I think there is likely a discussion, I think, in the UNEA 7, especially, whether we will be having INC 5.3 or INC 6, but I think the Malaysian gentleman, Dr. Pubadi, already used the term INC 5.3. So yeah, I think, I hope that we can go to the first COP immediately, as soon as we can. So yeah, thank you.
Yes, Dr. Pubadi, would you like to answer? So what do you think, whether ASEAN should sit together to prepare the INC 5.3? Yeah.
ASEAN togetherness. Yeah, good observation. Okay, ASEAN togetherness. We should come to a common position, as I mentioned earlier. How? I think I need to ask Dr. Wong from ASEAN Secretariat. I think maybe ASEAN Sec. I'm sorry, but ASEAN Sec, because we need to look for a regional body to coordinate this. So far, I think my 3 engagement, ASEAN Secretariat, I think, of course, you have a mountain of work to do, but need someone to be the coordinating body and we come to a consensus. For the matter, I think I should congratulate Mr. TK from Singapore. You know, he really, I mean, your boss, is it? He really played a good function as not really co-chair, but as a group chair. Yeah. So I agree. We need to, before 5.3 or INC 6, or even before the UNIA resolution, so we ASEAN need to have a common position. Then it's easy for us to continue the negotiation. Okay, that's one part. Another point just now, I just not really overlook, but I just want to emphasize this point is actually talking about plastic. My observation, plastic actually is one of the best human invention. It's actually a reasonable price, easy to use, you know. It's not really harm. If you're really talking about in medical field, some of it from medical, transportation, aviation, at this moment we don't have a good substitute for plastic. Talking about even in Malaysia, the industry player, we talk to the industry player, can you come up with the alternative material substitute, like biodegradable plastic, things like that? Can, but the problem is, it's actually double or triple increase the cost. So that is why actually the financial mechanism come in. One of the article INC. So I raised this concern. I said, why not the developed country? I'm not pinpointing any country. The developed country assists the developing country, the SIDS country, or the producer country to some kind of assistance, you know. We go for the alternative material. You see? Then we slowly can reduce the production of plastic. Besides that, just now, a colleague from Singapore mentioned about EPR, product design, circular economy. But the problem is, most of the LMC, we are in this thinking. But the problem with HSC, they are not a producing country. They are not really understand what the mechanism, nature of the producer country. So try to implement fit for all kind of solution. That's a problem. So that's why just now I mentioned about the modality. So we need to agree the modality. The modality actually will determine what actually we want through the resolution. So that's my comment at this moment. So maybe I can give other colleagues to answer.
Yes, perhaps from Singapore or Thailand, would you like to add to that comment?
Yeah, so on the first comment about this is a plastics pollution treaty, not a waste management treaty. Just to clarify, Singapore supports exactly the ambition of the UNEA 514, which is to work towards a treaty that addresses the full life cycle. And we are not opposed to upstream interventions, but a lot of the devil's in the details regarding substitutability and cost effects. On questions about the science-based approach, on how we define problematic plastics, and all of these in principle are sound. So what we need to see now is some meat in the discussions where we can start drilling down to definitions so that we can place our support behind something that is concrete, that takes into account all the different trade-offs that need to be made. So I don't think it's fair to say that, for example, this is a waste management treaty, and in Singapore's case, we support the full life cycle, upstream, downstream. And to make the point earlier, we get a lot of this comments during the INC process, and I think there's not enough bridging being done. In truth, I think a feasible treaty will have to land somewhere in the middle with some give and take. So I wouldn't use such rhetoric when engaging on the treaty. And the second point regarding whether or not ASEAN should coordinate and meet ahead of UNEA 7, I need to ask, if I could ask you the question, but I can't. But I'll have to ask rhetorically, what would be the specific intention of doing so? First, ASEAN already articulates common positions through occasional declarations on circularity and plastics. Our positions are known, and while we have differences in views on certain aspects of what can be done, that is fully understandable given the variance in ASEAN. What fits for one country may not fit for another. But yet, we do make an effort to spell out areas where we agree, and we put it out annually in certain declarations, in statements, in joint statements to the INC, for example. If we were to articulate a similar joint statement to UNEA, it is certainly possible. But again, for us, and for me at least, as someone who's doing the work, my focus would be on the negotiations, not on these statements. And I think what people don't see is that a lot of the work happens in facilitating those conversations between parties which are disputing, coming up with practical solutions which are pragmatic. They take steps, incremental steps, and help to bridge perspectives. Because many of the views across both sides or multiple sides, actually there are more than two sides. Many of the views are valid. How do we broker and bring it all together in a universal treaty? So I wouldn't settle for such dichotomies. In practice, I would focus less on statements. I will focus more on working out common solutions in smaller groups and building up towards a larger group.
I hope that answers your question. Unfortunately, that brings us to the end of our session, but it has been very fruitful. I have learned about the challenges and what ASEAN actually needs, like investment, strengthening recycling, and coming together from all sectors of the public. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to sincerely thank our speakers for sharing their takeaways from the last negotiation for the Global Plastics Treaty. Please join me in giving them a round of applause, and I'll hand it over to Ms. Kiki.
All right, thank you very much, Bella. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a big round of applause for our moderator, the chirpy and bubbly Bella, together with all the panel, Dr. Pubadi, and we have Mr. Daryl Gomez, Mr. Michikazu, Ms. Wasana, and Mr. Jade. Okay, that's definitely providing us with a lot of clarity on the topics and explaining further and in depth, especially on the topic today, which is understanding the INC 5.2 takeaways through an ASEAN lens. All right, let's take a moment for a photo session now. Nice. Thank you very much. Thanks again, Bella, and to all our panels today on the stage. I would like to also say thank you to the members of the floors who have giving us questions and suggestions indeed. It's getting very, very exciting and more engaging, definitely. All right. Let us now continue with the next session of our program. The third session will draw our attention to the ocean as we hear from port authorities of different countries and marine waste experts on how they manage sea-based marine plastic pollution. And this session will be moderated by Mr. JP, an expert from Port Environment. And please join me in welcoming Mr. JP to the stage.
Thank you, Kiki.
Welcome.
Dear audience, dear participants participating online, welcome to this session 3 on sea-based litter pollution management. A speaker here this morning, an Asian speaker this morning, actually mentioned that Asian had a tradition for long names. And I think my parents share that tradition. My name is Jens Peter Nielsen Owens. I can hardly remember it myself, but JP will do. Okay. I worked with ship waste management issues for the last 20 years. The first 20 years in Europe, assisting European ports with waste management systems in the ports, and also working closely together with the European Commission on the EU directive on port reception facilities. And they also did various studies for them on the impact of the directive. It's important to know when an EU directive enters into force, it's mandatory, it's a legal requirement for member states, opposite here in Asia, where the ASEAN cooperation is not legally binding. The last 10 years I've worked here in Asia with ports in Thailand, Vietnam, China, Philippines, Indonesia, assisting them in designing their ship waste management system. And for the last 2 years, I've been working closely with ASEAN countries in drafting a regional strategy, a regional ASEAN strategy on ship waste management. The reason that a regional strategy is important is the fact that you can work on an individual level in ports, which is important, but as ships are sailing from port to port, from country to country, you need to have a better understanding of what is happening to the waste. You can easily track ships' traffic, but you cannot track the waste from port to port, from ship to ship. In a short while, I will have a short presentation on what is ship waste management, and I'll also brief you a little bit about the ASEAN regional strategy. Originally, we had also planned a presentation from Ms. Rosa van Beek from the Dutch Ocean Cleanup Organization, but she was unfortunately, she called in ill and was not able to travel to Kuala Lumpur today, so that's a pity. But I don't know if Rosa is attending online, so if she is, just from the project team, we wish you all the best and a speedy recovery also. But before before my presentation, I would like to give the microphone to Oscar Likør. Okay, for some opening remarks also, please.
Thank you, JP, and here I am again. Esteemed participants, on behalf of Agence Française de Développement, I reaffirm our commitment to work at the region level with ASEAN countries on this important topic. And the purpose of this session is to bring attention to a relatively new but critical issue, which is marine-based plastic. So this session will build on the work already accomplished through the ship waste management project in ASEAN, and we will broaden a little bit the focus to include fishing-related plastic pollution as well. So the objectives of these sessions are to leverage the findings from this ship waste management project, and also to provide a platform for countries to discuss specific challenges they face, and practical solutions as well from their national perspectives. So this ship waste management project has laid already solid foundations, right? So let's build on them. So since its approval in September 2023, the initiative has produced a regional cooperation framework and drafted guidelines, and also provided a harmonized ship waste strategy. So results were presented to the Maritime Transport Working Group meeting. And so today's panel will bring together a very diverse set of actors, right? Representatives, especially representatives from transport divisions, and also fisheries authorities, right? Environmental ministries. And this illustrates the real cross-cutting nature of the problem, and also the need to explore for integrated solutions, cross-cutting solutions. So I look forward for this constructive discussion and to concrete outcomes that will guide the collective efforts towards a more resilient and clean maritime future. Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar, for your opening remarks. I will speak a little bit about ship waste management. What is ship waste management? It's basically managing the waste generated on board ship during voyage. A ship in operation generates waste. Sewage, garbage, oily waste. You have cargo residue, electronic waste. You have some even harmful waste also. So these waste types will accumulate on board the ship unless they are not discharged to port reception facilities in ports. The ships are left with two options. When they have no more storage capacity on the ship, they can dump it into the sea, or they can discharge it to efficient waste collection systems in the port. So I don't know who are the bad guys here. Is it the ships or is it the ports? I think this is an open question. The ship waste management is internationally regulated by the Marpol Convention under IMO. IMO is the International Maritime Organization, and Marpol stands for Marine Pollution. The Marpol Convention consists of 6 annexes, each defining its own waste types. So you have Annex 1 is oily waste, Annex 2 is noxious liquid substances, and so on. So there are 6 different waste types addressed in the convention. And on these waste types, of course, relates to the waste that you can find on board ships and that needs to be discharged to port reception facilities in ports. One of the issues we are discussing here today is the waste type plastic, and this is also a very, very important part of waste generated on board ships because plastic degrades very slowly into the seawater. So this is a very, very important part of the Marpol Convention. When I look at the world estimated increase in production of plastic, it says it's around 5% per year. So plastic production worldwide increases 5% per year, and even up to 70% by year 2040. That means that the substitution of plastic is maybe not the way forward. But why is it that we are all talking about plastic and how we can reduce the use of plastic, and still the plastic production is going up? I think it's basically because plastic is a fantastic material. Period. It is. I mean, we find it everywhere. Here, everywhere in our daily life. So it's not easy to substitute. But there are other directions. And I'd like to quote a statement from the McKinsey Center for Business and Environment. Plastic is a huge, interesting topic. It is the ultimate single-use material. Not only does it clog our ecosystems in a very graphic way, but also losing a valuable material in plastic after one use only. It's also used to a huge loss to the economy. Bringing it back into use is the heart of the solution. And I think the last line here is maybe showing the way forward. Reuse, recycle, reduce, the 3 R's. Ship waste management. Why is this so complicated? I mean, you have the Marpol Convention has been in force for 50 years now, and you still see many ports around the world, and here in Asia as well, that are struggling to set up an efficient system dealing with the waste from ships. I think you can find some of the answers in these 4 issues here: technical, legal, institutional, and financial. Technically, when a ship comes into the port and wants to discharge waste, it can be different kind of waste. It can be sewage, it can be garbage, it can be harmful substances, oily waste, cargo residue, etc. That means you need to have different kind of waste operators coming to the ship to take the waste away. Furthermore, when you take the waste over the ship side to the port, you comply with Marpol. But basically what you have done is you have moved the problem from A to B. You have moved the problem from ships to the port. So you need to add on the 2 other important steps, which are treatment and final disposal. So when we say efficient ship waste management, we talk about collection, treatment, final disposal. The legal issues are also complex. As I mentioned, the Marpol Convention is regulating this on an international level. You also have national marine regulations, maritime regulations. You have, when the ships come over the ship side to the port, you have solid waste regulation. You have regulation for harmful substances, and so on. So the whole legal picture, believe me, is very, very complicated. Institutional. I've been working here for the last 10 years in Asian, and when I come to an Asian port and ask who is responsible for ship waste management in the port, it's in many ports, it's not easy to find. They will do something and they will do something else, and so it's not. You don't have one authority or one institution inside the port that is overall responsible for the ship waste management. If you go back to Europe, and according to the directive, it's often what is called the port authorities in the port. They hold the overall responsibility for ship waste management. They can contract out activities, of course, yes, but they cannot contract out the overall responsibility. It still lies with the port authority in European ports. So this is an issue here in Asia, that who is actually responsible for this? Finally, financial. It's about money. Polluter pays principle also applies for ship waste management. The one who generates the waste will also be the one who has to pay for the collection, treatment, final disposal. No doubt, it's the ships. However, how much shall they pay? How shall they pay? And to whom shall they pay? It leaves a window of opportunities, and in many ports it's completely intransparent how the money flow actually goes in the port. And this is not a good thing. So you can see, just by raising these 4 issues, technical, legal, institutional, and financial, you can see that ship waste management is a very, very complex issue. It's not just, send in the truck down when the ship comes into the port, send the truck down, take the waste and take it away. It's much more complicated. During the last 2 years, I mentioned I've been working with ASEAN countries on the preparation of the ASEAN regional strategy on ship waste management. It has been a very interesting process and has a lot of very, very good cooperation and contribution from ASEAN member states. We are working with 9 countries. Laos PDR was not part of the process as they are not a littoral state. They have no seaports. But the other 9 countries, we had a very, very constructive dialogue and a very good cooperation. And eventually we came up with the ASEAN regional strategy. There are many ports in Asia, maybe 1,000 ports, so you cannot implement a strategy in 1,000 ports to start with. So our focus was that, okay, let's look at the major international port as a starting point. And then hopefully when they have designed and they have implemented efficient ship waste management, they can act as some kind of first movers for smaller port or more domestic ports. So this is the philosophy. The focus will be as a starting point on the major international ports. Part of the strategy also are focusing on harmonizing procedures in the ports. You have one ship going to one port in Asia, they have one system, they have one set of formulas, they have one set of procedures. Then they go to another port, it's completely different, and to a third port, it's even different again. So the ships think this is very time-consuming to work with ship waste management in ports because there's so many different formulas and systems available. So part of the strategy is also focusing on harmonizing procedures in the bigger international ports. Finally, it's also important to emphasize that the countries out here are at different level when it comes to ship waste management. Some countries are doing fairly well. They have okay system to collect waste from ships. Other countries are lagging behind. That's how it is. This means that the recommendations of the strategy all recommendations in the strategy might not be relevant for all countries. Some countries might choose the full package. Other countries might be more selective and say, okay, we will need some focus here and some focus there. So it will be difficult, but it will be up to each member state to decide how they want to proceed. Very brief on the strategy. It consists of 6 strategic pillars. I'll not go into detail with them, just mention them here. is on the regulatory and legal framework, one. It's about stakeholder coordination. It's about operation and infrastructure. It's about economy and financial mechanism. It's about data management and transparency. And finally, also about capacity building and awareness. Each of these strategic pillars contains a number of specific recommendations where the countries can implement them into one if they think these are relevant for the country. The working process in the development of this strategy has been that we have established an expert working group with participation from each country. And there we have discussed all the relevant issue, and after each discussion, online or in person meetings, each participant has gone back to their respective countries and discussed it with the relevant authorities and reported back into the working group. And we did it that way because we want to have a continuous approval process during the preparation of the strategy. We didn't want to come in a situation after 2 years and then we present the strategy and then some countries say, no, we don't like that. This will be a complete failure. Therefore, we had a continuous approval of our recommendations during the 2-year period. The strategy also includes an outline for an implementation roadmap. We proposed a 6-month period where each country shall accept to participate in this strategy implementation. They should select a pilot port in the country where they can implement the recommendations. They should make a prioritization of these recommendations that they find relevant for their country, establish a national implementation working group, and prepare a national implementation work plan. And then we can add on some capacity building as well. This could be supported by a project team and coordinated by the ASEAN Secretariat. I should maybe also mention here that after the strategy was finally approved by each member state in February or March, I think, this year, it went to the discussion in the ASEAN Maritime Transport Working Group meeting where it was approved, and at a later stage also at STOM level, the Senior Transport Officers meeting. Next one, it will go to the ASEAN Transport Ministers meeting for the final approval. After the first 6 months preparation period for each country, they can start implementing the national implementation work plan. I think it's important to understand that even though it's a regional ASEAN strategy, the implementation has to take place at a national level. The ASEAN Secretariat cannot direct Bangkok port or Chandong Prayok port how they should do it. This is a national matter, so the implementation will be a national issue. There are other pollutants to the sea than ships, and it's always discussed how much actually comes from the maritime sector, from maritime activities, and how much comes from land-based activities. I think nobody really knows the exact figures, but some people say it's 80-20%. It's 80 from land-based activities and 20 for sea-based activities. And sea-based activities here are commercial shipping, ferry traffic, cruise liners, offshore platform, but also fishing vessels. This is important to have in mind. So we were just thinking that our focus here has been on commercial shipping. We just wonder whether maybe some of the experience gained in this working process could be utilized by the fishing sector also. I think I will stop my presentation here and move on to the panel discussion. And for that, I've been very fortunate that some of my old colleagues have accepted to participate in this panel discussion. And let me invite the participants here. No? Okay. Ms. Linga from Fishery and Marine Affairs in Indonesia. Ms. Arif from the Malaysian Marine Institute. And Ms. Viet Ha from Vina Marine in Vietnam, Hanoi, Vietnam. And finally, Kun Boom from the Marine Department in Bangkok, Thailand. Welcome. Hello? Oh, yeah. First of all, thank you for coming all the way to Kuala Lumpur and participate in this session 3. It's always good to meet new colleagues, but also old colleagues like Kun Boom and Ms. Viet Ha from Vietnam. So appreciate it. I think I'm going to start the panel discussion by asking each participant just to introduce themselves and maybe also give a very short description on the situation in their respective countries on ship waste management and on fisheries, if they have information about that also. So maybe I can ask you, Kun Boom from Marine Department, to start. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to introduce myself first. I'm Suntari Pirom from Marine Department, Ministry of Transport, Thailand. It's my pleasure to be here today, and thank you for inviting me to share with you regarding the ship waste management in Thailand. As you know, Marine Department is an organization that we regulate and also ensure that the marine transportation or navigation is safety and security, and also protection of the marine environment. And regarding the ship waste management in Thailand, and along with the fishing gear management, both of these two are driving with the different organizations. For ship waste management is regulated by Ministry of Transport, by Marine Department, and for fishery is managed by Department of Fishery. But both of them are the same objective, to reduce the marine plastic debris into the sea. And to regulate this, Thailand have a lot of initiative, procedure, policy to reduce and minimize the plastic waste from both sector, maritime sector and other activity at sea, like fishing industry or other like oil and gas exploration, something like that. So I would like to first talking about fishing gear minimization and what we have done. I would like to share with you 3 initiative projects regarding reducing and collecting back of the waste from the fishing gear. The first one we call Net Free Sea Project. It is a project have done by several sectors. They have initiated by the we call EGF, Environmental Justice Foundation. They work with the fishery community, more than 100 community. They pay directly to the community to collect the waste from fishing net, and they collect them, clean them, and recycling them with the industry to produce a new product by the waste they are collecting. So in this project, it's collaboration between the government agency, the foundation, the private sector, and also the community of the fishery. The second project is we call Upcycling the Ocean Thailand. It's the collaboration between Marine Department, PTT Global Industry, and also with the Port Authority of Thailand and the Khon Kaen net fishing producer, and also the community. We collect the plastic waste like a fishing net, the plastic bottom from the coastal area and from the port, and go to the upcycling. Finally, we got by the production of the household material and some souvenir that made from the reused plastic. And the last one, we call Trash Back to Shore, beautiful seaweed in our hand. It is initiated by the Department of Fishery and the local authority. They ask the fishermen collect the plastic waste from the sea when they're doing their fishery activity and bring back all the plastic waste from the fishing gear back to the shore. These are the three initial projects that we done with the fishing gear waste in the sea. And the other thing, when we talk about the ship and port sector, Marine Department developed many instruments. For example, we developed the notification system. We have a port waste management mandatory for the international port. We comply with the MARPOL Convention, especially for the Annex 5 that regarding the garbage from ship. And also, we integrated, align the ship waste management strategy under ASEAN project to our internal legislation system. And finally, I may say there are some gaps and area between port and fishery to improve. So port reception facility in the fishery port are not provided in every port because most of the fishery port is a small port. Just only the local people management and handling this. And so they have lack of knowledge to manage and to do the port reception facility. And also the lack of some awareness about the waste generated by the activity. And for the first question, I would like to share.
Okay, thank you, Khun Boom, for your introduction. Let's move on to Mrs. Vietha from Vietnam Marine in Hanoi. I worked very closely with Vietha for a number of years, and when we meet, she always bring me Vietnamese coffee. So this is very important to have here today. So I'll pass on to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. JP, for introducing me. Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, may I have a brief introduction of myself. My name is Nguyễn Thị Việt Hà from the International Cooperation and IMO Department of the Vietnam Maritime and Inland Waterway Administration. And for the ship waste management project in ASEAN, within the 2 years, I'm acting as a coordinating official for Vietnam, participating in such project. So to have a brief introduction about our ship waste management in Vietnam, we are the member of all six annexes of the MARPOL conventions, and we also incorporate the provision of the MARPOL convention and its annexes into our domestic legislation. And in terms of ship waste management, we have our Vietnam Maritime Code 2015 and other government decree to regulate the management of the ship of the waste from the ships. And our Ministry of Transport, now the Ministry of Construction, because we already have the merger between within our political system that merged the Ministry of Transport and the Ministry of Construction to form the new one, which is the Ministry of Constructions. So on 2017, we have the circular number 41, which regulate the collections and treatments of waste from ships in seaport waters. And it's also aligned with the provision of MAPON Annex 5. Along with that, we also have many provision within our legislation system, and also we do have international cooperation to facilitate the implementation of such circular. For example, we have the Rethinking Plastic project previously with AFT, and we, during our chairmanships as the ASEAN Maritime Transport Working Group, we have cooperated with AFD and ASEAN member states to form the ship waste management project. And it's that to show that our ambitions to manage the ship waste management within Vietnam, and also we want to do it regionally, so other member states can have the same and harmonized system as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mirtha, and Mr. Arif from MIMA, Malaysia.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and good evening. So actually this session is the most, I think the most critical session for this conference because it's after the lunch. So, but it's okay. I try to make this session more interactive and where I give the information related to the shift management. So my name is Arif. I'm currently working with Maritime Institute of Malaysia, MIMA, just 9 minutes from this hotel. So I'm working with MIMA. MIMA is a policy research institute. So we are focusing on the project like decarbonization and on nature-based solution and blue economy related to the Malaysia. So back to the question. So the question is, what kind of action that has been taken by our port or our port industry related to the marine waste management? So for your information, so currently we are for the waste management collecting from the ship to the collecting for the ship to the port is managed by there are two stakeholder important stakeholder in Malaysia. The first one is a Malaysia Marine Department, and the second one is the Department of Environment. So what is their role? So Malaysia Marine Department, their role is to make sure that all the ship, all the vessels that are coming to the port of Malaysia, they follow the rule that have been regulated by the IMO. IMO is the International Maritime Organization. So whatever regulation is coming to IMO, where Malaysia have joined the agreement, the vessel need to follow the agreement. So Malaysia, MMD, Malaysia Marine Department, will issue what we call it MSN, Malaysia Shipping Notice. So to make sure that all the shipping, all the vessels that are coming to the port of Malaysia follow the regulation of IMO. So IMO say that there are 6 annex that they need to follow. So the annex is focusing on the prevention of pollution that coming from the ship. The first one is the oil, the second one the noxious substance, and the third one is on the the harmful substance, and the fourth one is on the on the sewage, and the fifth one is on the garbage. So meaning that what are we discussing today is related to the plastic pollution. The ship industry also contribute to it. So I will say that we need to have an Annex 5. They focus on the garbage coming from the ship. So they need to have a standard waste management that coming for the ship. So in Malaysia, so when the ship coming to the port, they will notify the port operator. So when the port operator got the notification for the ship, they will issue the private contractor that that have been licensed by our Department of Environment to collect the waste or the garbage coming from the ship. So after that, when the garbage landed on the land, that one is on the purview of Department of Environment. Department of Environment will make sure that the contractor that be licensed follow the regulation that we have one regulation in Malaysia. We call it a Schedule Waste Regulation 2005, meaning that all the scheduled waste, potential waste must be must be collected, must be discharged based on the standard regulation by the Department of Environment. And this is how the process of action that be taken by Malaysia in management of waste coming from the ship. Thank you.
Thank you, Arif. And now to Ms. Linga from Indonesia. She has a more background in fishery and maybe can enlighten us more about the problems and challenges in the fisheries sector. Ms. Linga.
Thank you, Mr. Jain. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Linga Prawitaningrum. You can call me Linga. I'm represent for Directorate General Office Capture Fisheries from MAF Republic of Indonesia. Daily in work, I'm focusing for managing the fishing gears. Also, the address for ILDFG, or maybe you have heard about the abandoned, lost, and otherwise discarded fishing gears, or we can call it ghost gears. So, when we talk about the marine pollution, it's one of the most critical issue and has widely discussed in international like UNEP INC and then UNFCCC for climate change, and then for the IMO, FAO, even APEC and RFMO like IOTC and WCVFC. So the initiative, including from sea-based pollutants, this international forum are currently generally voluntary, but if the initiative become to legally binding agreements, the implementation will more challenging to countries that ratifying that agreements. So Indonesia also included this issue of marine pollution in 5 focus for the national blue economy policies, and we also have some regulation like laws and presidential regulation, ministry regulation related to the MARPOL 5, and then waste management, and then how to manage in fishing gear. So we have a regulation that every drift fishing gears like long lines and gill net, they must install what we call radio buoy or some electronic equipment to detect if the fishing gear has lost in the sea. So Indonesia also established some regulation related to MARPOL. The regulation requires not throwing or dispose fishing gears or fishing tool into the sea and to land and report damage to and unrepairable fishing gear and tool at the ports for recycling, and then provide port reception facilities is one of the obligation of MARPOL 5, and then to conduct outreach and campaign for fishermen. The challenge that we meet in Indonesia that fishing activities is dominated by the small-scale fishery. Maybe more than 90% is small-scale fishers. So we meet the challenge about the like awareness, and then sometimes they are not landing the fish at the large fishing port, but in their own home. So we can control about the fish and about the waste that they bring back to the land. So in accordance to Annex 5 MARPOL, there are an obligation to provide port reception facilities in every large fishing ports in Indonesia. We also have facilities to waste management. We also have procedures to waste management in large fishing port. But again, the smaller fishing port don't have adequate like facilities for waste management. That is one of the challenges that we meet too in Indonesia. So before the fishing vessel departure, the fishing officer give clearance and give them like disposal bag to collect the waste from the ship. And when they come to fishing port after fishing, the crew will hand over the waste into the disposal waste in fishing port. And then one of the critical issue in fishing activity is the waste from fishing gears. This impact so many in for the marine, environmental, and to navigation hazards, and even the loss economic for the fisher, because the fishing gear is one of the expensive asset they have to have if they want to get fishing. So if they lost, they will buy again, and they have to spend more money to buy another fishing gears. So we have collaboration to address LDFG with GGGI and 2021 and 2023. We have research about costs, how the LDFG happen, and then what kind of fishing gear that potentially get abandoned, lost, or discard in Indonesia. So in the, I guess, this month or next month, we will collaboration with IFD2 to reduce LDFG. We want to develop like standard operational procedures to manage LDFG. We also want to have socialization, capacity building, and etc. in pilot project location. We have 3 pilot project location with IFD in Cilacap Fishing Port, in Bitung Fishing Port, and also in Pengambangan Fishing Port in Bali. So because right now, like I mentioned before, that this issue was widely discussed in international. So there are things we are recommended to the ASEAN. And for the regional level ASEAN, how we can adopt the regional guideline on fishing gear management and LDFG, aligned with MARPOL 5 and the FRO voluntary guideline on gear marking. But also it taking into the capabilities and national circumstances, because we all know that every state in ASEAN have different capabilities, had different interests in managing waste, especially in fishing gear. And also we can establish a gear loss reporting system between member states to prevent transboundary fishing. And then we can integrate the fishery sector into the ASEAN ship waste management strategy, not only for the commercial shipping sector. Maybe that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Linka. I think we are running a little bit out of time, so I think I will combine my next 3 questions in one question. So the first one is basically about the key issues on the implementation by member states, also having in mind that it's about harmonization of procedures in ports. and that the fact that implementation will take place at national level. The next one is how shall the implementation of the ASEAN strategy take place? Shall it be coordinated by the Secretariat, or shall each country just move ahead by themselves, or how shall the coordination take place? And finally, will there be any need for technical assistance and support to member states during the expected 2-year implementation of the strategy? So let's start again from you, Kun Boom.
Thank you. For the ASEAN cheap waste management strategy that we have done. So when we look into the national legislation in Thailand, we see we can align some of the specific recommendations that we found in this project. For example, to compliance the MAPO Convention, Thailand amendment of the Navigation in Thai Water Act, and we issue a lot of subordinates and also notification, and some of them are addressed in the cheap waste management strategy of the ASEAN. For example, we have a waste notification system. It is online system, and we have port waste management plan that's mandatory for the international port. And also, in the early of the new port construction, they have to consider and assessment the port waste management under the environmental impact assessment report producing. And also they have to submit to Marine Department for approval of the port waste management plan. And also for the waste notification system, now for MAPO Annex 1 and 2, as they are categorized as dangerous goods. So before the ship going to the calling port, they have to notify to the National Single Window System. And when we plan in the future, National Single Window System will notify to the port of the calling. And the port, they have two ways for provide the port reception facility. First, it provide by themselves. It means the port have their own reception facility. And the other option is they will select the register waste processor that's registered with the Marine Department to collect the waste and take out for treatment and disposal. In this case, the port will notify the chip processor to collect the port and report back to the National Single Window System. For the MAPO Annex 5, now it's not mandatory. So we try to integrate it, notification of all waste in all annex of MAPO to the National Single Window System to make it easy and can be traced how the waste they collect go to for the proper treatment and disposal or not. And we also have a monitoring and reporting system. The port operator and also the waste processor, they have to report back to Marine Department every month what they service, which kind of waste they collect and treatment. And also have some capacity building. Before we launch every new regulation, we have a consultation meeting with the stakeholder and provide some knowledge, some technical guidelines for them to implementation in their own expertise. And for the next question, the challenge. I I think many challenges that we encounter in Thailand. The first one, I think, is the first priority is the financial. It's hard to use all the recommendation in the strategy. For example, you may say the indirect fee is better because they can have an incentive for the ship to discharge the waste to the port reception facility, but it's hard to be put it in the registration system right now. So now we have used the direct fee system, and they have some problem about this. And the second one is the legal framework. I may say enforcement and compliance of the port waste management system have some gap, like they're weak in some area, like they don't have enough port reception facility, especially for the small port, like our fishery port and some local port, they don't have it. And the last one is the technical issue. Some stakeholders, they don't have enough knowledge to do the waste management system in their port. And the question about is there any need for ASEAN member states to go to the second phase of this project? In my view, I think it is very important, and we also need it because the first phase we have just already the framework, but don't have the detail of how to do it, how to implementation. So it is important to continue to the second phase, to have some guidelines, some template, or some good practice to the ASEAN member state to follow. So is this
okay? Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
I think we running a little bit out of time, so maybe if I can have very short statements from the three of you, less than a minute per person. Thank you. Mira?
Okay, so I will combine the three questions in one answer. For me, before, as you know, at the ASEAN Maritime Transport Working Group, the regional strategy on ship waste management has received the consensus of all the member states, and it will be adopted at the next ASEAN Transport Ministerial meeting this November, in Myanmar. So before the adoptions of the strategy, we have send the documents and the draft regional strategy to our stakeholders, which are the big port companies and the ship owners associations and the seaport associations, to see whether they have any comments or recommendation towards the draft strategy. And generally, we receive their consensus as well toward the draft strategy. And in the draft strategy, you also have the roadmap for ASEAN member states to implement the strategy in the period of time. So after this adoptions, I think for Vietnam, we have to specialize all the regulations and provisions of the strategy into our national legislation to make it more detailed, because at the moment everything is like very general. And I agree with Ms. Boom about the challenges facing ASEAN member states during the implementation process of the strategy in terms of technical, financial, and also legal framework. Vietnam also faced those kind of problem as well. For the technical problem, like we have a lot of big ports, but also a lot of small ports. They are limited to accessible to port reception facilities, and also they do not have financial or resources to do as such. And we do not have the specific legal framework for to domesticalize the MAPON Annex 5 very detailedly. And sometimes we have the overlap responsibility with many kind of relevant agencies within our country between maritime, fishery, environment, so on. And also the financial is one of our biggest challenges because we have to invest quite a lot in the port reception facilities and as well as the preparedness for the implementations of the strategies. And with all of that, we are really, of course, we in need of the support from not only ASEAN but also international partners who can help us in terms of technical cooperations, capacity building for our officials and stakeholders. Yeah, and that sums up my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Benha. Actually, I can see that we have a timer up here, so we can see how much time we have left, and basically we have no time left. So, but just some very, very quick final comments from Arif and Ms. Linga. Or shall we? Yeah, please.
How many minutes? Sorry? 1 minute, 2 minutes? What?
How?
Okay.
10 seconds.
Okay. So to conclude, so it's not like a conclusion actually. So to add something about the as ship waste management strategy. So right now, at the regional level, we already have the strategy. So how we want to make sure that this strategy be implemented to the national level. So the two elements that I think we must to take care is the first one is the feasibility. Feasibility means here is that, yeah, of course, we have a country that, every country we have a different situation to adopt the strategy in terms of the financial, in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of the technology, in terms of the, in terms of the capability. So the feasibility means here is to give time for the country to develop their own infrastructure based on their own capability. That is the first element. The second one is to, I forgot it, to align the regional and also the national strategy. It means that both of the national and the regional must be communicate with each other based on the workshop, based on that we have been done together right now, like the MTWG, the workshop, and so we can do the other things like we inviting to share the, what we call it, a site visit between the country to see what they have implemented at their country that can be implemented to our country. Which one is the most benefit and can give a benefit, and also based on the financial and something like that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arif. A very, 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 very short comment from Ms. Lenka.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Jen. In terms of how the implementation to ASEAN regional strategy on SWM, including sea-based pollution, in implementation will be nationally driven, but must follow a coordinated regional framework. The key of the success of this implementation depends on harmonizing some legal instruments like PRF standard, operational procedures across port to avoid gaps that permit illicit or informal disposal. So the challenges that we meet, Indonesian meet, maybe quite similar with our friends from Vietnam and Thailand. And so the TA support, of course, we need, but must mix with the capacity building, maybe for the port facilities and for maybe we can learning extend to another country that have expert in managing waste management or LDFG including. Thank you.
Thank you to all four panelists here. I don't know if we are running out of time or we have maybe time for one or two very quick questions from the audience. No? Yes? No? There's no. Okay. That's my boss sitting there. Okay. So again, thank you for listening. And if you have questions, I will be around for the coffee break, or we will all be around to take your questions and explain more about this ASEAN regional strategy on shape risk management. Have in mind that the strategy document is just a piece of paper. That's the easy part. The implementation, that requires a lot of hard work. And as I always tell my kids, it's a lot of hard work. Nothing comes from nothing. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, our moderator, Mr. JP, and to all our speakers. So, yeah, we do have a group photos for everyone up on the stage. All right. Indeed, it's a very crucial topic we've discussed just now, sea-based marine plastic pollution management. Thumbs up. All right. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, our moderator, Mr. JP, and our speakers for the third session. All right. Without further delay, moving on to session 4, the fourth session, with the title Leading with Action, the National Plastic Action Partnership in ASEAN. This session will bring together representatives from ASEAN National Plastic Action Partnerships and PAPs, and to discuss the on-the-ground impact, challenges, and the next steps to accelerate regional action towards a planet free of plastic pollution. And for that, let's invite Mr. Jit Kar on the stage as the moderator. From Trade Sustainability Lead at the Global Plastic Action Partnership. The floor is all yours, Mr. Jit.
Thanks a lot, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. This session is all about stories and some of the impact that these stories have led in plastic pollution. But I do agree with Mr. Arif, I believe, in the last session that these post-lunch sessions tend to be a bit challenging. So let me try and energize you a little bit. I have 3 quick questions for you, and I want you to raise your hands following the lead from the morning speakers. Are you a cat person or a dog person? Who's a cat person? Raise your hand. Okay, who is a dog person? Okay, I feel a little sorry for the cat persons, but great to know that about you. Second question, is your birthday an odd number or an even number? Odd numbers? Okay, even numbers? Okay, that's quite, what are the odds of that being evenly split? Last question, I promise. How many of you like tea? Okay, and how many of you like coffee? Great. I hope you don't need coffee by the end of this session. So with this, I'm very pleased to welcome my storytellers on stage. We have Deputy Director General Quang from the Ministry of Environment and Agriculture from Vietnam. Please join us on stage. We then have Mr. Rofi Al-Hanif, who is Assistant Deputy for Circular Economy and Environmental Impact at the Coordinating Ministry for Food Affairs, Indonesia. Pak Rofi, the stage is yours. We have Mr. Dek Vimian Raksme, Deputy Director of Department of Solid Waste Management at the Ministry of Environment of Cambodia. And last but not least, we have Mr. Lei An, Sustainability Director, Duitan Recycling. Now, we'll hear all about the wonderful work that you're leading. But first, we have a special guest to get us started on some context. Japan has long prioritized the circular economy, probably one of the first in the world. And at the same time, it has also been a steadfast partner of ASEAN in environmental stewardship. Who better than, therefore, His Excellency Noriyuki Shikata, Ambassador of Japan to Malaysia, to give us an opening address that sets the scene.
Konnichiwa. Good afternoon. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and selamat petang. It is an honor and privilege for me to be here today with all of you at this very significant conference and to deliver a keynote speech for this panel session on behalf of the government of Japan. First and foremost, I'd like to congratulate the organizers for successfully bringing together such a diverse and dedicated group of stakeholders from the ASEAN Plus 3 community to discuss the negative impacts of plastic pollution to our community and to our future generations. Together, we can accelerate regional actions toward a more sustainable and circular plastic future. Yesterday marked the closing of Osaka Kansai Expo. And I don't know how many of you have anybody visited Osaka Kansai Expo? Oh, okay, there are some, yes. So last month I had the opportunity to visit Japan Pavilion. And when I visited Japan Pavilion and Malaysian Pavilion, and the Malaysian Pavilion was very popular with roti canai, which cost like 60 ringgit, very expensive by Malaysian standard. But there was a long line waiting, like over an hour. And then but anyway, Malaysian Pavilion was very popular, exhibiting a smart city and sustainability theme. And Japan Pavilion, when I visited there, I found some Malaysia-related projects. For example, biodegradable plastics. And actually, that product is produced by a company called petrochemical company called Kaneka, which has been investing in Malaysia. And this biodegradable plastic can be dissolved in water or sand. And it's called a biodegradable polymer green planet. And I hope, that with the presence of Kaneka in Malaysia, they would be able to produce those biodegradable plastics. Not only in Hyogo Prefecture, it's called the city called Takasago in Hyogo Prefecture, but they also invest in Pahang, the state of Pahang in Malaysia. So. Anyway, back to the main message. Japan does acknowledge the adverse effects of excessive plastic use and waste on the environment, economy, and health. I'm pleased to say that Japan is making big strides in the fight against plastic pollution. We are firmly committed to advancing a circular economy guided by the core principles of 3 R's: reduce, reuse, and recycle, plus renewable. As part of Japan's ongoing commitment to environmental sustainability, in April 2018, the Japanese cabinet approved the 5th Basic Environmental Plan, which proposed the creation of the circular and ecological economy based on global trends involving the world, such as UN SDGs and Paris Agreement. The circular and ecological economy also includes SDGs concept of integrated improvements on 3 dimensions of sustainable development, namely the environment, economy, and society. The circular and ecological economy aims to revitalize each region and rural areas of Japan by forming self-reliant and sustainable societies. In other words, the aim is to maximize the use of regional resources in creating sustainable regions according to regional characteristics. Just to name one example, Kita-Kyushu City in Fukuoka Prefecture is pioneering initiatives of realizing a sound material recycle society through coordination between manufacturing, retail, industries, and waste disposal, as well as recycling industries. As of March 2024, Kita-Kyushu's Eco Town project has created 27 business projects, generated jobs for about 1,000 workers, and attracted 100,000 visitors per year. We are delighted to share many more of these Japanese regional initiatives with the ASEAN countries. Ladies and gentlemen, among the various efforts Japan is undertaking to combat plastic waste, I would like to highlight to you just one of the key initiatives, namely the plastic recycling for automotive use. As you know, Japan excels at producing quality vehicles. However, the production of vehicles require a significant amount of plastic materials which are used for vehicle body parts, bumpers, dashboard elements, among others. Recycling these plastic materials is a big challenge due to technological and financial limitations in the industries. In response, the Japanese government has taken a number of actions. In 2002, end-of-life vehicles recycling law was enacted and came into force in 2005. Under the law, when people buy a car, they pay recycling fee to the Japan Automobile Recycling Promotion Center. The center then manages recycling fees as deposits until the car is discarded. When the car is discarded, those fees will be used for recovering and recycling of some materials and parts such as fluorocarbon, airbag, or automobile shredder residue. This way, the end-of-life vehicles recycling law enables the burdens to be shared among car manufacturers, buyers, and auto dismantling industry. To further accelerate recycling of vehicles, the Japanese government launched the first industry-government academia consortium for developing a market for recycled plastics in automotive applications in November 2024. This initiative aligns with the European Commission's updated end-of-life vehicle directive. The consortium is tasked with developing an action plan to promote plastic recycling for automotive use with a target to increase the supply of recycled plastic materials for vehicles from 15% by 2035 to 20% by 2040. For those of you who wish to know more about all these initiatives that Japan is taking in promoting plastic recycling for automotive use, I'm very pleased to inform you that tomorrow afternoon, an expert from Japan will be speaking about this as part of the Japan-Malaysia Environment Week, which will be held at KLCC Convention Center. You can find more information about this Environment Week on the embassy website and social media. Finally, I'd like to conclude my remarks by reiterating Japan's commitment to tackle plastic pollution, both in Japan and globally. I firmly believe that the sustainable plastic future is possible, but it requires collaboration, innovation, and shared responsibility from all sectors of society. I look forward to listening to the panel discussions, which would highlight national best practices and regional opportunities for the fight against plastic pollution and accelerate regional action towards a sustainable plastic future for all. ありがとうございました。Thank you and terima kasih.
Thank you, Ambassador, for that powerful beginning. Now, as we move on to the panel part of the discussion, I wanted to just quickly give an introduction on what national partnerships are. As many of you know, Global Plastic Action Partnership is the World Economic Forum's project on plastic action. We were born in 2018, and at that time we had set up a goal for ourselves to reach 25 countries by 2025. At that point, that sounded a bit ambitious, crazy, or even cliched. But luckily for us, we were able to reach the 25th country as of January this year, and 5 of these countries are in this region: Indonesia, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, and the Philippines. So today we are going to hear from 3 of them, what their journey has been like. And each of these countries, we have enabled a fully locally owned platform that brings together government actors, business, academia, and civil society that coalesce around a national plan to end plastic pollution. And of course, as you can imagine, as the policy setters, the government plays a really important role. So without further ado, I would like to ask you, DDG Kwong, what has been the breakthrough in your journey of plastic action, and what has enabled it?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Jit, for your question. So to answer your questions, I think I want to make 3 points. So the first point, what NPAP has done for us is that it has created a collaborative platform. So thanks to NPAP, we have been enabled to establish a very institutionalized, multi-stakeholder platform, which include the government agencies, the private sectors, and also development partners. So as we may all know, there have been a lot of effort in order to reduce plastic pollution in Vietnam in many years, but those has been fragmented. So thanks to NPAP, first of all, we have been able to create a platform for everyone to join. Secondly, what NPAP has helped us, what its impact are, is also to transfer from dialogue to actions, to to align all the political priority with the action of the private sectors. For example, just January this year, we have enacted a degree on the EPR, which has a lot of participation of the private sectors. And also thanks to NPAP, we also promote many other initiatives on collecting and recycling plastic, or also an initiative on the DRS, the deposit and return schemes, which include also the informal sectors, informal workers, in a way that we ensure that they are applicable, they ensure a just transition, and they are also scalable. In our NPAP in Vietnam, we have been able to create 3 task forces on the 3 issues: on legal, on gender equality, and on financing and innovative. And there has been a lot of discussion under all the task force. For example, in 2022, we've been enabled to launch the Vietnam Plastic Assess. 1 year later, we're launching the gender contact assessment in the plastic value chain. And just 2 weeks from now, the last week of October, we will launch the financing roadmap for plastic action in Vietnam. So you can see there's been a lot of things going on, a lot of dialogue transfer into action. And thirdly, what I think which is also very important, is that NPAP has created a lasting impact on how we perceive the way we move forward. From before, we perceive this issue is like we are managing waste, but now we are seeing it as we are managing a resource, and we should do it all together. So I think what NPAP has done for Vietnam is clear, but it also shows that it's not only help us on combating or in reducing plastic pollution, but it might be also be helpful the same way on combating other environmental issues in the future. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, DDG. And I would like to pick up on a lot of points that you said, but I think the most important one is starting to see that shift from looking at it as waste to a resource. And we also heard in the earlier sessions about the need for feedstock and marketization of that. So very good that you've been able to do that. Turning to you, Pak Rofi, I think Indonesia NPAP has been the longest running. Also, kudos to my colleague Bunga and others in the audience who has made it so successful. So, similar question to you: what has, for you, the highlights been, and what do you think made it happen?
Thank you, Zit. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to everyone. And first, let me start with the thanks to the committee that brought us together today in this important meeting, especially to our colleagues from Government of Malaysia, of course, AFD, GPAP, and ERIA that have been collaborating through us, especially in establishing the NPAP in Indonesia. So Indonesia takes great pride for being the first country to launch the NPAP back in 2019 under the support and guidance of the GPAP. And since then, the NPAP has served as collaborative platform that bring governments, civil society, private sector, and development partners to address plastic pollution in Indonesia. I remember then in around 2019, Indonesia was like shocked with the data that Indonesia as one of the biggest contributor to the plastic pollution in the sea. So then, at the right moment, then we at the national level start with having more policy, robust policy on to tackle the marine pollution, and then we inspire with the GPAP, and then we establish NPAP. And from that point, NPAP really contributing to our effort in Indonesia. We can see that now in Indonesia we have around 119 members of NPAP comprising from private sector, association, and almost every stakeholders represented in the NPAP. And NPAP Indonesia also co-chaired by the government and private sectors alternately. So then it's make more balance between the government and private sectors. And similarly with the Vietnam, we established also task force, but we have 5 task force involving policy task force, financing, behavior change, and innovation and metrics. So all those 5 task force have established what we call a roadmap to support the government of Indonesia to achieve the target of reducing marine plastic pollution. So from that documents, then the partners collaborating, connecting each other to implement some activities and programs. And I can share some activity that if you ask me, most significant achievement we at NPAP has done so far. For example, in 2022, we gather together and we have achieved a commitment from non-state actors for around $1.7 million to support the national program on marine plastic debris programs. And I'm happy to share that the 70% of those pledges has been implemented so far. So this is quite achievement from NPAP that gather all the stakeholders. And together with our partners, NPAP has also published several strategic documents on plastic pollution, both at the national and also regional levels. And notably with the support from NPAP and ERIA, the government of Indonesia took the initiative to to confirm the first ASEAN Conference combating plastic pollution in South Asia. So we have now the third one after we start in Jakarta 3 years ago. So I think this is also because of the support from the EPAP in working together, connecting all the stakeholders. So we are happy with this the role of NPAP actually. And now the most recently under the joint leadership of the coordinating Ministry for Food Affairs, when I'm working for now, and the Ministry of Environment, Indonesia NPAP has established what we call the Extended Producer Responsibility or EPR working group. So this group brings together all the stakeholders, policymakers, industries, experts to consolidate the technical recommendation to support the strengthening of Indonesia's mandatory EPR, as we are now working on. So far, we don't have the specific EPR regulation in Indonesia, but we are now doing that, and with NPAP supporting us with the recommendation that solely NPAP doing so many seminars, FGDs, and so forth, and then provide the recommendation to the government. So I think that's some. I can share a lot actually, Kate, for this, but yeah. But at least that some achievement that significantly that I can share today. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, and congrats on reaching the 119 partners. I tried to count the logos on stage, but I think it was a bit difficult to turn my head. And it is good that both for Vietnam and Indonesia, we heard the role the NPAP is playing in shaping EPR regulation, bringing everybody together. So congrats on that. I think this kind of so far paints a picture of the highlights, but I want to move to you, Mr. Dek, with the other side. We heard in sessions 1 and 3 how implementation is key, but it is a path that is rife with challenges. What in NPAP Cambodia have been some of these challenges, and could you share a few lessons with the rest of us that would be useful?
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mr. Dek. I'm from Ministry of Environment, Cambodia. Actually, related to the solid waste and plastic waste management in developing country is similar to each other. Because in Cambodia, actually, we have many challenges like technical support, financial support, and participate from the local people in order to separate the waste at the source. And in Cambodia, we have a problem related to because the local people, they put the waste in the one bin. They didn't separate the waste at the source. Except hotel, restaurant, and guest house, they can separate the waste. But for most of the local people, they put the waste in the one bin, and then the waste collectors just come and go to dispose at the landfill. But it's similar to each other. But one more thing that we can say, in 2015, we developed one sub-degree, one sub-degree 113. The sub-degree, we decentralize the rule and responsibility of the solid waste management from the national well to sub-national well. We decentralize because we want to subnational administrative, they can prepare the action plan, budget plan, and activity in that area. They can manage the area by themselves, not complain to the national well. Yeah. And related to the plastic, we have one sub-degree 168. We have we at the superstore and business center. We cannot provide a plastic bag for free. We have to charge. We have to pay the money. If the consumer want to use the plastic bag, we have to pay one plastic bag 10 cents. Yeah, 10 cents. This is what we did. And recently, we developed a circular strategy on environment. We have 3 pillars related to the strategy. One is green. Second one is green, clean, and sustainable. Yeah, clean, green, and sustainable. This is a new circular strategy on environment in Cambodia. related to green, we have another activity. We have many action plan. We have only especially related to the public awareness campaign. We have a campaign to reduce the plastic bag by we have the scheme for the today I don't use the plastic bag. So today I don't this is a campaign that apply to whole in Cambodia. We encourage the local people how to speak out this information and educate to the local people and school to use this scheme and to collect the waste along the. I mean that they encourage them to clean the plastic waste in the community, in the house, and in the long this road at least one time per week. Yeah, they have to collect, and then they have another campaign like the Clean National Road, and every week the local administrative call the local people come to clean along the way, and then they report to a governor to see what they can do. This is what we did in Cambodia. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Deg, for those very practical lessons, and I hope everybody can take note of that. Moving on to you, Mr. Lev, at the end of this first round, as a business that's engaged in circularity in the recycling industry, which is up and coming, there's often a disconnect between the ambition that the policy tries to set and the realities on the ground. How do you see yourself bridging these two worlds of policy ambition and local realities?
Thank you, moderator, for question. And good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Leon, come from the company called Yuiteng Recycling. We doing plastic for 38 years. And 10 years ago, we heard people talk a lot about plastic pollution. So we, the people doing plastic, we feel a little bit ashamed. And we find some solution. And together with NBAP in Vietnam, Mr. Dam Wang, so now in Vietnam right now, we have ERIA. So that's why the implementation of plastic recycling and plastic application on a product like this in Vietnam is very normal. The bottle you see this bottle is from Nestle. And the bottle of Coca, bottle of Pepsi, bottle of Unilever in Vietnam, they mostly making from recycled plastic from 50 to 100%. But back to 5 years ago, even me, I also don't know how this plastic bottle come after we put it into the plastic bin. So happy that with the policy maker, with the advisor, and with the action, we bring the theory into reality. And every single day for us, we collect 200 tons of this plastic bottle on phone after using as the domestico in Vietnam using and we collect. So 200 tons convert in bottle will be equivalent to 15 million bottle we collect every single day. Today we don't have the video. So if we have the video, you see a mountain of bottle we collect every day. And if you putting this bottle every day, we collect the distance by bottle every day we collect is 965 kilometers. It is 3 times the distance from Kuala Lumpur to Singapore. Go and back 3 times, making by plastic road. So we feel happy that we do economic, but we also contribute to environment. Because this plastic bottle, if you bury somewhere or you blow in the ocean, it will go to Indonesia, for example. So we're happy that we give this plastic bottle a new life. But in the same shape, we're not putting this plastic bottle into something else. We put it back into bottle. So that's why we are happy to share our practice today. And thank you, NBAP, for making the bottle the new life. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Leon. I really like, and I want to reiterate what you just said. So all the bottles that you collect in a day, if you put them from one end to the other, you could travel from from Kuala Lumpur to Singapore 3 times and back. Okay, I just wanted to establish that that's no mean feat, and you've done that in 5 years, so congratulations on that. Just want to move on to the next round, and I can see the big clock looking at me angrily, so I want to request my speakers to maybe if we could keep this round short, and so we also have some time for audience questions. I'll start with you, Pak Rofi, and address the big elephant in the room, the plastic treaty negotiations that are ongoing. When we have a future global plastic treaty, how do you see the role of the NPAP evolving in helping implement?
Well, we are listening to the previous session that also talking about plastic treaties. So, I think we all agree that global and regional process like global plastic treaty is crucial in ensuring our national effort are aligned and coordinated with coherent regional and in a global level. So, however, to help countries move from ambition to actions, this process must go beyond the setting of global. We need to provide clear science-based guidance and tangible support that countries can directly apply on the ground. So, in this case, capacity building is very important, and support in aligning our collaborative effort to address plastic pollution is in socially and economically interconnected. And let's say, we are at ASEAN member state here now. We need to really align our effort and in addressing plastic pollution because we are socially and economically interconnected one to another. And if we are talking about marine plastic debris, we are also really connected, and we share the problem. Indonesia cannot help its countries alone, but we need also to work together with neighboring, because we share the ocean, we share the issue as well in this case. So togetherness is very important. But I think we need also to have like scientifically or scientific body that can also help us in standardizing the methodology that accepted by the all countries. In this case, we'll have a more transparent measurement, transparent and so forth. Meanings that we have our common target. I believe that we here in ASEAN we have already a regional plan of action on marine plastic debris. So I think this can be our vehicle to go beyond national activity, but we are working on the regional and go to the global. So the equally important is the treaty should also accompanied by the technical assistance and financial support, particularly for us as a developing countries. So again, this is our common challenge when we are talking about environmental issue that need more capacity in the financial, of course, and human resources, technology, and so forth. So again, this is very important. So learning from NPAP that we are discussing in this session, so it can be like it can be mirroring actually with the global. If we can bring all together, all the stakeholders, private sectors, big companies, and everyone to sit together and have a common target, and we work based on our capacity, that will be amazing. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot. That was very comprehensive. I want to turn to you, Mr. Dek, and ask you the same question. If you would like to add anything to what Pak Rafi said, from your perspective in Cambodia, how can, given also the maturity of the NPAP, what role do you see it playing as the treaty landscape evolves?
Actually, it's related to the NPAP. I saw that this document will provide a recommendation from the roadmap to practice in Cambodia. And you know, in Cambodia we don't have we didn't launch NPAP yet, but hopefully we can maybe soon, and then we can for this document we will share the best practice sharing among the regional and global. And then we can learn more from another country. We can find a good solution, and we can learn from the technology transfer, something like that. And of course, we can find the problem and find the solution together among the country who participate in this document. And you know, we can develop the action plan in line with the circular strategy that I mentioned before. And you know, we use that strategy. You know, until now more than 13 million of people and monks participate in this circular strategy. That they participate. They understand about the issues of the plastic. Yeah, impact of the plastic to the health, to the society, and even the children and even the high school, they understand what is the issues of the plastic in Cambodia. And I hope that this document will be provide a very good recommendation for the Cambodia. Yes, thank you.
Thanks a lot. Turning to you, DDG Kong, if I could ask you to be brief on this question, and you'll see it is in my interest that you're brief on this question. What further support do you envisage from the Secretariat in helping you flourish?
Thank you for your question, but I'll be very brief. I see the clock is ticking off. But first of all, I'd like to touch the previous question. I totally agree with my Cambodian and Indonesian colleagues. For Vietnam, actually, I'm a bit surprised that NPAP really helped us during the negotiation. You know, we have a merger of the ministry between the Ministry of Natural Resource and Environment and the Ministry of Agriculture. So 1 year ago, I'm not in charge of NPAP nor the INC. So when I joined in, I was really surprised to see we do a lot of consultation within the NPAP to other private sectors, but also non-profitable organizations and development partners to find a common ground, a common, negotiation way forward for Vietnam. So I'm really surprised and see that NPAP helped us a lot during all the negotiation rounds. As for your question, I think there are several points I want to make on how WEF can help ASEAN countries in the future. First of all is to connect between countries. You know, in combating plastic pollution, ASEAN, we have a lot of common issues like lack of financial resource, lack of technologies, and the lack of the legal framework. So NPAP and the WF, the Secretariat, can help us connecting everyone together to find common knowledge, sharing the lesson learned, and also, the good practice. And it can also help us to connect with other development partners that are doing a lot of effort in order to reduce plastic pollution, in order to avoid duplication, which is also a way to optimize resource. Secondly, the Secretariat can also help us to mobilize funds. The WEF, through its influence, can help us connect with other investor and inventor also in order to achieve a circular economy. Thirdly, I think it can help us also to promote data reliability and data transparency, because we all know that data reliability is crucial in order to say how you are combating plastic pollution. And through NPAP of all countries, maybe we can have a way to harmonize our data framework. And after that, we can see that our data can be more reliable and be more transparent. And lastly, which I think is also very important, is that the WEF can help maintaining a global visibility. Due to its influence, it can help ASEAN country promote what we have done in the global stage. And that will also confirm our political will and help us attract more partners in the future. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. That is a long list of homework for us, but we're very happy for you to be so clear in how organizations such as ourselves could support. And just to round up this part of the panel, Mr. Lei, coming back to you, it is very important, as we have heard throughout the day, that the private sector be part of efforts like this. What lessons would you have for your peers in engaging with programs like this? Because we heard from the previous session, I think there are a lot of other organizations that are trying to engage the market side. So what message would you have for them?
When we entering or joining the NBAP, we see it is a one-stop destination. Because there we have the Ministry of Agriculture and Environment there, who make the policy and law. We can meet the WWF. They are international knowledge, so they can share knowledge and how the recycling happening in Europe or American, for example. We can meet the brand over there. There we have Unilever, like in Indonesia also have Unilever. We have Coke also there. So they also make a trial. And they also have the association. So we can exchange the knowledge, not only internal in Vietnam, but we also can exchange the knowledge international. So that is very precious for us to learn. And through the NBAP, we have many actions. The first action is on the incoming good. So we advise people how to aggregate exhaust by the DAS, for example. Now we also do a pilot project in Vietnam to how to refund the portal correctly and how to teach the informal worker become more informal. Second is design. Lucky we are in the plastic association. So this plastic bottle only they have 3 material. And if you use so many material, it's not recycle friendly. So we advise how to design for recycle friendly, for plastic bottle, for paper, for aluminum. And the third one is how to educate the consumer. In here, we thought plastic recycling is good for environment, everything is good. But when the company, they sell the product into the market, they use the recycle. Maybe the consumer, they not accept. They said, oh, this color is not good. Why the color is so gray? So they deny. So that's why we, within NBAP, we step by step educate not only the informal worker, we also educate the consumer. Like in Europe, you see, the bottle if recycle is black or red, but the consumer accept and they're happy to use because they think this is good for environment. But in Asia, it's not that yet. So we hope within NBAP, we have the big role in the next few years. Because going back to 5 years ago, nobody talking about plastic recycling or circular economy. But now so many seminars in Vietnam and in the region. And today happy in the region, not only Vietnam with NBAP, we also have my friend Indonesia here, Cambodia here. We own action for green, clean and beautiful Asia.
Thanks a lot. That was very inspiring. And because you mentioned this design for circularity requirement, and then DDG Kong and the rest of the speakers also mentioned the need for all of these countries to come together and create these regulations. I think that would be really positive for businesses like you to grow regionally. As a Swiss organization, I think I have kept Swiss time, and we have 1 minute and 30 seconds left. I just want to check with Ayako if we have time for questions from the audience. Yeah. Probably we take 2 questions. So we have the gentleman in front. And over there. So we have the 2 contenders. If someone could help with the mics. Feel free to introduce yourself and direct to a speaker.
Yes, I'm Kumara from IJS. Thank you very much for the panelists sharing very nice stories and experience. So I think I want to connect this session with the first session I moderated because we discussed the importance of coordination at the national level to implement the national action plan. I think NPAP is one of the good case study for this work. But I'm thinking, what is the role of internally and what is the role of outsiders like World Economic Forum or IGS or any other? Because I feel the activities, coordination is doing by internally. It should be internally driven process. Do we need outsider support to do this internal, create an internal platform? Or I'm going to see what is the real support government needs from outsiders to do this NPAP style coordination, because I feel everybody said NPAP is important, but I couldn't understand what is the support, external support from like World Economic Forum need to bring to facilitate this internal operation of the platforms. Is it money, or it is technology, or it is support the because I know government is very busy in cannot do coordination. I saw Indonesia once saw something WARI, Indonesia is doing this facilitation on behalf of the government. So WEF funded for them to do that role, or what you expecting from the outside? I like to ask from the.
Thanks a lot. Excellent question. I'll just take the other question as well, so we answer all of them together.
Hello? Yep, now it works. So I'm Anssi Mikola from a company called River Recycle, and we clean 14 rivers, among those rivers in the Philippines, Indonesia, Bangladesh, India, and so on. And what we find in the rivers is plastics, but very little PET, very little recyclable plastics. So the question is, could we have a ASEAN-wide EPR solution that would take action on the details of the kinds of plastics? We need higher EPR for low-value plastics in order to actually create a market where they can be recycled or upcycled at least. So could we have an ASEAN-wide solution for this? Would that be possible on the EPR law?
Thank you. Two very difficult questions. I'm happy I don't have to be the one to answer them. So I turn to my panel. If you would like to answer the first question first. Yes, absolutely. Happy to summarize the first question. So all of us talked about internal coordination that needs to happen amongst AMS. What is the role then of external organizations in facilitating that? Is it financial? Is it content expertise? I think any three of you are very well positioned to answer that question.
That's a very hard question. But I think, first of all, I might answer the second question first, because I totally have the answer in mind. And I think that's, to be honest and to be frank, it's quite hard at this moment. Because as you can see, our friends from Indonesia and or Cambodia say about the current status of the EPR framework. As for Vietnam, we have established our EPR, and we are intended to renew it next year, even better one. So I think at this level, right now, it's a bit hard. I've been negotiating a lot of FTAs between ASEAN countries, so it's easier to make a framework to make all the AMS to commit if it's about trading goods, trading services, or investment. But concerning issues that touch environment, to be frank, it's a bit slower. So that, to be honest, might have to wait for several years. And for the first question, I don't know if my colleagues here have some answer.
Well, if I get the question correctly. So, well, it is about how we internally coordinate within ASEAN member countries, and also support from external. So yeah, I think we at the ASEAN we share the problem, the issue of marine plastic pollution and plastic pollution in general. So and yeah, it's shared. Every countries have the same problem. Let's say Indonesia as the most populous or the biggest population, of course, it generates more plastics, more waste, and the problem will not be borne by Indonesian, but also will share to other. So that's why I think, of course, all the actions, all the policy will be based on its country itself. The commitment should come from its countries. But in a regional where we share the issue, we need also some agreement and then to support each other. Let's say we need to standardize the technology, the scientific approach, methodology, and so forth. Then we can learn each other, sharing the best practices from each countries, for example, and also we can tackle the issue when it's beyond the jurisdiction of the country. So I believe there's so much thing to do regionally, but again, the action or the commitment should come from its country itself, and we need also support from the external, as we have a GPAP from the World Economic Forum support through NPAP. It's really part of the capacity building. How, yeah, they are not giving up money actually. So, but they bring us the space for us to sit together and provide the new rooms for us to work together and link all the stakeholders internally and also regionally and globally. So, and through this also we can also access some potential support from other stakeholders externally, investment and so forth. So yeah, since this is really complex issue, global issue, no one single countries can solve this problem. So yeah, we need to work together regionally and globally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Rofi. So thanks to my panel for surfacing these insights. I think we've heard about some of the best practices in terms of what has made you successful, being a convener of platforms, having the entire value chain, as we saw in that wonderful slide with Indonesia, the entire value chain represented. And also from Cambodia, we've heard that periodicity is very important, being able to organize those regular connects across the value chain. And of course, from the private sector, the certainty in policy signals. And I think 5 years is a commendable period of time to reach profitability. So definitely that goes on to say what the importance of these policy clarity is. And in my wrapping up sentence, I think I would like to answer your question as well, which both my speakers have answered so wonderfully. I think at the beginning stages, finance is a big part of the equation, especially as we work in developing countries. There's not always a lot of fiscal space to provide the required attention to these topics. And not just organizations like us, but also development partners, many of whom are represented here today as well. And then slowly there needs to be that weaning off of the finance, but then what becomes very important is surfacing of knowledge and insights so that your approach always remains evidence-based. So I think this is how we are supporting, and this is how we see is probably a productive way that outsiders can help provide that platform for coordination. With that, I thank my panel and thank you, the organizers, for letting us have this conversation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Jit Kaur, Very quick at responding. Congratulations to you. And thank you too to all our speakers on the stage. Okay, do we do a photo session as usual? Yes, please. So we invite you to come slightly forward in front of the stage so you can take good photos. Definitely very constructive speakers. We have the topics that been put on for the discussion today, and we are really, really appreciative towards the members of the floors shooting out questions. Very, very nice. Once again, we truly, truly appreciate all the insightful ideas, comments from all the speakers. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's proceed to session 5, our 5th session, with the title, The Science of Change, Launching the Behavior Lab Partnership in ASEAN. This session will bring the audience to the world of social science tools in addressing our plastic heavy. With the collaboration of ERIA, IGES, GIS, RARE, and WWF, the Behavior Lab Partnership was formed in 2025 to support collaborative actions and develop knowledge generation approaches tailored to the needs of the ASEAN region. And for that, I'm pleased to invite Mr. Dwayne Appleby, Deputy Director of Sustainable Consumption and Production Area, Institute for Global Environmental Strategies, IGES, to open and moderate this session. Mr. Dwayne, the stage is all yours.
Thank you very much, Kiki, for the wonderful MC all day today. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us promptly after the coffee break. We're very happy to be sharing this moment with you. Please adjust as necessary. There we go. Thank you. So, as Kiki mentioned, we are gathered here today for this session to introduce the Behavior Lab Partnership. And through the session, we'll have a panel discussion where you're going to hear from some of the leading experts and practitioners in behavioral change and behavior science from the ASEAN region and beyond. We're going to address plastic consumption and waste specifically, but of course, behavior change is broader than that, and so we can think potentially of other applications. We're also going to close out by giving you a sneak peek at what is to come next from the Behavioral Lab. You should be hearing our name more and more as the year goes on and into 2026, so we will give you some heads up and invite you to join us. So first, before we get into the panel, I would like to invite for a keynote speech Mr. Ryo Kawamura, Director of the Regional Knowledge Center for Marine Plastic Debris at ERIA. He will say a few words and officially launch the Behavior Lab. Kawamura-san, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Dwayne-san, for the kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues from Malaysia and across ASEAN member states, it is with immense pleasure that I stand before you today to officially announce the launch of the Behavior Lab Partnership. Back in April this year, I had the opportunity to participate in one of the 3-hour formal webinars on behavior change, organized by our partner GIZ, alongside our colleagues from IGES. At that time, we introduced for the first time the upcoming Behavior Lab Partnership, a collaboration between ERIA, IGES, GIZ, the Rare Center for Behavior in the Environment, and WWF Plastic Smart Cities. 2 months ago, in August, I also had the pleasure to meeting with WWF and IGES colleagues in Geneva during the INC 5.2 negotiations, where we reaffirmed our shared commitment to advancing behavioral change as a key focus area among our 5 organizations. Today, just 6 months after the term Behavioral Lab were first mentioned publicly, I'm proud to share that we have made significant progress. Today, we officially launched a partnership along with our shared branding, proudly presenting the logo under which we will unite and collaborate. Through the Behavioral Lab, we aim to create tangible and meaningful impact in the field of behavioral science across the ASEAN region to address plastic waste, especially at the upstream phase of its life cycle. As you know, when applied effectively, behavior change can be a powerful tool to tackle plastic pollution. Yet, until recently, limited research has been conducted in the ASEAN region to guide policymakers, businesses, and practitioners in developing science-based tools that reflect the region's unique socio-economic context. The Behavioral Lab is proud to work alongside stakeholders across ASEAN to develop regional good practices and contribute to the global dialogue. To formalize our collaboration, the 5 organizations signed a memorandum of understanding earlier this month. This MOU marks our shared commitment for the next 3 years, during which we will organize joint events, coordinate actions, conduct research, and mobilize external funding to support our shared mission. I'm confident that this partnership will deliver meaningful results, and I look forward to sharing those outcomes with all of you in the near future. I'm also pleased to announce that ERIA will host the Behavioral Lab webpage on the Regional Knowledge Center website. The webpage, designed with a shared visual identity, will serve as a hub for practical and easy-to-understand resources. It aims to make the concept of behavioral change, which can sometimes feel abstract, more accessible and relevant to ASEAN context. To conclude, I'd once again like to express my sincere thanks to our partners, IGES, GIZ, REA Center, and WWF, for your contributions, trust, and collaboration. I truly believe that together we can unlock the science of change and create a lasting positive impact. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kawamura-san, for officially launching. We're so excited to share this with everyone here, and I would also like to express my thanks, Kawamura-san, to your entire team for being such a wonderful support and guiding light on this journey of developing the Behavior Lab. So, in the spirit of behavior change, the other sessions took their group photos at the end. We're going to do ours now. Just to switch things up. So I would like to invite representatives from the 4 additional partners. I will represent IGES. So we have Ayako Mizuno from ERIA, Jessica Chia and Bonang, and Xiang Li. We'll introduce them to you more formally in a few moments. So please bear with us.
Okay, one thumbs up. Thumbs up, yes.
All right, thank you. Please. Excellent, thank you very much. All right, so I will quickly introduce the panelists to you, representing our partners. Starting, I believe, closest to me, we'll go, this is Xiang Li, who is the founder and general manager from Rare China's Center for Behavior. Next to her, Jessica Chia, manager for monitoring impact and evaluation and learning at WWF, Plastic Smart Cities, Next to her is Bonang, regional advisor for ASEAN Municipal Solid Waste Enhancement from GIZ. And at the end is Ayako Mizuno, program manager for the Regional Knowledge Center for Marine Plastic Debris at ERIA. So, ladies and gentlemen, your panel. So, to start off, I think I'm going to do a little bit of background here and ask Xiang if you can explain to us briefly what the behavioral sciences are and what makes them such an effective and promising tool for changing behavior, specifically around plastic.
I like to start by explaining two actually similar concepts. The first one is behavior science. So basically, behavior science is study why people think and act the way they do. So basically, it explain and predict the human behaviors. It's the typical research topic is like why a habit sticks. But I wanted to introduce another concept, is the science of change, which is really the behavior lab tagline. And I really like it about it because the science of change represents taking the insights from behavior science and make it into an intentional change. So that is making the understanding into impact. So as we know that for plastic pollution problem is never a material problem, it's a people problem. And Rare recently released a report called Solutions for Plastic Pollution. And we synchronized over 200 global case studies on plastic pollutions. And we find out conventional interventions very much focus on infrastructure and regulations. But these are critical, but not enough. So if we combine the infrastructure and the regulation with behavior-informed interventions, it can double the participation from the communities and all the different players. So we really think that behavior tools and concept can really help us to design the environment that is making the sustainable action more visible, more attractive, and more easy for people to adopt. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's really about being intentional, taking your time and really understanding so you can design effective interventions, whether they're policies or project activities. Thank you. So maybe I'll jump to the end to Ayako and ask you. So, I mean, ERIA, the Regional Knowledge Center, has been working on plastics for a number of years now. And so I wonder what brought about the change to focus on behavior as the intervention point.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I would like to answer that question by saying that our behavior change work goes back in 2022. and the behavioral science as a tool to address plastic pollution was not a prominent topic back in the time. And even today, I think laws and regulations, technologies, and also infrastructure would be the main pillar to address plastic pollution, and rightfully so. But we started to explore this field, and I would like to ask the question back to you. But so we were sort of contacted by Aegis team working on 1.5 degree lifestyle. And at the time, their work was more on climate change, lifestyle, but behavior change. And they proposed, well, you proposed to us saying that let's work on this field, but on single-use plastic reduction. So would you like to explain a little bit on the work that we've been doing since 2022?
Okay, yes, I could do that. So I guess where I would start with that is to say that, there was an opportunity space around single-use plastics as a really important issue for ASEAN. I think a couple of speakers earlier mentioned how significant the challenge is for some countries here. And so we were looking at that and realized, looking at the scientific literature out there, that there was a real gap in case studies and examinations of activities in ASEAN. Most of the research was coming from Europe or North America, which is great and useful, but is not always as applicable. So we saw the opportunity to step in and try to develop something a little more homegrown and relevant to the region. So maybe to get off of myself, I'll switch over to Bonang now and ask, GIZ has been active. We heard about 3R Promar project earlier, has been active in the region and globally for a long time, working on behavior change, aspects of this with waste and other topics. And I'm wondering, have you noticed, or what have you noticed in terms of gaps or capacity needs related to behavior change projects in ASEAN?
Testing. Hello. I'm also with the German Development Agency, GIZ, working with my colleague Fong on 3R Promar and also on another project, AMUSE. In that experience, we've learned that awareness is there, it exists, but the challenge is that awareness doesn't always translate into consistent change, and that's something that we try to address with GIZ, that awareness doesn't stay as awareness, but it stays into a consistent change as well. Because so far what we've learned is that many campaigns in the region and also and globally, I would say, they focus a lot on behavioral change campaign awareness, like raising awareness, communications as well, but not necessarily on the application of behavioral science. And that's why we try to provide them as well. So there is a need for practical solutions that would help the ASEAN member states and also practitioners of behavioral change to move awareness into a consistent change. And this directly ties into ASEAN REP as well. Within the ASEAN REP, it was mentioned earlier that there is one action line on behavioral change communication strategy. And this is something that GIZ is also trying to address. We developed the behavioral change toolbox as a way for us to give the ASEAN member states regional guidance or a framework that would help them identify key behaviors and also a way to, change awareness into consistent and long-term change. So what I'm saying is that there is this need for a collective regional approach as indicated by the ASEAN REP, a behavioral change communication strategy is what we try to give them so that, as I've been saying, that awareness, it doesn't just stay as awareness, but it's turning into consistent change.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a really important point that, often, behavior change efforts start and end as awareness raising, assuming that if people know better, they will do better. And this isn't always the case. It requires infrastructure, it requires regulation, enforcement, monitoring, etc. So I think this point is really well taken. I would encourage everyone to check out the toolbox methodology that Bonang mentioned. It's really quite a fantastic resource. So well done. Maybe now I'll turn to you, Jessica, and say, from your position in WWF and Plastic Smart Cities, if we zoom out from the ASEAN region, what can you say kind of about the gap and the landscape that you see at the global level? Of course, feel welcome to mention ASEAN as well, but, what do you see?
Yeah, thanks, Dwayne. I think within ASEAN and globally as well, I think we've seen that similar awareness is there. And we've done a lot of work with Plastic Smart Cities since 2018, implementing various pilots across ASEAN and globally as well. And I think we've observed that there has been behavioral change at the community level work that we've been doing in terms of things like household waste segregation at source, or working with schools and educational institutions. But with long-term change is where I think we kind of see the gaps, and having the right enablers and levers in place will really support that in terms of having rules and regulations that are applied effectively. So things like the Global Plastics Treaty, for example, and having that policy in place for bans will definitely help long-term reduction in the use of harmful single-use plastics, for example. And similarly with waste segregation at source, while communities often are adopting the right practices, it can get disheartening when the collection systems are not always in place to effectively bring things to the right recyclers, for example. And so with the right financial incentives and subsidies, for example, there could be that support, that financial incentive and support to the overall system that would support long-term behavioral change at the end.
Great. And I would like to add on to that just a personal reflection that echoes what you're saying about the need for effective implementation, the monitoring and enforcement of waste management systems. One of the projects that Agence and ERIA and RARE have already been working on is called the Breaking the Plastic Habit in ASEAN, and we've been implementing in 6 different countries efforts to reduce single-use plastics. And I can think in specific in Quezon City in the Philippines. We encountered some resistance among businesses to some of the efforts, and they really didn't want to engage, but then the city changed its regulation, and they were forced to change. And while this was, a bit difficult situation for them, it opened up some movement and opened a dialogue, and now they're talking with the city to figure out ways to implement the regulation in a way that's sensitive to the needs of business. And so this, I guess, also echoes back to what Xiang was saying about when we implement a policy designed for behavior change, we can do it in a much more intentional and smart way that includes stakeholder engagement and dialogue. So maybe speaking of Xiang, we've talked now a little bit about what behavior change science is, what some of the tools are, and some of the gaps that we've seen. And so I wonder, in your view, working on behavior change, in ASEAN, in China, elsewhere in the world, who do you see as kind of the key allies when you're working on a project? I mean, we can and we will talk about the kind of 3 main audiences of the Behavior Lab, which are policymakers, businesses, and civil society. But I'm wondering, just in a general sense, what has your experience been in saying who do you need to get on your side? Who should you talk to?
Yeah, that is a great question. And I think when they talk about behavior interventions, behavior campaign, people generally thinking that is target is consumer or the residents, the community. Of course, they are a key partner and a key target audience. But to make this work, we all need to combine the upstream and downstream player together, especially those who design the product and using the material to design the packaging. And I think like this conference, just outside this conference room, you already saw a lot of innovative examples, and they using innovative materials and design these innovative solutions. Just one example is called Bambi, and they are from Indonesia, and it's a project team that designed a sustainable diaper. And RARE has supporting their project team to design the sustainable material in design this diaper, and they reduce the plastic waste. So this is a good example that we will engage. We also need to engage the producer and the people, everybody along the supply chain to make it work. So I think our partner will also talk about other players. So I will stop from here. Thank you.
Great. And I wonder maybe if I could dig just a little bit deeper before we jump on to the next point, that is there a way to map the stakeholders who you might need to engage with? Is there, a tool that people can use to help them to conceptualize?
Yeah, definitely. At RARE, we had a framework called behavior-centered design. And one of the first step to begin this behavior-centered design is to map out the target audience and the stakeholder. And we usually divide them into two categories. So one is the actor, that means who directly contributing to the problem. But the other one is also very important, is the stakeholder, but they are the influencer. So we also need to get those people on board. So it's very critical when you start a project, you clearly map out who is the actor and who are the your influencer. So.
Great, thank you. So behavior-centered design, this is a great framework to help people to conceptualize how they could be implementing behavior change science. So thank you for that. Now maybe Ayako, if I could ask you if we can maybe dive a bit deeper on this idea of engaging with policymakers. Do you have thoughts on how we go about doing this?
Yes, and I think policymakers will be one of the other stakeholders that we definitely need to involve in this process. And together with IGES team again, ERIA team is also currently, we just launched the needs assessment work that we will be conducting in ASEAN region among the policymakers to understand their understanding of behavioral change as a tool. Understand their needs, but also to identify the gaps that exist in terms of knowledge. So we intend to conduct a qualitative study, and hopefully this will be a foundation for our work in 2026.
Yeah, that's right. We are engaging, with policymakers and doing this assessment to find out what are the gaps, what tools or supports do policymakers in ASEAN need. We're starting in 5 countries: Malaysia, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, and the last one, Malaysia. Yeah, I had a meeting this morning. It was very wonderful with some local people. So you can look forward to this as a soon to be released in the new year product from the Behavior Lab. So now maybe let's switch audiences to businesses. And Jessica, I wonder if I believe WWF has some work around Plastic Action Asia, I believe it's called, working with businesses in the ASEAN region. And so I wonder if you have some insights on, who are the key players, who do you need to consider when you are engaging with businesses? Does it go beyond just the business owner? What's their relationship to the policy landscape? Or please.
Thanks. Yeah, so WWF Plastic Smart Cities does work across all the different stakeholders in terms of government authorities and businesses and communities. But in terms of businesses, some of the examples of our work has included work with multinational corporations, for example, on the larger side of things, but then also with small and medium enterprises, because we recognize that within Southeast Asia in particular, there's a lot of waste coming from sachets, for example, from a lot of smaller businesses. And so working with little shops directly, as well as the brands themselves and business coalitions. So you mentioned Plastic Action Asia, PACT, as we call it. that was started with WWF Singapore, and they've worked directly with signing on various businesses to sign commitments to reduce their plastic waste. And so that's been kind of adopted by WWF Thailand as well, working with food delivery companies, for example, and at the wider scale. And then in terms of our strategy as well, we've been trying to scale our work from smaller communities to cities, more provincial level actors as well. And so within Vietnam, in one of the areas that we work in, the team has also engaged the Department of Tourism to kind of scale working with tourism businesses and companies in general to reduce their plastic waste as well. So I think that's also another example of the work that's been done. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I particularly like to hear about the engagement with the tourism sector. This is a large producer of plastic waste. And I can mention briefly that through the Breaking the Plastic Habit in ASEAN project, we are working with a small business in Laos that is working with the tourism sector to pilot reuse models. I think the next session we're going to talk about some reuse models. So I'm anticipating them. But I think this is such an important area, and we often talk when we think about behavior change is that people are often most receptive to behavior change when they're doing something a little bit different than they usually do, and going on vacation can be one of those moments where people are open to trying new things. So I think, it's very interesting. Thank you. So now, Bonang, maybe you can round us out here to talk a little bit about, engaging with civil society and communities through GIZ's work in the region. What are your views about who are kind of the allies that you need to engage with? And I mean, maybe it's a little bit different from civil society in general and communities on the other hand, but I'd love your reflections on that.
Okay, thanks. I would definitely say that we need to engage civil society and local community more, because they're the ones who directly work and engage with, let's say, schools, communities, markets, where behavioral change actually takes place. And based on GIZ's observation, civil society is very active. They have creative solutions for behavioral change, but sometimes they lack access to structured tools, guidance, resource, and stuff like that, which is why we need to give them practical support to make their interventions more systematic, measurable, and also, of course, scalable at the regional level and also globally as well. That's why we developed the behavioral change toolbox that they can take with them and then adapt to their local or national context as well. And civil society, of course, as I said, policymakers, businesses, they're all important actors as well. They create and establish enabling environments for civil society to succeed, but it's most of the time civil societies are the ones who actually translate these policies into real change on the ground. And at GIZ, that's what we try to do. It's one of our priorities as well. We try to equip them with the right tools, such as the Behavioral Change Toolbox, and also connect them with the right networks. There are a lot of behavioral change experts in the region, and also a lot of projects, initiatives working on behavioral change, either nationally, regionally, and globally as well. So we try to connect these expertise, information generated from them, so that they can make sure that their experiences, lessons learned are scalable and also replicated at the regional and global level.
Awesome, thank you. And maybe I can put Jessica on the spot again here just to say what Bonang was talking about, engaging, for example, with schools, education systems, and the communities in which they're embedded. I think I recall that the WWF has some similar work, and so I wonder if you kind of echo that and see the value of engaging with those types of actors at a community level.
Yeah, definitely. So WWF has worked with a number of schools across the region as well, in Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand as well, and Philippines, etc. But and each of the countries has essentially developed various guidelines and to either create plastic-free schools or zero-waste schools, and various manuals as well that are all available for anyone to use, and kind of replicate that approach in in different areas. And so that's been adopted quite widely by quite a few different educational boards as well. And I think that's kind of shown how cafeterias can be transformed into spaces with no reuse plastics, I guess, and also improve their waste management practices and kind of giving long-term change in terms of either within the school or in the child's community as well.
Awesome, thank you. And maybe I can ask also Xiang if you have a reflection on that, kind of this idea of engaging with community, because I think sometimes we have certain definitions of community, and maybe in some places community is almost an industry. Maybe it's the food sector, or it's another business or fisheries we've talked about at times. So I wonder if you just have a brief reflection on that.
REIR has engaged with all different kinds of community. There are fishermen in the rural countryside, but there are also community in the city. So I think one of our reflection is, although we have been working with hundreds of thousands community around the world, but we cannot assume that we know enough about them. So every project, we will start with an in-depth study on the community and how they see the problem in their eyes and their languages. Without this deep understanding, if we just rush to jump to the conclusion, we'll very much find out that in the reality it won't work. So that is just one reflection we have on this working with community.
Wonderful, thank you. So I wonder now if we can come back to something that Jessica was talking about, this question of scaling up. How do we go from, pilot projects to scale up to city level, to maybe province level, or to national level and regional level? I mean, this is a key challenge that Behavior Lab wants to address. And we're addressing that in a small way to begin with by speaking with policymakers around the region, piloting projects, and coming together as a group and kind of enhancing our ability to understand and to communicate and to implement. But I wonder if putting any of you on the spot, please volunteer to answer. If you have any thoughts on effective strategies for scaling, whether it's something that you've done in your organization or just kind of something you've seen somewhere else. Anyone?
I guess one example that WF Plastic Smart Cities has seen is also kind of gathering different actors together. I think this is also a good example of kind of sharing knowledge and getting everyone to understand what is possible at a wider with a wider reach as well. So just sharing some examples of what has gone well within one city. And so, for example, I think in Vietnam as well, they've worked across 10 different cities with Plastic Smart Cities work. And they've had national kind of events to kind of bring different cities together and understand about what are some of the examples that have taken place on the ground in terms of plastic leakage reduction, and how each city can kind of adopt a similar journey in place. So that's one way of kind of scaling that work.
Yeah, great. So kind of knowledge sharing and creating almost a network of networks to build and support one another. Xiang.
I might want just add a little bit. I think to scaling up this behavior impact, one of the key is to have rigorous monitoring and evaluation. Because we are very much familiar with monitoring the impact or monitoring the activity or resources that we invested. But the individual behavior sometimes is, first of all, it's invisible. it happens in people's house, or it's very difficult to measure. So I think one of the investment we wanted to make with Behavior Lab partner is to develop a rigorous monitoring and evaluation system. It's because this environmental impact cannot be achieved if we cannot measure this individual change. If we could have a shared monitoring evaluation framework across different countries, and then we can measure the impact in the community and also at the larger level, so we can trace them and predict the future trend. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Ayako, please.
Can I also provide these were experts' voices, but I'd like to maybe strategically also say that the Behavioral Lab partnership itself is a scale-up. Instead of working in silo, we are uniting forces, amplifying our voices. And I would like to quote Dr. Vontok from session 1. Instead of competing with one another, we are here to collaborate, cooperate, and also, what was the third one? Coordinate with one another. So I think that also means scale up on a regional level. So,
well said. Thank you. So I think also what Xiang mentioned kind of anticipates my next point. I wanted to shift over to saying what is next for the Behavior Lab. And I have a few things on my list to mention, and I'll start with the monitoring and evaluation framework, which we have started work on. We are collaborating. We've started piloting it with a few projects, and so in the new year we will be excited to release that as a tool that is freely available to anyone in ASEAN or outside. And so please watch for that. There will be news alerts through AREA's website as well as Behavior Lab channels. I thought also maybe, we could talk a little bit about the upcoming Sea of Solutions event, and maybe I can ask Bonang to start us out on that. Please.
Before I do that, I would just like to add as well to Ayako's and Jessica's point that from Jia's observation that there is also still a need for technical support at the national level. I think it was mentioned earlier this morning that at the national level, for example, there are activities on behavioral change communication campaigns, but on communications, raising awareness, but not extensively on behavioral science. So that's what we try to also provide later on via the BLab partnership, and also knowledge sharing is very important as well. I mentioned earlier that there are a lot of technical experts in the region working on behavioral science, and also initiatives and projects working on, or at least have some components on behavioral change. So we try to have a platform or a webpage that would consolidate information and also facilitate the sharing of knowledge so that lessons don't stay local and that projects don't work in isolation. And also on the Sea of Solutions, on that note, we're also preparing for a session end of this year. UNEP is going to be holding UNEP's project COPSI is going to be holding an event at the Sea of Solutions. One of the sessions would be focusing on behavioral change, and the theme of the Sea of Solutions itself takes on the theme of partnerships and solutions for plastic pollution. So this is a very opportune moment for us, the BLab partnership, to be showcasing that partnerships can provide solutions and, tackling plastic pollution.
Yeah, it's great. So you will be seeing our name and our faces again if you join us in Bangkok in December for the Sea of Solutions. We will be addressing behavior change again there. And so we invite you all to join us either in person or online. I think as well I can say that some of the upcoming products from the Behavior Lab, some of our initial offerings will include a series of case studies that are based in ASEAN countries. So this goes to addressing some of that gap that Ayako and I were talking about earlier, that in the literature there tends to be dare I say, an overrepresentation of cases from Europe and North America, and fewer from Asia and Southeast Asia in particular. So we're very excited to release those to everyone, and so please, look forward to that, to watch for it. And I think with that, maybe I'll get everyone, give you a moment to say any last words before we go to questions. And I'll just remind for the online audience, if you want, you can please put questions in chat. Someone will monitor and let us know if there's a question. So maybe we'll start close to me and go to the end. So maybe I can ask Xiang for any closing reflections.
Sure. I think what I wanted to share is the behavior science give us some roadmap, but it is the partnership that engaging everyone from the government, business, and the community that will join the force and move this roadmap forward. Thank you.
I love it. The sense of community that we do it together. I love it. Jessica.
Yeah, thanks. I think with this behavior lab partnership as well, I think it's also definitely brought to light the importance of behavioral change science as well, and making us more intentional about how we design our projects and programs at larger scale with this lens in mind. So strengthening our behavioral science backgrounds, as well as having a more rigorous monitoring and evaluation to be able to make sure that we are able to kind of showcase the results from our projects and programs and create lasting case studies that we can rely on, and approaches and tools moving forward as well. So looking forward to this partnership.
Yeah, awesome. I think, a big emphasis on creating these practical tools that people can really pick up and run with. Thank you. Bonang.
Thanks. I would just say that regionally, nationally, and also globally, there are a lot of behavioral change taking place. Initiatives, projects working on behavioral change. So there are a lot of information being generated and also lessons learned, experiences. And I hope that this behavioral lab partnership can consolidate them and make sure that lessons don't stay local, that they are replicated well, both at the regional and global level as well, because as I said, there are a lot of projects going on, like even within GIZ alone. At the global level, we're also working on developing studies, let's say, on behavioral change and reuse systems. So there are a lot of information being generated, and I hope that this behavioral lab partnership can prove as a platform that would consolidate knowledges and experiences so that they can be replicated.
Thank you. I think very, very well said and point well taken. I think Ayako, please.
Yes, thank you. So ERIA has been serving as a secretariat for the behavioral lab, and we have been quite busy this last 5 to 6 months, more administratively so that the lab can take off. So developing the MOU, the branding development, and also website creation, web page creation, I should say. But looking at 2026, maybe starting from Sea of Solution, but I would like the behavioral lab to be able to leave tangible results, including joint visibility events, joint research, and hopefully also fundraising together. So those are on my wish list.
Great, thank you. And just for myself, I will say that my closing reflection is on I guess it sounds cheesy, but the power of coming together, of community, of working together to amplify our impact, our voice, our knowledge, and really being able to have this larger impact and a greater reach. So thank you. With that, maybe we'll go to questions. I think we have a few minutes. So please raise your hands if you. Oh, there's one question over here already. Maybe we can get a microphone over. Thank you.
Hi. Thanks so much for the sharing. To help us understand the impact of behavioral change in a bit more, I guess, bringing it to life, I wonder if each of you could share maybe your favorite example of how behavioral change has led to a behavioral change intervention has led to environmental impact, or something that's happened that has led to some a tangible impact on the ground, even if at a very local level, but just to understand what these behavioral interventions can look like in reality.
Great question. Thank you. Maybe I will pitch first to Xiang if you have, a favorite example of where behavior change intervention really turned into environmental impact.
I will share an example that I had personally been working on in the past 4 years. In China, we work with the EU delegation and also the WWF, our partner, to reduce food waste with the restaurant staff. And within 4 years, we begin this behavior-centered design journey to deeply understand on the restaurant staff what they can do to reduce food waste during their work. Because usually we think about food waste is mostly about the consumer. We blame the consumer for waste food. But actually there are a lot of intervention that we can do to help the restaurant staff to work easier to reduce food waste. So through this research, we have found out that sometimes the restaurant staff they really support the reduced food waste, but they just don't know what to do, because in the Chinese restaurant, there are more than 10 different positions, and each position associated with different behavior. So we help them to design an intervention and to map out all the different kind of behavior they can do, and ask them to pick from those behaviors themselves. And once they pick their behavior, and they will post on a commitment poster, so everybody can see their commitment. And so this way is much more efficient than they're just like their supervisor requests them to do. And they feel a sense of the proud, and then it motivates them to take active action to reduce food waste. So after this pilot phase, we have piloted this intervention in about 20 restaurants across China, and we find out on average it helped them to reduce food waste by 22%, so which is quite a significant number. And we're now helping those more restaurants to adopt those interventions. So hope that is an example.
Great example. Jessica, do you have one that comes to mind?
Yeah, I think one example that we have in mind is also from Vietnam, and they've kind of developed a participatory action-oriented training kind of approach where they work with communities to segregate waste at source as well. And that's where they've seen quite a bit of uptake by various households through some rigorous monitoring as well, to increase waste separation at source up to 90% uptake, from what I understand from this one community as well. So I think it's definitely been it's shown helpful within communities and also done with schools as well to improve that waste segregation of source and reduction in like disposal, mismanaged disposal. I'd say.
Fantastic. Great. Bonang.
I'm just going to give you one example from one of our projects in Cambodia. So the Chiazatria Pramar project doesn't just implement regionally, but also nationally in Cambodia. I didn't implement this myself. We had a team there, but I did learn that they were big on implementing this behavioral change campaign against plastic bags in the markets in Cambodia, especially in the Karachi province. And the highlight that I learned is that they were engaging a lot with local communities, as I've been mentioning, that local communities are also very important. And they were working very closely with local champions, because the community there, they look up to local champions as an example. And we engaged them to send out this message on say no to plastic bags. So it was also an important part for me that I observed that behavioral change communication campaign is very important to, send a message and make something regular. So that it's a change in behavior as well. So one highlight that I would like to say is that, again, local communities are very important. They give the example, people look up to them, and it's up to us to give them practical support to make their system, to make their initiatives replicable and also systematic. That's what I would say.
Great. This is a great example. Ayako.
Yes, a question coming from Mr. Jonathan of session 6. So I think this is very relevant. I do not have a direct answer to your question, unlike all the other 3 panelists. But I would like to say that ERIA has been working with the private sector, and it's a very important stakeholder for us. And we start to realize that for reuse and refill sort of business to thrive, behavior change is a very important component. So we would be very interested to keep working.
Great. And I will just answer for myself as well. And I'll use a personal example that about 3.5 years ago, I moved from Vancouver to close to Tokyo in Japan. And you may have heard that Japan is very serious about waste segregation. Very, very serious. So I was not used to this. And so there was an adjustment period, but the town that I live in was very intentional about holding sessions to train, having, a manual that was very easy to understand, with the great pictures. They used effective communication tools. And there's even a system of local people who will kind of monitor you. So, there's a bit of external accountability that's built into the community so that, I discovered I was putting my garbage in the wrong place and, a woman came to my door and said, oh, please, come this way. And so, this had the benefit of raising my consciousness about waste segregation and how to do it, but also building that skill and that tool for me while building community. So I think there's really interesting ways that behavior change can be embedded into culture and society as well. So yeah, hopefully that provides some good examples. And we have just a few seconds left. So if we have one more question, or maybe Kumara-san at the front, or we have one back at the back as well.
Yes, thank you, Kumara from IAS. Thank you and congratulations for launching the lab. I feel like ASEAN is very strong cultural and historical background nations with indigenous knowledge and things. So this behavior lab is considering that kind of a cultural background, and because I feel even though after globalization and this economic transition, so a lot of changes happen, but still we have some historical, cultural backgrounds. So how are you looking at that aspect in the?
Yeah, thank you for this question. This is a question that's a little bit close to my heart. In thinking about the value of indigenous knowledge of traditional systems, and I think Xiang will probably back me up in saying that in engaging with behavior change, wherever you are, you need to engage with people as the people that they are. And that includes where they've come from, their history, their traditions, their values. It's really important to understand these things before you make an intervention, especially if you want the intervention to last. So this is something that we're very aware of, and we've even discussed the value. I think someone mentioned language as well, that ASEAN has many languages, and if we're able to take some of these messages and tools that we develop and make sure that they're available in local languages, then we increase capacity building, our reach, and our impact. So this is definitely something we're considering, and thank you for raising the important point. So with that, I think I see a big 0 on the screen here, so that means our time is done. Thank you for your attention, and as others have said, you can find us, after the session and at the dinner tonight. So thank you to our panel once again, and thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to our moderator, Mr. Dwayne Appleby, who have provided us with great clarity on the topic and why behavioral change indeed very, very paramount. And what has been mentioned by Ms. Xiang Li also, plastic problems is human problems. It's so true, hence why we get together here today. We need to discuss it and table it and to find solutions together. All right. Without further delay, let's proceed to the last session of the day. It's regarding the private sector initiatives in shaping the future of reuse and refill. This session will explore pathways for ASEAN to scale up reuse and refill solutions in the region. Without further ado, I'm delighted to invite Ms. Faye Ferrer, East Asia and Southeast Asia Network Organizer from Break Free from Plastic, also a part of Asia Reuse Consortium. Ms. Faye, the stage is all yours.
Okay, good afternoon. I was supposed to be Salamat Bitang. Is it correct? Okay.
It's correct.
Good afternoon and welcome to the last but the most interesting session. I'm biased. This is my session. My name is Faye Ferrer. I am from the Break Free from Plastic movement and as co-convener of the Asia Reuse Consortium. This particular session, as Mr. Dwayne has excitedly mentioned, will explore private sector initiatives in advancing reuse and refill solutions to reduce plastic pollution in the region, and also discuss key strategies to build an ecosystem that will enable the sustainable models to thrive and to scale. This session will feature the Asia Reuse Consortium and ASEAN Reuse and Refill Groups companies, and will explore pathways for ASEAN to scale up reuse and refill solutions in the region. ARC is an initiative dedicated to advancing reuse ecosystems in Asia through shared standards, capacity building for reuse entrepreneurs, and advocating for stronger reuse policies in the region. Before I call on our speakers, let me again introduce Mr. Ryo Kawamura, the Director of the Regional Knowledge Center for Marine Plastic Debris at ERIA. He will introduce ERIA's private sector platform. Kawamura-san, welcome again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a kind introduction. Good afternoon again. I'm Ryo Kawamura, Director for Regional Knowledge Center for Marine Plastic Debris. I'd like to introduce, as a scene setting of this session 6, I'd like to introduce what Regional Knowledge Center is doing to promote private initiatives. So, okay. At first, I'd like to briefly introduce about what the Regional Knowledge Center. It was established under the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN East Asia in 2019 to support ASEAN Plus 3 member states by provide information and helping them to improve the circularity of plastic and prevent leakage into marine environments. I'd like to note that Economic Research Institute for ASEAN East Asia is an international organization dedicated to research activities, which is located in Jakarta, Indonesia. It was established in 2008 to support ASEAN member states for its economic integration and sustainable development. And as for this plastic pollution issues, is one of the main tasks of the Economic Research Institute. And our research, the regional center's activities consist of 5 pillars. One is research and science-based policy formulation. Second is knowledge sharing, awareness raising. Third is national and regional capacity building. Fourth, facilitation of regional partnership. And fifth is relevant to this session, promotion on private sector initiatives. So, and the private sector initiatives activity have consisted of 2 main activities. One is private sector initiative seminar organizations. Actually, this series of seminars has been organized across all 10 ASEAN member states. So, Regional Center has just finished first round of this private sector initiative seminar in all ASEAN member states. This is to provide a platform for companies to share good practices, and we also invite policymakers of each ASEAN member state to discuss how to catalyze industry-wide change towards transition to the circular economy. Lessons learned is compiled in the infographics in this slide, but maybe the letter is too small. The main point is collaboration is key. Maybe collaboration is repeatedly mentioned in this ACCPP throughout today, and it highlights how to support the government, how to support this private sector's initiatives from the governmental side. It says government can mainstream ESG investment, provide incentives, empower informal stakeholders and waste pickers, They can also introduce supportive policies, offer green public procurement opportunities. It can also strengthen research and development and develop favorable infrastructure for businesses. Not only government, but also consumers can support private sectors by being mindful of unsustainable consumption pattern, initiating behavioral change, segregating waste from the source, and purchasing new alternative products to enable affordability and scalability. And the second pillar is a private sector platform. This is a website. It can promote good practices, innovative actions taken by private sector and private businesses across in the ASEAN +3 region. So not only Japan, South Korea, and China's companies, but also you can find innovative solutions for biodegradable plastic development and innovative waste collection services connected with IoT or smartphone app in Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Vietnam, and across all of the ASEAN +3 member states. So businesses can utilize this website to showcase their products, services, technologies. Now we have over 100 products and services are registered in this platform. So if your company have such kind of innovative ideas and circular businesses examples in the ASEAN +3 region and ASEAN +3 countries, which can contribute to reduction of the plastic pollution, please join us on this private sector platform. Registration is free of charge. The registration is very easy. You can grab the opportunity to showcase and promote your businesses and connect with potential collaborators and supporters. You are not alone. You can find partners and you can find future business partners from this website. Last but not least, today, carried by the spirit of promoting private sector initiatives dedicated to addressing plastic pollution, we are delighted to welcome business representatives from the Asia Reuse Consortium. In this session, they will share the experiences and insights on advancing reuse and refill solutions in ASEAN member states. We are confident that the practical examples will inspire you and help catalyze the growth of this promising solution across this region. Thank you very much for your attention.
Interesting. So I would like to introduce and call to the stage our speakers, and we will give them 5 minutes each to introduce their business and their organization. So let me first call on Mr. Rayang Nusantara. He's the Deputy Director of Plastic Diet Indonesia and also the co-convener of the Asia Reuse Consortium. I'll just call everyone. Mr. Jonathan Tostevin. He is the CEO of Muse, based in Singapore. And Ms. Oh Sok Peng, she's the owner of Refiller Mobile, based in Malaysia. Okay, so again, your timer is there. Miss Peng is first. I didn't see that. Okay. Let me see. Okay, I thought it's Rayang. Who's going first? I'm sorry. I think it's Rayang. So let me call again Rayang of Diet Plastic and the Asia Reuse Consortium.
Thank you, Faye. All right, there's a microphone. Yeah. Hello, everyone. So I'm glad that we are doing this in the last session of the day because we want to emphasize that to combat plastic pollutions, and if we want to combat the plastic pollution, I think it's very much needed to put prevention first and foremost. So reuse and refill is one of the efforts on preventing waste in the first place. So that's why we are here to brainwash you that reuse and refill is also very important on tackling plastic pollution. So yes, so I want to show you that all of these years, Asia, especially Southeast Asia, is always to be blamed as the source of plastic pollution, but it's actually not. So we are a home of solutions. There are a bunch of solutions. You can also see across the hall that there are solutions from Southeast Asia, and there are also, we publish the Unpacking Reuse in Asia. I think Faye has a copy of it. You can also grab one of them and also download in our website. That's showcase that a lot of solutions of reuse and refill happening in Asia, especially in Southeast Asia. So the Asia Reuse Consortiums is here to gather actors of reuse and refill, both from the NGOs and also from the private sectors, which is especially from the small and medium enterprises, to work together to make the reuse a new norm in our regions. And as you can see in the screen here, that a lot of existing models. We have two of the models that you will hear directly from them, and there are a lot of models both for reuse and return system for events, like for concert and festivals, and also the refill stores, and some of them also work with community stores to make it closer to the consumers, and some of them also build drinking water refill stations in public spaces, and many of them and these small and medium enterprises also work with big multinational company, the FMCGs corporations, to make them also consider these solutions to deliver their products, because our region is very too much sachets in our region and in our environment. And but to promote the reuse and refill solutions, there are some challenges, like we don't have harmonized regulation in our regions. There's also weak financing. A lot of financing mechanism goes to recycling initiative, but actually the financing mechanism needs to follow the waste hierarchy, which means it's prevention first, reuse and refill, and also reduction efforts. And EPR is also missing, and limited infrastructure, especially for washing facilities and reverse logistics. But we have opportunities. I was in Paris this May to attend the Reuse Economy Expo, which is one of the biggest expo in Paris, which is specific on reuse. And I think ASEAN, Southeast Asia also has the same opportunity, because we have a lot of solutions here to showcase to the world and to counter the narrative that we are not the source of pollutions. But yes, pathway in the future, I think we need a standardized mechanism operations for reuse and refill. PR3, the Global Reuse to Advanced Reuse, just launched the washing standards for reusable containers. It's already accredited in the US and also in Canada. And in Indonesia, we are on the process to adopt for the Indonesian context and also translate to the Indonesian version, which I believe that other ASEAN countries can also do the same to adopt at least the washing facilities for reusables. And financings, as I said before, I think we need to also consider banks, impact investors, philanthropic, to also consider reuse and refill to be prioritized to make a significant amount of plastic pollution reductions. And regional collaboration. I think we talk about the collaboration a lot in this room since in the morning, and I think one of the key topics that we need to add into that collaborative action is how to put reuse and refill in the first place. Yes, I think that's all from my presentation. I think it's 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Rayang. Now we would like to ask Jonathan. Thanks.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be with you all today and discuss the future of lower plastic pollution in Southeast Asia. So it's a pleasure to introduce my company here with you today. Our company is called Muse, and that stands for multiple use, pushed together to make the word Muse. And our mission is to make reuse second nature across cities in the world. So really by making reuse as convenient as possible for all actors in our economy. So for our consumers, for vendors, for suppliers. And we see reuse as being a fundamental part of the smart cities of the future. This is our imagination of what our cities could look like, powered by smart, clean, green tech and reusable, returnable packaging. So we've developed a tech platform that we believe is the operating system or the infrastructure for reuse and returnable packaging in the future. It works really by tagging reusable items, so that's a reusable cup, a food box, or anything really, with a unique serialized QR code or RFID tag. And that allows us to track each item through their journey in a city. So from the vendor, or from even a supplier to a vendor, to a consumer, to a return point, to a washer, and then back into storage. And that basically gives us a few different functions. The first one is tracking, so traceability. We're able to provide integrity on the product's journey and how many times it's been used, when it can be retired, where it is at any point in that journey. Accountability, so we've built in another layer on top of this platform that allows us to incentivize consumers or penalize them to behave in different ways in different contexts. So we can offer incentives or rewards to return, potentially in like a tourist environment or an event where we might want to see marketing value by engaging consumers in that way. Or we can even penalize them for not returning in the same way that you're charged if you don't bring your library book back after 30 days. The same here it's for us. So we've created a system that removes the need for a deposit, so taking away some of that cash transaction, cash handling, and also the transaction fees associated with small amounts of money, which create barriers for reuse models across the world. And we create this accountability mechanism that ensures that reusables do get returned. And our return rate using the system is around 99%, so pretty much everything that gets borrowed gets returned. And then the third part of our system is really about interoperability. And what that means for us is not about just trying to get consumers and partners to use Muse channels and Muse systems, but we want to build our platform into the back end of others. We see ourselves as the Stripe or the Shopify of the reuse world. So we want to integrate into brands' apps, into POS systems, work with student ID cards so that user channels that consumers are already using can be used as their way to borrow and return reusable items. For us, it goes back to baking it into the existing economy and infrastructure. So we work in three broad areas. We were a B2B service. We work with clients at the B2B level and actually above the F&Bs themselves. We work with large-scale events, so stadiums or event agencies. We recently serviced Coldplay in Toronto last month. We look what we call contained ecosystems, so that's schools, offices, tourist attractions, where we build smart reuse systems to reuse and return within a specific location. And then at the city level as well, we work with municipalities that are looking to redesign their waste infrastructure. For example, particularly at the moment, that's in North America for us, but we're really keen to explore more of that within Southeast Asia. And so totally, since we've begun, we've diverted 1.5 million single-use items from waste stream, and that's also resulted in 175 tons of carbon avoided through our reuse model, which is 80% more efficient than disposable packaging. So thank you very much for your time. If you're interested to learn more, please come and find me afterwards. I'd love to share more about our plans for the region. We're currently in Singapore and Hong Kong, but love to see more in Southeast Asia as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. And next, but not the least, Ms. O. Thank you so much.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Sok Ping from Refueler Mobile. So Refueler Mobile is actually refuel stations on wheels. So we go to neighborhood for people to do refuel. And when I say we, it's actually just me and the van. It's a very small scale business, but the van allows us to travel to many places. So what we have is we actually offer refueler eco-friendly household cleaning agents, healthy snacks and even pet snack, because all these items, they usually come with single-use plastic container or plastic packaging. And by providing this kind of service, we can actually reduce the plastic waste from going to the landfill, and also we can reduce the single-use plastic packaging. So how this work is, we schedule regular refill sessions with different neighborhood, corporates, and also school. The reason why we want to do this is so that they can expect when we come back, and then they can also budget their stock. And our mission is actually very simple, is to inspire people in Malaysia to adopt a more sustainable lifestyle by reducing their plastic waste. And we want to simplify the process for them by bringing our van to their doorstep. So we actually hit the road in June 2022. Just 3 years later, this year, 2025, we have secured 24 neighborhoods, 11 corporates, and other locations, 7 other locations like school, universities, and also even churches. Our business models is like what I mentioned, is based on monthly schedule. We will schedule a monthly review sessions, and we make sure we go back at the right time when they almost run out their stock. So many people will also ask us, will this little van works? Would it be able to sustain as a business? If let's say you asked me 2 years ago, I cannot say for sure. But now I can be very proud to say that it works and is very sustainable based on these few reasons. First, convenience. We are living in a world that everyone craves for convenience, right? That's why the food delivery service is so popular, and then the online shopping platform is doing so well. But they are also creating they generate massive waste. And we counter that by offering a refill service system for you to reduce your plastic waste. So just imagine when we come to your condo, you just need to step down from your condo, bring your empty bottles, come to the van, refill, and then you go back up. There's no traffic, you no need to drive, there's no fighting for parking in the shopping mall. It's very convenient. And then you save your time, you save your money. And, we bring the green solution to your doorstep. Everyone, we all want convenience. Secondly is consistency. We believe consistency built on, we believe habit builds on consistent action. You have to be consistent to do something, then only it will become your habit. And when it becomes a habit, it's your second nature. It's very, it's not as difficult anymore. So when we appear in your doorstep, it's consistent and it's predictable. You're willing to do it. Like, okay, she's coming. I will prepare my bottles and I will come down on the day that she is here. So the consistency actually kind of normalize the refill process, and you make it like it's just part of the daily errands. Yeah. And thirdly is to work with reliable suppliers. So we are very lucky to work with excellent suppliers in Malaysia. One of them is Kita Refill. They provide us the household cleaning agent. They've been running a refill shop for 13 years. So they work with a lab to come up with eco-friendly formula. They also understand our core value. So every time when we take the refill detergents, we always exchange the empty drums. We don't, okay, this drum behind the scene, we just throw it away. We always make sure that the drum's going back to the suppliers, and then we exchange it. It's very important to work with suppliers who understand your core value. And also we have others, many local suppliers. They are very reliable, as in like they know how to produce sugar-free snacks. So when you eat, we all love snack, but processed food is just too much. It's everywhere. So we Sorry, it's 0. Okay, number 4, collaborate with companies. Because, company, we are talking about ESG, we are talking about, data and all that. We want to involve the company to also be part of the review process. So we schedule a monthly review session with them again, and the staff come down and review with us. And it has been very, very successful because we go to company like WWF, we go to Hong Leong Bank, public banks, and go to public listed company as well. And, we help them to quantify their data. This is what they need. And number 5, direct engagement with communities and NGO. We believe that, we understand not everyone born green. I wasn't. But, we have to start something, and then how to start something is to make it easy for people to understand so that we can simplify the green language. Otherwise, when it make it too complicated, the normal consumer, they will not want to get involved. So the van, luckily, it has a character, and then it built the conversation. It start the conversation easily with people. They can just walk in and check out the van. And our journey also inspired by Zero Waste Malaysia's 30-day challenge. And because of that, we set our core value very well by not compromising our value because of profit. We'll stay with that. And for me, I feel that a single person effort is small, but if let's say we are doing it together, we can definitely see a meaningful impact. And I see this model works very well in many ASEAN countries. And we will encourage you to promote refill in your own country as well. And if anyone is interested in running a refill station, a mobile refill station in your country, we are happy to discuss with you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Oh. No, it's okay. Okay, I know you're interested to ask questions as well, but let me just throw in some questions for the three of you. First, I think all of you would need to respond to this. One is, how can we standardize the reuse and refill ecosystem in order to mainstream these practices in ASEAN? And what key capacity gaps must be addressed to strengthen reuse entrepreneurs? Anyone can start.
For me, to reuse and refill is, I feel this kind of responsibility, we need to also put back to consumer to make them understand the importance of refill. And we cannot always depend on the policy maker to make the policy, and then, then we comply, or we cannot depend on the higher level to make the change. As a consumer ourselves, we feel that we can also contribute to that. And that's why we feel by reusing what we already have is good. And then what are you going to use with these empty bottles, right? So we give them a channel like, you can reuse this by refilling. Yeah, so that's our objective and motivation.
Yeah, I think standards will help, but it's probably still quite early for governments to develop those, because you can probably develop them and then create some wrong standards. But I think what the best thing that governments and municipalities could do right now is to find willing partners within their economies and fund demonstration projects, like high-profile projects with well-known partners, and just try some things out, learn from them and build on from that. Whether that's in large-scale events are really easy, start there, or tourist locations are good, schools, offices like we've done. So I think funding or catalyzing and funding high-profile demonstration projects is a good place to start.
Yeah, as I said earlier, the PR3 launched the first washing standards that's already accredited in US and Canada, and we're trying to promote it to other countries. One of the priority countries, Indonesia, because in Indonesia, our Food and Drug Administration already had legislations on cosmetics products to have it delivered in a reuse and refill system. So this standard is very much needed so the FMCGs can follow. And also, the Food and Drug Administration also are now revising the processed food, which, from what I saw in the last draft, there will be a specific article on reuse. So it's also much needed, the standards, when these legislations are effective. From what I heard, it's next year. So I think it's very much needed, the standards. And the PR3 also developed another 6 standards, which include the logistic, the digitalizations, and etc. I think it's, I agree with what Jonathan said. It's early for the local governments or the national governments to develop this, but I think there's a room for improvement in the future to prepare for this, because there will be, the consumers needs hygiene standards. We have to make sure that these products that's in the market is sanitized properly and safe for the products, either for cosmetics or processed foods.
And since it's private sector led, maybe the standards can come from the private sector as well. So as a follow-up, what do you think are the important concrete next steps that would most effectively accelerate private sector-led scaling of reuse and refill systems? Raya, you can start.
I think we have to agree that the EPR, so I think it's the extended producer responsibility, or EPR, is very heavily discussed within the private sectors, and we need to make sure that in the EPR they also mention about the reuse and refill as a preventive efforts. And I think again, I saw one packaging recovery producer responsibility organization, or PRO, in France. They also works on reuse and refill. So it's not only handling the recycling, but also reuse and refill. We have some examples outside our region, and it can be implemented. And I think there are another 2 events in the coming days talking about the circular economy and EPR, and we have to make sure that they also mention and put reuse and refill as priority, so the private sector, the big brands, can also doing something about it.
Yeah, so I think one of the things we've learned is that the return is the really key bit, and we have to make return as simple as possible for the consumers in whatever space we're operating. But the return is also an opportunity to engage people in a way. The borrow stage is less of that, because everyone's trying to do that as quickly as possible. But the return bit is also very visible, a good way to advertise and engage people, but also it's something that differentiates the experience from disposing normal garbage. And actually, as you've done, there are value points you can provide at that point as well, even if it's just like good vibes and like flashing lights. It's different from trash cans. So focusing on making return easy and potentially with value as well is a way to elevate the experience.
Yeah, for Refueler Mobile, I just want to share a story, our experience with one of the gelato shop. So what happened is they used a lot of milk bottle to make gelato, and they didn't know what to do with all these empty bottles. 1 month they can create like 30, 40 over boxes. So they connect us and say, do you need these bottles? And of course, we will try and rescue them instead of send them to the landfill. So we told them yes, but ultimately you have to wash and dry them for us, and which they did. So every time when they have a certain amount of stock, they will call us in, and then we'll collect their bottles, and then we will put it on the shelf. And because they are a customer who just passed by the van and they didn't know what concept is this, they don't have bottle, and then they can use those empty bottles. They can reuse. But we will also remind them, please, when you finish it, don't send it to the trash bin. Just make sure you wash them, dry them. If you don't want to use it anymore, return it back to us. Otherwise, you can keep the bottle and reuse it for your future refill. Yeah, so we are working on a more consumer level and to encourage them to do this more consistently.
Just one addition. So we also need a unified symbol for reuse. So we don't want, because reuse and recycling is very different, and we already have the triangle circular symbol for recycled, and we want also this the special symbol for reuse, which is, again, ACCPP Consortium is part of the PR3, and we will launch the symbol next year. It's part of the design competitions. We work with the visual designer on these things all over the world, and hopefully this symbol will be associated with the reuse, so people will understand that it needs to be returned again, so we can reuse it again all over time.
Great. If you're interested, would they be interested to see the reuse symbol soon?
Let's see.
Okay. Okay. So we have a lot of time here. So I have specific questions to each one of you, and let me go first to Rayang. And for all of you, Rayang also has been part of the INC, the negotiations, and not only Rayang, but several other colleagues here from NGOs from Malaysia are present as well, who are actively participating in the negotiations. So my question with Rayang is, in the previous session, the government delegates shared their outlook on the outcomes of INC 5.2. So as part of ARC, of Plastic Diet, and also as an NGO representative, that is taking part in the negotiation, what is your honest view of in the future of INC?
Okay, at first I was happy when the revised zero draft coming out on 2023 that the reuse or reusability word was mentioned 55 times. And then in the last INC 5.2, more countries express their thoughts on and stated what do you call it, like a suggested text on Article 3 product design, plastic product, Article 5 product design, and Article 8 plastic waste management to add reuse and refill context in there. And I was happy because more countries talking about this during the contact group. But it's not really captured in the latest draft because in the 2023, in the revised zero draft, there are 55 times reuse and reusability mentioned. In the latest chair's text 2 months ago, reuse and reusability only mentioned 3 times. So it's a lot of countries express their interest on having reuse and refill in the text, but it's not really captured in the latest text. So I think I don't want to say we are losing the battle, but there's a room for just to have more sessions like this. Why reuse and refill is very important, and so in the next meetings, either it's in the UNEA or in the 5.3 or 6 or other meetings, member states can really express that their support on putting the reuse and refill text, and most importantly, it's the toxics-free reuse and refill text.
Thank you. I think for our government delegates earlier, I think reuse and refill is a model that all countries within the Southeast Asian region could really promote. So for Jonathan, from the data that you've gathered, how do you quantify the actual impact of your reuse systems in terms of plastic waste prevented? I know that you stated there 1.5 million diverted, but yeah, can you?
Yeah, I mean, so it's quite straightforward, really, because every item is tracked through our platform. We know how many items have borrowed and how many have returned. So, and what type of item as well. So we're then able to estimate what it would have replaced or displaced, and then feed that through into a calculation around kilos of waste diverted. We've also undertaken a life cycle analysis with an independent organization to help us quantify the carbon emissions, which actually I think is the biggest impact. It's great keeping packaging out of the waterways, that's huge, but hard to quantify. And because packaging is so light, in terms of weight, it can not seem so much. So for us, carbon is huge, and obviously the number of items too.
Hey, very interesting. For Ms. O, so what does the current transaction look like in reuse systems in your area? Are there any insights on the community's demand or willingness as consumers for reuse services?
Yes, we actually see the growth of the demands in the community, neighborhoods, and as well as in the corporates. So, so far, within these 24 neighborhoods, we expect to grow next year. At the moment, our weekends are all fully booked for all these neighborhoods, but we still have room to take on more location, like, having a second slot on the weekend. Because it's only one person, me, driving the van. There's a limitation that I can do, but I hope that, the van can travel further, where it's slightly outskirts from Klang Valley, people who has no access to zero waste store. Then our service is valuable to them. We see the potential of that. Hopefully next year we can see the increase. Yeah.
I wish I have that in the Philippines. Okay, let's go back to Rayang. So financing remains a major barrier to scaling up reuse systems. In your view, what can be done to attract more public and private investment into reuse and refill business models? Are there particular incentives, policies, or case studies in ASEAN that show how to unlock capital for circular economy initiatives?
So in Indonesia, and during the in our process in the EPR discussions, we're talking about the eco-modulation fee. So when the company prefer reuse or refill models, they will pay less EPR fee. So I think it's one of the incentives, and I think it happens mostly in the European countries right now to attract big brands to have more reuse and refill product delivery. That's one thing, and I think also I believe that events like this it's much needed to showcase our work that this is happening, and it actually can be profited. You know more about this, and it's because there's some assumptions out there that reuse and refill cannot make profits, but I don't believe that, but I think there is an intervention that's needed how to make reuse and refills profited. Just like the water gallons. I mean, like we did it like the last, I think, 3 decades or more, and it's a big industries, and it's actually profited. And I think I believe that if we use that for other commodities like cosmetics, household products, processed foods, even the ready-to-eat food, it also will have the same impacts on financing. And Plastic Diet have one publication specifically to explore the economic growth, new economic generations on reuse and refill. And it's actually in the model that we did, there's a proof that this reuse and refill business can also attract profits and also create green jobs.
Okay, for Jonathan again, what factors do you believe most influence the success or failure of return systems? Is it infra, incentives, consumer habits, or something else?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a range of factors there that go into it, and it is quite context specific. But I'd say I think it's a combination of behavioral change, behavioral design, and we heard a lot about that in the last panel, and also the system infrastructure that's in place. As I said before, it has to be very easy to return, and that's the system. I mean, if someone would say, look, there are probably like 1 million single-use return points across Kuala Lumpur, but we don't call them single-use return points, we call them bins. But like, if there were 1 million reuse return points and maybe 5 single-use return points, everyone would use reuse. So there's part of that is the infrastructure that's in place. The default is such a powerful thing for packaging. How many of you will go out to get your lunch or your coffee and think, oh, what sort of packaging shall I have for my lunch today? Like, none of you. You'll be thinking about what food you want or what coffee, or you won't be thinking about it at all. Like, packaging is a decision that people don't think. So we can't suddenly expect them to choose reusables when they're not even making a decision in the first place. So it's the default option for them to have single use. And for some of our clients that have been bold enough to make reuse the default option, it's just so much easier because we don't have to spend marketing dollar on explaining to people, communicating to them, persuading them. We just have to tell them how to return, which we can handle. It's much more straightforward. So that's huge, is making it default, which again, behavioral change. Thanks very much. And then to keep going down that line, I guess you've got all your nudge theories and tactics and small little value points. So I think where we play in reuse is what we talk about is like small good vibes. Like using a reusable is not like winning the lottery. Like it's not that epic euphoria. But if you do it every day, you feel quite good about yourself for 5 seconds. And that little, I don't know if it even classes as a dopamine hit, but that little like feeling of pleasure can be quite reinforcing. I think, and that building the habit, like you say, is really powerful. So for me, I think it's a lot of those things together, and it's why it comes back to system design. But at the heart of it, it's convenience, simplicity, and making it really easy. And particularly when we talk about this sort of item anyway.
Agree. And Ms. O, so how has consumer behavior on reuse evolved in this space? What behavioral insights have you applied, and what key lessons have you learned?
Consumer behavior. Actually, what we have experienced is it's hard to change their habit because we are so used to going to the shopping mall, grab a bottle, put in the cart, and go. When you finish, we throw. Because in many of our ASEAN countries, when we throw rubbish, it's free. You can just throw and, okay, it's out of my door. I don't see it. It's not my problem anymore. But all these bottles and all this trash, it goes to the landfill. And we already running out of landfill in Malaysia. Soon or sooner, all this landfill will leak toxic back to our home. And then how are we going to answer to our next generation? So that's why when we talk to the consumer, we make it very easy for them to understand the language. And we also encourage them, okay, why don't you just try by refill one item, and then you try the product. If let's say it helps you to save money, it's effective, okay, next time you come back again. Then we can encourage them to also encourage their friends and bring their friends or bring their colleagues to come over and refill. And we believe in word of mouth. So we don't have a lot of money to do marketing campaign and shout it out loud, but we were very lucky that media caught us and helped us promote and interview us, and it really brought us to a bigger reach. Yeah. So and then when we go to the neighborhood, they're actually very welcoming because they say, I want to save plastic and this is a solution. Okay, I can contribute. I'm very happy. Yeah. So it's not like they don't want to. It's just that there's no outlet for them to. And when our van come to their location, come to their neighborhood, they are very willing to do that. And that's how we slowly change their consumption habit. Yep.
Thank you. Very exciting. So before we close our session, again, we would like to invite everyone to download our publication. This is the first of several publications that we have developed. This is a compilation of reuse and refill models in Asia and Pacific. We really encourage everyone to look at it. And if you have models that you have in your respective countries, please do write to us. And this would be an interesting documentation of that. This is the first of many, so we hope to have more sub-regional specific, and you just have to approach Sarah if you are interested to download. Again, we would like to acknowledge our colleagues from NGOs that are based in Malaysia here, C4, Basel Action Network, Zero Waste Malaysia, Greenpeace Malaysia. Did I miss anyone? Harem Makers, Beeling, and then OPEC. Oh yeah, OPEC. I'm sorry, and OPEC. If you are interested, you've been hearing the name Si Peng earlier several times. I think she's bit her tongue several times already. And if you are interested to know more about her work and others' work, please do approach them. So before we close, I would like to ask for... Oh, you have questions. I know you have questions. I'm so sorry about it. I'm so excited to hear more about their thing. So, yeah, please. I think I can entertain 2 questions. Comments? There. Hello. On the back, please.
We got 2 actually. One over there.
Okay. Thank you so much. And there's another, sir.
Hello, thank you very much. I think this is probably my favorite session. The last one was also really wonderful because it was acknowledged that work on the ground by the grassroots really matter, and that we have to actually come up with solutions that are contextualized to local needs. But my comment to the wonderful people on the stage would be already don't lose hope, because I think there's, you're doing it right. And also I wonder if it's not too late to also tap on the older generation. I guess I belong to that older generation now. The generation that actually went to school with tiffins and water bottles. And then for a while, that generation disappeared. But I'm very glad to see that there's a revival of water bottles again. So I wonder if perhaps another way to tap on that, increasing usability of refillers and whatnot is also to tap on generation to remind them how we survived doing that, and why not let our children and grandchildren do the same. That is not that, not that foreign to us. We did that and we survived.
It's smoked. Thank you so much. And you have to visit Live Stable outside. Yes, sir, please, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Simon. Thanks for this session. I think it should be at the start of the conference. But I just want to share one story from a friend from, I think, Zero Waste Malaysia. She lives in the town of Tuaran, district of Tuaran in Sabah, where the local council don't collect rubbish. So the residents have to either burn their rubbish or dump it somewhere, or pay for the rubbish disposal. So what they did was, for a start, what they do was to reduce single-use plastic. And for all events they organize, they told the caterers that no single-use plastic. So they have reduced a lot of usage. And then secondly, they went to the school canteen and told them that you're not allowed to sell food in single-use plastic. So every school kids nowadays will bring along a box. And the third item that they did was in the wet markets. They went to survey all the traders, and they actually found that the traders actually spend quite a lot of money to buy plastic bags and containers and all that. So they have a scheme where you can rent a bucket to buy your fish. So that's initiative happening from the ground up. So I think one question was for Suk Yung. How much saving do you get by buying your refillable, say, detergent for washing the plates?
How much saving do you get by buying the refill detergents compared to the supermarket?
Yeah.
Okay, it's very hard to compare apple with orange because we come from a different ingredients. But just a very simple example, our dishwash we always price our products at a very low, affordable price. But so like for example, 1 liter of dishwash, if you get it from the supermarket, it probably sell like 6 something, 7 something. But if you take the same bottle, you refill in our van, it only costs you 4 ringgit. Yeah. So, but of course, there are products that in our van that has better, like a bit more functions. Then, of course, then you have to compare which one works better for you. Because for ours, we have no SLS, no SLS, and no paraben. Whether you want to go with the commercial brands or you think that, it's worth to invest a little bit more for a better product, is a consumer's choice.
Thank you so much. So we have, do you have anything else to say before we close? Okay. So to close, today's discussion reminds us that preventing plastic pollution begins long before waste is created. Investing in reuse and refill systems is an investment in prevention, innovation, and the future resilience of our region. The path forward is clear. We must invest in prevention, strengthen partnerships, and create the conditions for reuse and refill models to thrive. Together, we can build a future where circular solutions define ASEAN's approach to plastic pollution. Thank you to our speakers, and thank you to everyone for joining. And again, my name is Faye from the Break Free from Plastic Movement and the Asia Reuse Consortium. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Big round of applause indeed for Ms. Faye Farah, a very lively moderator here. And as usual, we're going to have a photo session with our speakers, Mr. Rahyang Nusantara, Ms. Oh So Peng, and Mr. Jonathan Tostaving. Indeed, I second the idea that we revive the idea of recycling the water bottles from Professor just now. Yes, the ASEAN way. Sama-sama. Thank you very much once again for very rich and innovative and engaging discussion that we had just now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the final part of today's program, we will now move into the wrap-up and closing session. First, let's give a bit of time for them to clear up the stage, probably. And with that, I would like to also say that how this conference also taught me a lot, especially how the need to recycle, reuse plastics. If maybe we can use influencers or, make recycle and reuse products as a trend. Because now it's all about trending and it's all about what's cool, especially with the younger generation. So maybe if we do that, find a ways to get the influencers to do some promotions and, we can do something about it to change the whole map of recycling and reuse, inshallah. All right, ready? Okay. First, may I invite a representative from ERIA to deliver the wrap-up of today's discussion. The Director Ryo Kawamura to the stage again. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much for kind introduction. Maybe this is my third time to take the floor, so I don't need to make a self-introduction anymore. But anyway, thank you very much for participating in the full day and very, very packed ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution 2025. First of all, I'd like to thank you to our supporter. First, NRES of Government of Malaysia, and AFD, and Global Plastic Action Partnership of the World Economic Forum, as well as IGES and INOS of UMT. So it is very, very hard for me to summarize this very, very packed and very, very informative, insightful one-day full session. But I'd like to try. I'd like to try. At first, you can find that how complex and how broad is plastic pollution issue. In the opening session, opening remarks, it was mentioned that plastic pollution is not just a pollution, not just waste issues. It is relevant to the ocean environment. It is relevant to the biodiversity conservation. It is also relevant to the climate change mitigation. And in the session one speaker mentioned that this plastic pollution the scope is very, very wide, and it is different and wide range of expertise are necessary. So, a wide range of the collaboration and partnership are necessary to address this global crisis. Even if the big funding agency like World Bank GIZ, and distinguished research institute like NEVER and CSIS working together to formulate the big regional initiatives, it still have some areas which are not covered or which should be covered in the near future, in the next phase. And as Dr. Fomsok mentioned, that focus of the ASEAN member states are also shifting more and more focus on the life cycle initiatives, not only the downstream, but also upcycle. So whole approach about circularity is necessary. And unfortunately, we don't have global agreement against plastic pollution yet. There's a wide range of the divergent opinion among each countries, among each regions. Maybe among the regions like EU and ASEAN member states, some kind of the conversion or consensus are made. However, there is still some differentiated interpretation and recognition, even if this is a common language like EPR or life cycle approach or some eco-design. What kind of the approach is necessary and what kind of concrete action is talking about is still we can find a little bit of diversion. In addition to that, there is common challenge among ASEAN member states that there is a strategy, there is initiatives, but there is huge implementation gap, which is highlighted in the session 3, ship-based waste management. The ASEAN ship waste management strategy is in the preparation phase. However, in the preparation phase, there is national implementation plan was established. However, there is a gap in the implementation gap in terms of the legal situation and infrastructure setting and the capacity of each company, each ASEAN member states. However, ASEAN member states have the way of the solution in some cases it is highlighted first in the session 4, national partnership on the national partnership plastic action. You can find that in the NPAP in the Vietnam has already succeeded in shifting the recognition from management of waste into management of resources in terms of plastic waste plastic circularity issues. Indonesia NPAP has succeeded in mobilizing a significant amount of financial resources, and also it issues number of publications to push the national action against plastic pollution. And it is not limited to the NPAP, but also behavioral lab. You can find 5 organizations now unite to scale up the activities and activity level and political impact to materialize behavioral change to control the single-use plastic consumption. In the session 6, you can find some innovative refill and reuse businesses. But you can find some also common barriers about the size of the businesses and financial and legal issues. But now, ASEAN Reuse Consortium has united their power to systematize the scale-up of the reuse and refill businesses. They have formulated ASEAN Reuse Protocol. They have implemented city pilots. They have established ASEAN Knowledge Hub and talked about how to standardize, scale up the refill business. So now we can come back to the title of the ASEAN ACCPP 2025, All Hands on Deck, Uniting Force for Sustainable Plastic Future. We have common challenges, but we have solutions, at least in the ASEAN member states. ASEAN member states have recognized common challenges ASEAN member states has recognized common recognition how to materialize the shift towards the plastic circularity. So I hope that in the next ACCPP, we can find that ASEAN member states and all stakeholders in ASEAN region can unite to move forward to the plastic circularity. And hopefully some global agreement is formulated so that these global initiatives can encourage more innovative and tangible and practical plastic pollution countermeasures in the ASEAN region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mr. Director Rao Kawamura. A very, very hopeful words, I must say. All right. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. And now I'm pleased to invite the Secretary General of NRES, His Excellency Dr. Ching Thu Kim, to deliver the closing remarks. Let's invite him right on stage. His Excellency Dr. Ching Thu Kim will officially close today's event.
Tinggi sangat ke depan tu. Tak nampak nanti. First of all, I would like to convey a warm welcome from my minister, Dato' Sri Joro Abdul Ghani. He is very busy today. We have a kind of action, full-packed kind of events going on here in KL. He sent a warm welcome to all of you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome all of you back again to Kuala Lumpur. For those who are coming for the ASEAN and AMEN meetings that we had last in August and September in Langkawi, always happy to welcome you back in KL again. Okay. Good evening and salam Malaysia is Madani. It's indeed my honor to be here to deliver a closing remarks for the ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution 2025. I'm confident that today's conference has been both inspiring and productive, driven by our shared commitment to addressing one of the most pressing environmental challenges of our time, plastic pollution. ACCPP 2025 with the teams, all hands on decks, uniting forces for sustainable plastic future, come at no better time to reaffirm the need to inclusive and coordinated cooperations among regional institutions, national authorities, industry players, and civil society to combat plastics pollution. Despite the collective progress we have achieved, the magnitude of the plastic waste challenge continues to grow. Throughout today's session, we have learned how action against plastics pollution can be strengthened through regional collaborations, partnerships, initiatives, international instruments, upstream and downstream interventions, and the use of social science tools. The knowledge we have gained is invaluable, but what matters even more is how we translate these insights into concrete actions. Let us continue to build on this momentum and strengthen the regional platforms to enable real and measurable progress. Ladies and gentlemen, while we are making strides, the challenge of plastic waste is escalating. ASEAN and neighboring East Asia regions generate over 113 million tons of plastic waste in 2022, and this figure is projected to double by 2050. In Malaysia, it is estimated that an average of 9 billion plastics are consumed by Malaysians each year. Yet studies indicate that approximately 75% of plastic waste is not recycled, leaving only about a quarter are actually recovered. This underscores the urgency of strengthening infrastructure, policy, and behavioral change across all levels. Malaysia reaffirmed the commitments to this cause and will continue to work closely with our ASEAN counterpart and partners. In doing so, Malaysia also recognizes the pivotal role of the ACCPP in promoting innovation, strengthening collaboration, and supporting sustainable solutions across the entire plastic life cycle, from design and production to consumption, recycling, and waste management. Together, we must ensure that the fight against plastic pollution becomes a catalyst for positive change, driving innovation, creating green economic opportunities, and ensuring a cleaner, more resilient environment for all. On behalf of NRES, I wish to extend our sincere appreciation to Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, ERIA, for co-hosting this event in KL, in collaborating with French Agency for Development, AFD, and the Global Plastic Action Partnership, GPAP. Your continued support and dedication to these regional initiatives are deeply valued. Let us conclude this conference with optimism and unity, putting all hands on the decks to shape a sustainable plastics future for ASEAN and beyond. And just let you know, in the complex F where my office is located, that complex has been declared a plastic-free complex. And in my ministry, it becomes a big sin if you were to carry a plastic bags. So we would like to drill that a kind of behavior into my staff, that it has to start from us, you and I, as the first mover, if we were to combat a plastic pollution in more sustainable manner. With that, I thank you.
All right. His Excellency, Dr. Cheng Teo Kim, can you please remain on stage? Can you please remain on stage? Yes. It is very honored for us here to have you with us this evening. So with that, I would like to take the opportunity to invite everyone, the family of ACCPP 2025, to be on stage, take photos with our guest of honor, His Excellency Dr. Cheng Teo Kim, please. Yes, this is fine. It's tough enough. It's tough enough. Yes, they are very hungry people, so they're not full, so full. So they're supposed to be light. At the same time, yes, I agree with what His Excellency Dr. Cheng Teo Kim said just now. Good habits starts from home. So let's start recycling from home. Let's start all this good habit, less plastics, and try to combat plastic pollution right from home. All right. Come. Let's get on stage. Yeah. Too bad we don't have a drone and we can have everyone's picture. But don't worry. Our cameraman will know what to do. And some of them can just stand down here. Yeah. Maybe, I'm sure the ladies prefer to be down here. Yes. If you think you're tall, you can stand up there. And if you think that, nah, I'm just going to stand down here on below the stage, also can. Yes. Yeah, just, never mind. Can keep going. Yes. I don't need to be in the picture. All right. All cameras ready? Here goes. Okay, everyone say ASEAN. Yes. Oh, one more. Okay. Okay, ready? Ready? Say ASEAN. So everyone's smiling. Maybe thumbs up? With a thumbs up? Yes. Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to His Excellency Dr. Cheng Teo Kim for closing the event today. and being very joyful to take photos with all the delegates for ACCPP 2025. We're very delighted for your presence. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at the same time, I will kindly invite you to scan the QR code on your table and complete the feedback survey. We have the QR code on the table, so would you be kindly enough to answer all the questions in the feedback survey? We also displayed the QR code on the LED screen in front there for your convenience. And thank you once again for being very engaging, very constructive, and in all your participation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this year's ASEAN Conference on Combating Plastic Pollution 2025 to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of today. In just one day, we have seen the power of different voices, different experiences, united by one common purpose, building a future free from plastic pollution. We also would like to invite everyone for dinner next door. We invite everyone in the ballroom for our dinner next door. We're going to have early dinner next door. And with that, I would like to say thank you once again. I'm Nuralis Kiki, wishing you Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.